live, going live. Somebody tell me when we're up, because I don't know things.
Yep, we're live.
Are we up?
Should be good.
It's good. It's running. You guys can see it running. You can hear me. Everything's awesome.
I have a big ad, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hello everybody. Today, how's everybody doing? Are you good? Are you guys good? Is everyone good? Okay. Very lively bunch we have here today. So we're gonna do something a little bit differently. This is actually not like a fictional thing, or I mean, it is, but it's not like movies or games or anything like that. Usually we list things and stuff. I've been watching a lot of anime recently because a dude gave me his Crunchyroll account, and I've been getting into these series, and I don't know what the genre is exactly. I don't know if there is a genre.
Isekaied?
It's not Isekaied. I knew somebody. I was right about to say it's not Isekaied. It's not Isekaied because it's this genre where most of the time you go into another world and the thing, but it's specifically when video game logic is introduced into said world. Because like I would consider whoever's chewing, I can hear you. Please stop. Or mute yourself. So like I would count like solo leveling would actually be kind of in this genre as well. But it's like for whatever reason, video game logic applies to the logic of the universe that you're currently in. But I've been watching these, and a couple of them are really interesting, like Overlord and Reincarnated as a Slime, where you go into, you get to like you die or something happens to you, and then you like get thrusted into this other universe as some kind of fictional fantasy creature. And I was just thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well, what other cool fantasy creatures would be like awesome to go into these worlds as? And that's basically where I came up with the concept of this list. So we're going to go through a bunch of different... I have 16 here. We're going to get through them. If people have other options that you want me to add, I can add them as we go on. You can also, obviously, put down a super chat and ask for them to be added earlier or to change the order if you want to get to them sooner, or if you want to move them on the tier list. That's also a possibility. What's up, Alden?
You want to hear what it's officially called according to a simple Google search?
Yes, I do.
Gaming Isekai or MMO Isekai?
So boring. So boring. So uninteresting as a genre.
Which is
Because all
weird.
Isekai means is translated strictly into different worlds.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Well, technically, solo leveling is not an isekai. That's why I said technically it's not necessarily just an isekai. Because I would consider solo leveling in the same category as I would consider, like, a Shield Hero, for instance, Rising of the Shield Hero. I think those are basically the two exact same genres with a lot of the same rules. Like, the world
Is it okay
works.
to pick up girls in a dungeon?
I've never seen. I haven't seen that one. But in solo leveling, it's not actually an isekai. He's in his normal world. That's just the way his world functions. So it's like but I would still consider them at least somewhat tied as the same genre. So I think they need to.
Game
You
logic
know how
applied.
we know it's really an isekai? The real isekai has a super long name no one's ever heard of.
No. Okay, somebody is doing something in the background. They're like flushing toilets and eating and doing all. Please stop, or I will mute you. Cause I don't know if it's one person or two people.
With solo leveling, it's counted as a power fantasy anime, and that's it.
Yeah, someone. So Mindless Meat said the same thing. He said, "I don't think that is right because that is not isekais that have video game logic. And a power fantasy, I don't know if that's necessarily it either, because Doom is a power fantasy. There's a lot of anime that are power fantasy that don't have video game logic. It's like specifically.
I don't think it has its own. I don't think it has its actual own word for it, even though there's so many of it.
I'm saying there needs to be because there's enough of them. Like we have one. Like for instance, when Demon Souls came out, it didn't have its own subgenre name. But now, since there's been so many, we're calling them Souls-likes because there are enough anime of this type where it's like, it's like and honestly, I would actually say they're not all power fantasies because again, Rising of the Shield Hero is not a power fantasy. But I would
it
still
gets there.
I understand, but 2 seasons in, it's not so far. So
You get systems.
I mean, I don't want to take any damage, so I put all my points into defense. It's technically also not a power fantasy, but that woman gets bashed upside the head with a freaking mace, and it just,
Yeah.
So.
Let me see, Mr. M. It was me. I'm stuck with the crew right now. I'll leave. Yeah, I got you, Mr. M. No, it's fine. It's fine. Like I'm not hating on you or nothing. It's just it's disruptive for the stream if there's constantly little clicking and shit on that. So if you actually like. later in the stream, you can still watch a stream, and later in the stream, if you're not around people or you get off of work or whatever, we'll be going on for 6-7 hours, who knows? So you can always come back. But yeah, just if you got a bunch of stuff in the background, it's just don't leave your mic on or whatever. Sister leveling. Yeah. I was actually my next survival challenge is probably going to be a solo leveling survival challenge based on the votes of the community poll that I set out, and I was thinking about just messing with everyone and doing it sister leveling and just not telling people. Just have it solo leveling, but have the whole video just be about me talking about if these people would be able to fuck their sisters. But
Are you going to do the anime? Or are you going to go through the manga?
But they do
itself?
that in the world of sister leveling.
I mean, that's not really a mind blow.
Who could survive the sister level? No one can survive sister leveling.
Oh shit!
No.
I'm
It's
paying.
who can resist incest
Guys,
longest.
God damn,
just dropped
fishy.
200.
Oh, much appreciated. So the stream lasts longer. I'm paying for 2 hours. Okay, that's fair. All right, he bought the next 2 hours. That's all right. Okay, well I guess I'm stuck here. And here I was thinking that I was going to be able to play a little more Expedition 33 tonight, but whatever. It's fine.
Man,
It's fine.
I need a fishy for my stuff, man.
No, get your own fishy.
I don't want your fishy. I said I need a fishy for mine.
I got my fishy and I got my Michael, and you guys leave me alone.
Really great.
Anyway, but okay, let's actually get the list started. Since we've already hold up. All right, there we are. Since we already explained everything, everything's good. We got what's going on. You guys, anyone need any more clarification of exactly what we're doing here before we get started?
Is this any anime that's like an isekai,
I don't know
or
what we're talking about.
is this
Oh, yeah, you haven't actually described the premise for this particular one.
I did
other
right
than
when I
the
started.
title.
What are you talking about?
I did at the beginning.
I did at the beginning.
He said world with video game logic. Like,
No, the
RPG
idea is if it really happened to you. Let's say you died of a fucking heart attack, or you got hit by a car tomorrow, right? When you woke up in a fantasy world as a different race, like the slime, or reincarnated as a slime, or overlord, or whatever. Which races? How awesome would basically we're comparing them in tiers of what would be the best race to turn out as, or what would be the worst races to turn out as, and we're gonna put them on a tier list.
Absolutely.
What?
Well, don't just yell. We'll get to elves. They're a fantasy race. He's obviously probably got it on this list.
Elves are on the list. Elves, actually, surprisingly, there's going to be some pretty basic ones that aren't on the list. Like, I don't have dwarves here.
No slimes.
I don't have slimes here. No, I have a list of 16 currently. We can add more as it goes on, or people can whatever happens.
Yeah, but Rouga, question.
What?
What if we're is it just those types of races, or can we use other anime races, say Fishman from one?
First off, you need to fix your mic. One, there's people yelling in the background where you are, and two, it sounds like you're way far away. I could barely hear you, and it's very echoey. So if you could, please fix your mic and then kind of ask the question again if you can, because I don't know what you're trying to ask me.
He was asking if races only from you have here are available, or you're talking about say races from different anime, like One Piece or something like that. That's what he's asking.
Yeah,
No,
well,
it's
he'll add
fantasy.
more people
It's
in.
fantasy races. We have fantasy races currently. If we want to add more races later on, we can add more races. I literally just said that. That's what I'm. What part don't you get of what I'm saying?
Oh, I get it. I was just saying that's.
No,
what he
I'm
was
not.
asking.
I'm not asking you. I'm saying him. I've explained it twice now. So
Okay.
what new information do you need
What?
instead of
I
having me
don't-
just repeat myself
Is
again?
it just the general consensus?
What do you mean?
They're there on the player list.
They're
Like
all.
someone today I was talking to this about, and they were like skeletons bleed. So we're taking more realistic depictions, or just
Since
more
when?
general depictions. I don't know. Someone just told me oh
They
yeah,
bleed
I'm pretty sure
do they bleed
skeletons
like bone marrow?
Yeah,
technically
that's
Because
they
bone
would
marrow
drain
makes
blood
sense.
Why does
the
it?
body, but
Why?
they're undead, so
Who
they
the?
wouldn't be producing blood.
Why would they be? Yeah, if they're undead, they wouldn't be bleeding. Even if they had flesh, they wouldn't be bleeding because your blood dries up.
Unless
in
we're
there.
talking about like bone marrow here, then I
That's
guess
not-
that would make kind of sense.
That's not
but-
blood. That's not blood. I
Yeah.
don't. And
That's
why?
what-
And,
I was
and
like,
why
they
is that
would
even
be-
relevant
they would
to
be
the
dead.
list? Whether or not they fucking
Yeah,
bleed.
Yeah, maybe we should start with what's on the list so far.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like,
Let's just start with the list.
we
Start
can't.
with the list.
We can't
Makes
do the.
sense.
We can't do the list because skeletons bleed. Like what? Why?
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
I can't go to the doctor, Dad.
I don't
My-
I think
myself.
people's
my
ideas of
homework
these
got
fantasy
eaten.
creatures are different.
Freaking-
There isn't concrete. That's all.
I just invite the biggest retards to come into these fucking streams, man.
Just
That's true.
I don't
maybe
remember us
if you
doing
could
Start
go
the
over the
list.
list, then we could figure out what we could talk about.
I agree with Trip. Let's
Yeah.
go with Trip.
Start the list.
Look, I'm gonna start the list, and I'm gonna talk about basically my general idea of the characters and the benefits, the negatives, and then we could talk about if I'm forgetting something, or if there's something else, or if there's certain someone has like super like hot like what do you call
Or they
it,
bleed.
fuzz or whatever. Mute yourself, please. And we're gonna talk. Yeah, we'll talk about if they bleed. I guess if that's a fucking okay, whatever.
War Daddy, you got the fuzz, man.
The fuzz.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
you're making a lot of
Static
Wherever
static
you
sound,
are,
like,
the static sound, please stop it. Fix your stuff and come back, please. All right, let's finally get started.
Oh, don't.
After I've explained this to you guys for over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's get this going. Okay. All right. So, okay. First off, we have orcs. Okay, and again, it's a very simple concept.
F-tier.
Would it be okay? First, what is up with people hating on orcs? I think orcs is a relatively cool thing to become. Look, if you have, there's a couple.
Do they bleed?
Yes,
Fishy
yes,
wants to know.
yes, they
They
bleed.
bleed.
Yes, they
Why are you
bleed.
doing this joke already?
Yes, they bleed. F tier.
Okay.
Orcs bleed. No,
Yeah.
the
They
okay.
bleed.
Look, if you have to go into a fantasy, and this is all under the assumption that once you go into this world, you'll be able to level up in class and do all this stuff, because the world is going to operate the same as a video game fantasy world will. So you're an orc, you go into this other orc world, right? You're going to have all of the cool shit that orcs are going to have right off the gate. You're going to be stronger than humans. You're going to have a higher defense. You're going to have higher
You're gonna be
physical
hunted.
damage. You're going to have all of these good things. Orcs, the overall, you're just going to be a physically more powerful being. The whole part about them, the weaknesses of an orc is that you probably won't have a very high affinity to magic. You will, I wouldn't even say you would be dumber necessarily, because you're going to have your same mind and memories from your previous life. So you're just going to be as smart or as dumb as you actually are.
You just
And
can't get smarter.
There's
There
probably
is
going.
one weakness I know about orcs that is common.
What's up?
They kind of have rage brain.
Well, see, that's
They-
not necessarily a bad thing, because
Well,
you would start
yeah,
off
they
with
have rage brain.
you would start off with a trait like a berserk trait or a rage trait that is actually really good for a
Well-
barbarian or warrior build.
well,
Orcs
here's-
make some of the best barbarian and warrior builds.
True, but that
So-
might
Well, here's the thing.
that might get in
Like
your
as
way.
an orc, you could have magic because like in WoW,
You can. There
Like,
are
orcs
orcs.
do-
There are orc
like
shamans.
orcs, there's like shaman orcs.
Yeah,
like, they
there
do
are orc shamans. I'm
shamanism.
not saying that you can't use magic. I'm saying that it's not
Normal orcs or high orcs?
I
Yeah,
think
that
it's just
was
general
It's
orcs
not a
can-
race-
No, that was a payout, guys.
orcs. Oh wait, what's up? Normal
You gotta
orcs
know.
or
Yeah.
high orcs. Ooh, you'd have to define what you mean by high orcs. You'd have to define that, because as of right now, we're
Stoned
just
all the
talking
time.
about orcs. But it would really depend on the fiction, right? Like, if you're going into, say, a world that's like Lord of the Rings, you're just literally the pure concept of evil. If you're going into something like Warcraft, they're actually like a
Yeah,
pretty
kinda, it's
reasonable race that's kind of normal. If you're going into something
Very sophisticated.
yeah, if you're going into something like D&D, they're just rage monsters, and they can't even think for themselves, and the only thing that can are like half orcs.
And don't forget the lovely thing where their god literally pushes them to breed
Gods.
with everything.
Yeah. So I mean, look here.
Well-
What you could basically expect going into another world, like you got to look at all of the aspects, right? You got to look at the physical abilities and things, which are all positive when it comes to orcs, right? But you also got to look at the lifestyle. Like if you're going into an orc, you're probably going to be born into a society that is extremely, almost Viking-like. You're probably going to be raiding parties. There's going to be a lot of murder. There's going to be a lot of rape expected from you. If you go into other towns that are not surrounded by orcs, you will probably be looked at with distaste. So it will probably limit your options
Hunted.
of if you could travel or what you could do. Not necessarily hunted. I don't think orcs are hated that much, generally speaking. There's going to be some that we're gonna talk about that are just like straight up hunted on sight. I think orcs are more so disliked, but I think most people, even if you are disliked as an orc, most people, even if they don't like orcs, are not going to treat an orc poorly to his face.
They're also not going to have good equipment. Orcs are not known for their craftsmanship.
No, but you're not going to have good equipment with any of these races at first. You're getting born into this world. You're going to have to acquire all the things that you want to
But,
acquire.
like orc tribes
Yeah,
don't
like-
really have good
Like
commitment.
Well,
so early
It depends on
on,
what you
it's
do,
gonna be a
though.
problem.
Remember,
It
you're
depends.
gonna be you with your own brain and memory and mind and all that kind of stuff. You might have some subtle personality shifts, kind of like an overlord, where he stopped feeling morality and stuff for human lives because he was an undead, but he still had all his own memories. So if you want to stay with your orc tribe and try and like work your way up and become like an orc warlord, or if you want to leave and go out on adventuring, that's entirely up to you. But you're going to have the racial benefits and the racial cons of being an orc. I think overall the orcs have more racial benefits than racial cons, but I do think that there's enough cons there that it's going to be kind of an issue. And I think that the racial benefits that you get are not as good as many of the other characters on this list who are going to have way better racial benefits.
low.
I will say one.
The-
So the idea is taking orcs from like all walks of fantasy media, right? That's the idea.
The general idea of them.
Well, it's not
Okay,
even
so what
general.
about-
We've
what
already
ab-
talked about several different orcs from several different.
So what about the outliers, like say Elder Scrolls orcs, which are actually like one of the best smiths in that setting?
Well,
I think that's what he's mostly talking
Would that
about.
be an outlier, or would that be like factored into the?
No, I
rank?
think orcs. I mean, orcs. We're talking about sort of generalities in a lot of ways, but it's really you don't know what fantasy setting you're going to get thrown into. Certain fantasy settings will lean onto a little more than others. Like generally speaking, when you talk about an orcs are tribe-like warrior race of raiders and pillagers. Who are not very smart, not particularly good at magic, although there are some that can be good at magic, like orc shamans, and they have a very yes, that's true, and they have a very, very high affinity for physical combat and strength-based classes. That's generally what you're going to do. Yes, are there other ones, like if you do reincarnate as a slime, the orcs are just straight up pigmen, which I thought was so stupid because that's not an orc. But
that was the original.
You should D&D that. Believe it or not, that was D&D's bag.
That is the original orc.
I don't give a fuck. That's not an orc. That's not what an orc.
Fair enough.
Orc is not a pigman.
That's the OG
Well,
from
they
D&D.
changed it themselves, so I think they agree with you, Rouga.
Yeah, orcs are not a pigman. D&D does not get rid of several hundred
Are they
years of
still
mythology. In reincarnate as a slime, they are. In D&D, I don't believe orcs are pigmen.
Apparently, Eastern style orcs are more pig-like than
Eastern
Western
style
orcs.
Well, Eastern style doesn't have orcs because they don't
Like
use the English language. They don't use they wouldn't call it an orc. They'd call it something in fucking Eastern language.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, come on.
I think they
there's dragons
took
in
the
all
image of the orc
fictions,
from
so.
early D&D, and that's why they're pig-faced monsters.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't. Pigmen are not orcs. I thought that was very strange. Like I was so confused because I was watching the show, and as I was watching it, they kept talking about some orc warlord and orcs that were coming, and they kept showing me like scenes of pigs, and I was like, why do they keep flashing these fucking pigs? What do these pigs have to do with the orc invasion? And it took me like a solid 2 or 3 episodes to be like, those are the orcs? Really? like it took me forever to pick up on it. I was like, when are we gonna see the orcs, man? I was getting so frustrated.
It's not fog.
Yeah,
If you never saw fog, you realize orcs and hogs have a level.
it's probably just because those are the closest thing to equivocate like Eastern orcs and Western orcs. Pretty much.
Wild
I think
boar in
probably like supposed to be
orc
like
mythology
just
feels
like
very
combination
similar
of
to me personally.
orcs and goblins. Like they're just the result of like mass like breeding between the two of them.
So
and they just make
that's
this-
one thing I've always found kind of interesting. Now I don't know if there's a word for this or if there's any sort of canon way of doing this, but I've always thought like, you know how there's gerbils, hamsters, guinea pigs, and rats, and those are all part of like the rodent subspecies or whatever, however we call it. I've always felt like goblins, orcs, and ogres are part of the same. Like there should be some word that classifies those three, possibly trolls too, depending on the
Goblinoid.
Is that
That's
an actual
The
word?
green,
The
the green
D&D
folk,
thing.
the green
Yeah.
folks.
Yeah,
The
something
goblinoids
like
are
that.
Does it say
goblins, hobgoblins, and bugbears. Yeah, yes,
Oh.
bugbears.
Okay. Well,
Weird, I know.
there's a word. I think it's.
Aren't
I
hobgoblins like huge?
I think
No,
that's a terrible
actually,
word.
strangely enough, ogres and orcs are not part of that group. Orcs are closer related to giants, ironically. But that's that fiction. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was
I've heard
thinking
that
like a
dark elves are
subspecies.
supposed to be
It
like
depends.
the result of like orcs and elves breeding.
Dark elves?
I do.
Wow.
They're apparently very potent. They just have weird genetics. Orcs. I always just thought humans were the genetic freaks, but no, they just have very potent seed like Viltrumites.
Okay, so I actually think that the orcs should probably go in B. Does anybody think that it should be lower or higher than B?
I agree. I mean,
agree.
one thing
I
orcs
agree.
have going for
Hold
them
on.
is they're
Wait,
close
wait,
to
wait,
humans.
wait, wait. One at a
Guys,
time.
one
One
at a
at a time, guys. Let Trip talk. He
Yeah,
talked first. Go ahead, Trip.
Okay, I think I agree. B. One other positive an orc had is their body structure is very close to human. They're just green and mostly muscular.
Well, for the most part,
us-
I'm trying to make the whole list mostly humanoid. Like, you're not going to be a dragon on this list. You're
True,
not going to.
I
You're not going to be a
figured, but-
griffin. But we're going to try and do
True, but-
Yeah, that's
races.
probably.
I'm
pretty
saying
wise.
orcs are probably closer to humans than some of the other races, so that might be a nice.
Yeah, you're basically just like a really you're basically like a Batman type of human. You just at birth. You're basically just like Batman. As soon
You're
as you
born
come
as
out of
Batman.
the physical body.
It's a Batman.
You're-
I've never heard anyone compare Batman to orcs.
No, I
I'd say
think they
more like
mean
the
a
whole-
man
Like
as
the
in a
body
man that
mass,
has
I mean,
bad features.
Like physical fitness is basically the equivalent of it.
You're a Baki. You're
Yeah.
a Baki character.
That's a bit much. I mean,
You're a Baki character
Man.
with a giant sword made of bone, made of the bone of a dragon, just going around wiping dudes out. Okay, so no one disagrees with B. I'm gonna put it in B.
I couldn't really
Also,
think of
personally-
anything.
Yeah, and we'll move it.
The only
Yeah,
the
go
only
ahead.
thing that you
Yeah,
could
Orcs
You
deserve.
probably just have a
Orcs
really
just-
massive
B
dick.
is a good baseline.
The only thing that
Looks
you
like a good
could-
baseline.
Let the
the
dude
only
talk.
thing that you
Go ahead. Guy who said
the only thing that
Yeah. Yes, you.
the only thing that you could argue is for like a downside is like you could say that, like, for example, like, yes, they are good combatants, but you could say that there are humans that are better combatants, better skill, but also probably better versed in like magic and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, we're not
which would
talking.
be-
Well, we're not. Yeah, if you want to become an orc and you want to become the greatest warrior in the entire universe that you're being thrown into, fine. But
Well,
we're
I
talking
mean,
about
yeah.
at the start, an orc has naturally better physical ability than a human does, just right out the gate.
Well, yeah, but like even in like WoW, there's like humans that can defeat orcs and
I
shit.
know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that at birth, when you start, that orc
Well, yeah, at birth, yeah, you're
and
right.
that orc is superior to the human. If the human wants to work and level up, it's a video game universe. So if the human wants to level up and surpass the orc, he can. Who is breathing out of their mouth?
That's War Daddy.
Okay,
You get-
War Daddy, bro.
Correct.
That's the second time. Please control your mic stuff. It's like you just ran a marathon. You're like, I'm like, what the fuck is he doing?
Hey, it's not that loud.
It's loud. It's loud, bro. No, but yeah. So
Speaker.
what was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, orcs just at
I
a.
think it might be because you have me turned up to like 100. I think.
Do I
No,
have you
dude,
turned
we're
up?
all
Because
to-
my
hearing you,
voice was
dude.
like really quiet in here last time.
Nope, you're not. You're at 100, bro. I changed you. I think you're just breathing. I think you
100?
probably just have your mic way too close to your face. That's likely what it is.
Where did
Okay, so we gotta have him at B. Good. Okay.
That's all we hear.
Okay. We got the orcs at B. Moving on. Like I said, we might move the tier list around a little bit as we go on. Maybe somebody will be better or worse, and it won't like really.
Like, what's the max? Like, what's the max?
Are you not watching the stream?
No, I'm watching everyone's
No,
profile pictures. On
no,
my
if
screen.
you're in
It's
here-
like,
Watch the stream.
It's a rule. If you're in here, you have to watch the stream because that stops you from asking questions that you should already know because it's all on the stream right now.
How do
Yeah.
What do I press?
Just go watch the stream.
It's on the
On
channel.
YouTube.
It's on
It's
YouTube.
on the channel,
stream is
on
on YouTube. Yeah, just go watch. If you're in, you can't be in here and not be watching the stream because you don't know what's going on otherwise.
Oh,
Yeah. So anyway, next up we have I believe this is the Changeling. I think is this one. So,
Doppelganger. Sweet.
yeah, I mean there's
Damn.
different names. Some of them are changeling. Some of them sometimes are called changelings. Sometimes are called doppelgangers. They are basically
S tier.
it's pretty
Mimics.
it's pretty self-explanatory. They have the ability to turn into anything that they want to turn into and copy the abilities and powers and things of the things they turn into. I am actually going to argue that this is an A, not an S.
What?
The reason why I'm arguing that this is an A and not an S is because one, well, really, there isn't any negatives. Okay, let's be clear about that. I don't see any negatives, but I don't think that their positives are necessarily as good as some of the other positives that we're going to run into on the list.
I can give a negative.
What's a negative? Give
You
me a
can
negative.
level up.
And some,
like-
hey, in
Guys,
some,
let him talk.
in some fantasies, changelings are the children of hags. So once you grow up, you'll become a hag instead of a changeling.
Well, there's another
That,
I
that,
think
that,
that's
that's
another
the type
some
of
of them
changeling
are
from like Pathfinder, which
some of
don't
them
have
are
the
Uh,
shapeshifting ability,
another
ironically.
No,
another
that's the same
negative
thing
of
in D&D as well.
Yeah, they're
and
called
it's some
Another
changelings.
neg-
They're ability. Oh,
another,
some mythoses
another
they're
negative,
allergic to silver too.
I thought,
another
What,
negative
Mr.
of
M?
changelings.
wasn't there another one
Another
where
negative.
Guys,
Guys,
one
Mr. M's
at
talking.
a time. Let Mr. M talk. He's been trying to say the same thing for like a minute. Go, Mr. M.
Another negative of changelings is that they suffer from the inner city problem. They are always abandoned at birth, so you do not have parents, which means you're probably going to be hunted down for being different.
Not
just
really.
naturally.
That's
No,
actually
in
not.
almost every
That's
game,
not
it's
as
like,
bad.
I'm
benefit.
hunted fucking
That's
down.
not
That's a
actually
benefit.
as bad of a thing as you think, considering that you're going to have all the memories of your previous life on Earth. So you'll
That
be
is
a
probably
child,
better.
You
but
will
you
be
won't
hunted.
be. But you won't be stupid. Like you're not going to be a baby who can't defend themselves. You
You'll
actually
be
will
you
be
as
able
well.
to do things. Also, you can
Well,
like
there's-
fight slimes and shit in the.
Watching the stream now. Finally.
Well, there's also
wait, I
like
think I
there's
remember
all
one limitation they have. They have to be in a vaguely humanoid shape. That's what they look like other people and.
Yeah,
other
see,
humanoids.
that's the thing that I was going to say. It's not like slime, like reincarnated slime, how you could just transform into whatever he wants. Like the changelings are generally can only change into things that are similar shapes to themselves, and they don't necessarily they copy the physical like they manifest the physical
here.
strengths and stuff, but they don't like you can't like copy an undead sorcerer and suddenly get his undead sorcerer magic. Like that's not usually how it works, and they don't
Maybe at higher
Well-
levels.
and they
$10
don't
donation.
acquire
There's-
the skills of the people that they copy either. They would
$10
just acquire the muscle
donation.
math. Let's see.
the results.
Hold up. I'd put changelings in A because they're humanoid shapeshifters. So if I got reincarnated as one of the differences from a human, wouldn't be all that different from just have extra abilities.
Another upside.
Keep interrupting
of, like,
him while he's
changeling-
reading, then I'm gonna start muting you, dude. Wait for Rouga to stop talking.
Go ahead.
Another upside of like the changeling is some of them have like, depending on like where they're from, they have like illusion magic and shit.
Well, that's something you would have to like actually. Now you might be born with a proficiency of learning illusion magic, but you're not going to be born with illusion magic.
No, I think that's how some changelings make themselves look like other thing. Like they don't
Oh.
change their features. They sometimes just have an illusion on.
Then
them. So
you're
it's
not.
Like, it's
well,
a
then
ra-
you're not a changeling at that point. You're just a person with
Well, I
illusion
think that's
magic.
usually
You're no different than.
doppelgangers do that.
Yeah, you're no.
They mimic.
Yeah, you're no different than like for this, you would be a species that copies the appearance of the other things. Like I said, if a changeling turned into an orc, he would be able to have the same muscle mass that orc does, but he doesn't necessarily have the same sword skills, the same abilities, the same battle IQ,
No.
all of this stuff. So he's likely to still
ability to
lose. He would
rage.
still have to level up himself, and he would, and also he would only be able to use the physical abilities of an individual thing that he transforms into at any given time. So it's not like it's not like he's gonna keep. It's not like he's gonna keep copying powers of every single person he comes into contact with. It's not really gonna work that way. Which is why I'm not like putting him in S. It's not like this broken over the top thing. It's a cool advantage to have, and it's going to come in handy. But I feel like there's other people on this list who have way better advantages.
No,
No,
Rouga.
rogues.
There's,
Rogues are gonna have a field day with this because, well, that makes sneaking around easier. Should we say
there's-
let
what
Alden.
classes I would go with them?
Wait, let
Like
Alden.
we said.
Let Alden speak. What's up, Alden?
Okay, bye.
No, essentially, like you guys kind of went a little bit into it with the whole rogue thing, but it's seriously like espionage. Where if like you're wanting to be reincarnated and say you're just like fuck it, I want to be an assassin. It is the perfect class to go into. Like I mean, the perfect species to go into. Whatever you're trying, that kind of assassination work, because you can turn into like the Emperor's advisor, stab the Emperor, walk out of the room.
Yeah.
Into,
Like I said, it's definitely an advantage. It is an advantage, but I don't think that it's like I said. I don't see it as it being any more of an advantage than the orc necessarily. It's just a different advantage. Like the orc has his advantage in physical ability, and the changeling has an advantage in stealth ability.
Now, would the orc's physical ability be canceled out, kind of, if the changeling turned into him and got the strength bonus because of the enhanced muscle you got by changing?
No, because he wouldn't get the comfort, like the comfort that the orc has using his own body and being able to fight with that extra mass and having the sword skills that he would have. Like I don't think a changeling turning into an orc would automatically be able to overcome the orc in a fight.
Oh, right.
I also,
Learning curve, like which learning curve of a new body. That
Yeah, like how to learn, how
can
how
use
to
one weakness.
Yeah, like how to use how to use it, like how even if he also like the orc's style and how the orc's body is specifically attuned to, like, let's say he has a two-handed axe, right? And how he's trained for years and got the muscle memory of using that two-handed axe, and now the changeling doesn't use two-handed axe. The changeling uses like two daggers or something, and now he's fighting with this giant orc body, and it's like, what the like it's not really attuned to the way he fights all that well. So I think there's, like I said, I do think you'd have to use it more cleverly. I think when I first said changeling, people assumed it's like just transform into anything and gain a bunch of powers and stuff, and it doesn't normally change that way. Changelings are generally not that overpowered compared to any other race. They just have like advantages in certain categories.
I also want to bring up this.
Guys, let Jim talk.
Go ahead.
Let Jim talk.
They're typically also not very well appreciated by the public, even less than orcs, I would say.
True.
Probably on par.
True, but the reason why I'm putting a changeling above an orc is an orc can't hide the fact that he's an orc. A changeling can hide the fact that he's a changeling and can actually travel throughout the land anywhere he wants and always fit in wherever he is, which is something the orc can't do. There might be places where the orc would go where they hate him enough to like try to attack him on sight, and there might just be places that he goes where they just kind of racist against him a little bit, and there's really nothing he can do about that. The changeling can, which is an advantage. I mean, as we go through this list, we're going to find a lot of characters who are going, a lot of races that are just going to straight up be attacked on sight damn near. And the changeling can more or less mitigate that weakness in a way that none of the other races can.
I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah,
as a factor.
Yeah, so I think it's an A. Does anyone think that he should be an S or like in B or somewhere else down lower?
I've been trying to figure out how
Future in the tier list, yeah.
Let the other guy talk. What's up, other guy?
Yeah, I've been trying to get everyone.
Not you, the first guy. Go, the guy who's talking before you. Go.
I believe it's Pawn Shop.
I don't know. High-pitched voice guy who sounds like he's way away from the mic. Speak. Okay, and we're going to move on then if you're not going to talk. Look.
Would that be me? I don't know.
Yes, Pawn Shop, it's you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just started complaining because for some reason I tried, as soon as I've got the stream up on my iPad, I just could not get anyone to hear me talking at all, and I couldn't figure it out. I had to leave and come back to get everyone to start talking. I had to start messaging Rouga. That's personally, direct. Like,
that's what you wanted to tell us.
I couldn't. I didn't know if it was something. If someone muted me or if something went wrong. I'm like, what?
It's fine. I got you. It's fine. Look,
you didn't have to.
Yeah, you didn't have to. You didn't have to interrupt.
$10.
Hold up, everyone! Shh the fuck up. I'm gonna start muting people permanently. I get that there's a lot of people in this room. I understand that. I get like how many. There's a lot. Okay, there's 14 people in this room. I understand that. When you hear someone else talking, stop trying to overpower them, okay? Shut the fuck up and let them talk. I'm okay if everyone shuts the fuck up to let other people talk. Everybody be polite, right? If everyone keeps fighting over each other, we've had 4 or 5 people all having, like, not just saying one sentence, but, like, saying whole paragraphs over each other and just, like, not stopping. I'm like, none of y'all can hear that y'all are all trying to talk over each other right now. I know y'all can hear it. So stop it. Stop being rude. Stop talking when somebody else is talking, okay? Also, whoever it was, Pawn Shop, please don't interrupt the stream to tell us some stuff that's not really that important, okay? You got in now. We can hear you now. It's cool. Let's continue on with the stream, okay? Everybody good? We're all on the same page? Okay. This is, like, I've done this before. This usually isn't that hectic. It's usually just a little hectic. I don't know what's going on today. It's a little more hectic than normal, but it's fine. We're going to find the equilibrium as the stream goes on, hopefully. We'll see how it works. Let's see. Jordan Meso. Being a changeling is great if you have the cunning to use it properly, and you can use illusion magic to copy exact features shapeshifting doesn't cover. Yeah, like I think it's good. It's good. I would say I think it belongs in A. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, that works.
Okay.
I understand your reasoning perfectly.
Well, does anyone disagree with that reasoning? It's okay to disagree with the reasoning and think you should go somewhere else. If people disagree, we can make a poll and then we can let other people decide. You know, if y'all think he's S or B or whatever.
I think I have the question. I have the question for the realms where they become hags. Is that a downside, an upside, or neutral?
I think it depends on the version, I would suppose, but I would assume that they would not become hags. I would assume so if you're going into it. Like, the idea is that you're this race. If you're becoming a hag, then you're not a changeling anymore. You're a totally different race.
Would
you know?
want to become a hag?
No.
I think he's. I think this is just shapeshift.
I think this is. We're just gonna say that's a changeling for now. That would suck if you turn into a hag, but I've actually never heard that. I don't know how many fictions that is the case, but
I only heard it in Pathfinder. Oops, sorry.
Okay, if it's it's fine. If it's only one or two series, we're not gonna say that's like a canonical thing across the board because I don't think that's the way it is in The Witcher. Like a lot of other places where I've seen changelings and doppelgangers, I don't think that's how it works. So. For now, unless I'm corrected, I'm going to assume that's not the case. If someone comes up and they're like, actually no, like in most mythologies they change into hags, then we'll move them lower because that would be a pretty Changeling is high A. I think A makes sense. Yeah, I think A is good. Okay, let's move on. Next up we have Fae, which is an interesting one. So this is actually one that's different in different mythologies. So some mythologies, more so fictional universes, consider Fae to just be all fairy woodland-like creatures. So like dryads would be Fae, elves would be Fae. Generally speaking, though, if you look back in the originals and what Fae actually is, they're basically fairies. They have an affinity towards nature magic. They can usually shapeshift. They can usually fly. They're fairies. They're fucking fairies. I think this is another one that's like really, really good. Their shapeshifting abilities are not as good as the changelings is, so I wouldn't put it up there. The ability to use nature magic is pretty cool. The fact that they're almost always bound to forests, I think is or woodlands in some way. I think is
how big are they?
How big are they? I think it depends on depends on the Fae. Some of them are just human sized. Some of them are super big. I know in Hellboy, there's a Fae who always is in the form of a man, and he falls in love with a woman, and the woman wants to see what he really looks like, and he's like, well, I don't want to show you. You have to promise, but like after years and years and years, she convinces him to show him, right? And he's like, okay, I'm gonna turn into it, but you have to promise not to scream, because in that universe, Fae actually had a weakness where if a mortal screams or shows fear in the sight of them, they lose all of their powers. So the Fae eventually turns into his real form, and he turns into this giant monstrous creature because Faes in that universe look like horrifying creatures. And the woman screamed on accident before she could stop herself. She immediately regretted it, but he transformed, he lost all of his power and all this kind of stuff. So they kind of differ, but the thing that's across the board with Fae is that they are woodland forest type creatures, usually have wings, usually have slight shape-shifting abilities, and are generally really well attuned to nature magic and healing magic. Also, they are oftentimes shown as tricksters as well. That's also an important factor.
Lizardman in chat said something that I was planning on bringing up too. Are we going to give them their European weakness to iron, or are we also going to give them that stupid weakness where they have to count grains of salt?
Well, the grains of salt is sometimes a Fae weakness, but it's also sometimes a demon weakness too. It's unclear where that originated from.
Well, see, with the Fae, they have to count it. With the demons, they can't cross it.
I would say the iron weakness, I think we should absolutely give them because it's consistent enough. Because actually, in the Hellboy story I was talking about, he defeated not that Fae, but he defeated another Fae actually using an iron horseshoe. So. Like, the iron one's actually super...
in The Witcher too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, iron is usually... And the idea is, and it's not just like, it can't be any metal. It can't be natural metals. The idea is that they can be damaged by things that are man-made and not natural, is essentially the weakness of the Fae, which is a super hardcore weakness.
Would you say that like a leprechaun is?
I was going to bring that up.
A leprechaun could be considered a Fae technically, but I put leprechaun as like not even necessarily like a fantasy type. I wouldn't put a leprechaun in this kind of environment, in like a D&D Lord of the Rings type environment. I kind of see them as like almost like a modern myth more so than like an old school. Like I always picture them wearing like the green suits and like, you know, with the top hats. It's a wrong time period of the myth. Same reason why I wouldn't put like Paul Bunyan in here. What's up?
Don't they also
I was just wondering, weren't the leprechaun made by a cereal company to like sell cereal?
I don't know.
If I remember.
No,
Leprechauns
They've
exist.
been around way longer.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're older. They're older, but I don't think they're ancient. They're a relatively new myth. New-ish, new compared to the other ones that are on the list at least. But
The leprechaun you're thinking of is from the Middle Ages. The original leprechauns are like 2,000-3,000 years old, and the myth is so old. But it's also been bastardized because the British basically killed all the original Irish history, so we do not know what the original leprechaun myth is.
Oh, well,
other
there you
than they were pretty much godly
England?
assholes who just took your shit like Loki. That's pretty much their myth.
I learned things today. Okay, so
Don't they,
based on everything,
don't they-
wait, let me finish what I'm saying. Based on everything that you guys I've talked about, maybe if you guys want to add some stuff, where do you guys think that
F.
a Fae? I wouldn't put it at F because there's some on here that are straight up
Like, oh.
awful. And the Fae does have a lot of really cool, interesting powers. I think that the iron weakness is pretty bad, but honestly,
If you
you're
burn down
hit,
their woods, they disappear too.
that's true. But
Would
also,
you say that?
No,
go ahead.
Would you say that a Fae could like grant wishes? Would you say? Or
No, that's not a Fae thing. Faes don't grant wishes. I don't think in any
So
fiction
they
that I've
count for it.
heard.
D&D, technically, the high Fae can like warp reality to give you what you want if you do them a favor. But it's
Yeah,
not
but
so
D&D
much
also
of a
has
great-
like space, like Cthulhu beings that come from another universe. Like
I mean,
D&D
nymphs
is
have
not,
really cool abilities.
Uh,
if you see one naked, you die.
Monsters are crazy. They have like a literal warehouse, which is the same as a werewolf, but with a house. Like
Yeah,
that's
like
not very.
That's not a real thing in D&D.
well, like let's think of it this way, right? Let's say that everybody in this room dies and becomes like a Fae, right? Think about what kind of life you would have, and if that life sounds like it's something that you would want. Do you want to spend all of your time in the woods, not really being able to leave the woods, just chilling and fucking with humans forever?
They don't leave
basically.
the woods
They now
Don't
if
say-
the woods is I think if they leave the woods they would lose their power, or if at least they would be far less powerful if they leave the woods. If the woods are destroyed, they would die, and also the woods that they're from, if it were to be destroyed, they would die. So if they ever leave and they're not there to defend it, someone burns down the forest or moves in, cuts the trees down, the Fae would die and not even know why, like just instantly fall dead and not be aware of it. You also have the fact that they're weak to like man-made shit. So if they go to like any industrialized town anywhere in the world, they would just be surrounded by their weakness everywhere. They wouldn't even like there's going to be certain like doorknobs they wouldn't be able to touch to open because it would burn their flesh the moment they touch it because it's made out of
You
man-made
can't
metal.
So then, would you say a valid concern is like deforestation, like cutting down trees, like the humans cutting down trees?
Not
and
if you're
all that?
there. Not if you're there and you could stop them. But like I
Yeah.
think anyone who's bound to a specific location, which actually the next character on here will also be bound to a specific location, is going to be a pretty big negative for me. Like I just don't want to be trapped. But I mean, hey, if you want to build like a crazy empire inside your fucking your forest area and become like warlord or guardian of the forest, that might be kind of cool for a little bit, you know. But
It depends how big the forest is. If you're in like a large forest, that
You
would
also
be a
don't
thing. But if you're
age.
stuck in like a very small forest,
I'm
you're
curious
stuck
if
with,
you'd
like,
be able to transfer forests. Like it's true. Like
Oh.
could you move from one woods to another woods and like take
So
you know?
That would be very.
some Fae some Fae are tied to very specific trees, like very old oaks, in some of the mythos. However, that's like damn it, what are they called again? The tree women.
Dryads.
Dryads, yes, thank you. Yeah, they're kind of stuck to a very specific tree. But other ones can pretty much like nature teleport, so it really depends.
Also-
Nymphs are usually stuck to very beautiful locations in
Also,
nature.
I
so-
would also argue that if you're a Fae and you become strong enough with your nature magic, you could probably spread the forest yourself and make it bigger.
Apparently,
If you grow your
That might
forest
be kind
and
of-
you connect your forest with a different forest, does that also count as expanding your area?
Yeah,
If it's a completely
and then you can
different
go to
forest
war
that
with
you grew
with that forest's Fae and be like, no, I'm taking your shit, bro. be like, this is the first ever expansionist Fae. It's like this is very human of you, Fae. We were supposed to be like peaceful, natural dudes. Like, nah, bro, I'm using my healing
Oh,
magic to
more
murder.
So they'd make great
For
druids. then.
domination, you make the world an eternal forest, so you can go anywhere
We're
you
taking
want.
over, boys.
Yeah, you basically be like what's her face?
The British
Poison
forest.
Ivy or something from DC. You basically be that, but like in a fictional world.
You become the
But-
British forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Honestly,
Don't.
I had a. Oh, sorry. Is everyone else talking?
no, go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue what you were saying.
I,
Yeah.
I
Go.
was gonna make a point for like a possible weakness, but honestly, talking about expanding the forest kind of I feel like counteracts that. Whereas like if someone were to come into my forest and just start burning shit down, unless I'm able to put that out quick, I would be screwed. But if I could just expand the forest. And just
Well,
make
they
a
have
new
they
one,
have well
They
they
have
have
like war.
they have nature magic, so it was like I wouldn't be surprised if they have like some sort of water magic or like the
You're
ability
also
to make
not
it
a-
rain or something like that that could help with the fires and putting the fires
What
out.
about like
Yeah.
war? What if like a human war like goes into their forest?
I would
they're
say you better get them the fuck out of your forest. Really. But well, it's also
Yeah.
again it's also going to be very heavily like this is your starting point. You're going to start off being a fae. You're going to have a natural inclination to improve your nature magic. You're just going to be better at nature magic than most people at learning nature magic, and you're going to have a couple of powers that you're just born with, like the ability to fly and things like this, and a connection to the forest. What you do with that, if you want to become a two-handed, barbarian fae, that's up to you. I mean, I don't think your race does not very easily fit into that build, but you can do whatever you want. So if you want to fight and become powerful enough to eventually start wiping dudes out and like going to war with the unnatural world, you can do that. It just depends on whatever you want to do. We're really only arguing for how awesome the starting point would be. Whatever you want to do with it after that point, that's cool. I mean, if you eventually get invaded by orcs and they tear down your fucking forest and kill you because you didn't fucking spec properly, that's your problem, bro. Like that's basically. Go ahead.
Don't Fae also typically carry the wickedness of if you know their name, you typically they lose their power against you per se.
Very.
Control 'em.
I've heard that before. I don't think that's very common. But I have
I've
heard
heard
that.
of
I
that.
have heard that before. But honestly, if that is the case, just don't fucking tell people your name. It doesn't sound that
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah,
But
well, if you never say your name, they'll
just
never be able
don't
to figure
ever
it out.
say the name. Like literally, never say it. Unless like Ryuk comes in there and light Yagami and shit. Like you don't have to worry about it. Like you're fine. You're good.
Hypothetical problem. A fantasy world invaded by Death Note.
Like bitches, this motherfucker. That's
Death
not
Note
fair.
crossover.
That's cheating.
Actually, if someone has mind reading magic, which
Like
would be
Yagami got reincarnated in the fantasy.
So I'll be.
If someone had mind reading.
I'll be honest. No, yeah, that's possible. I'll be honest. When I first started talking about this, I was thinking D. But with everything that we've talked about, it actually doesn't sound like that bad of a life, really. It sounds like relatively okay. I mean, you're not.
You could be like a forest hippie.
Yeah, I'm not much of a
I'd say
hippie,
C.
so I would probably still put it in D. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I can
That's
give
C.
I can give a really
Uh,
scary
I
thing
don't
that
really.
fairies
I
can
don't
do.
think I would want to be a fake.
I think
Okay.
it's
Scary
bad.
thing that fairies can do.
The moment you get there, you're on a clock. Because the moment rapid industrialization becomes a thing, you're fucked. The forest will
No,
burn.
you're not.
we
You're
will kill it,
actually.
iron. No,
there's a
rapid
lot of forest
industrialization
creatures.
will
Okay, I'm making a poll.
Really
I'm making a poll, guys. Now, anybody who's in the Discord is not allowed to vote in the poll. Okay,
Fair enough.
you're not allowed to vote. Only people who are watching
No cheating.
the thing can vote because you got the reason. And for people who have never been in this before, the reason why I do that is because you already have so much say in what happens. By like you can convince people to go one way or another by being here and talking. That I just think if all like 13 of us or however many of us are in here all start going and voting, we'll end up like pushing it to one side or the other, and it's just going to be unfair. Basically, whatever we decide is going to end up winning because there's so many of us in here. So yeah, just if you're in here, please don't vote. But anyone else in the actual Discord can vote. I'm not Discord in the stream can
YouTube
vote.
video.
I'm actually
Yeah, so that also does not mean leave the chat and then vote and then come back in. That doesn't work.
that does not count. Please don't do
That
that.
sounds. That's all.
That's
All I
some
heard is I
say the-
wanted to be kicked.
that's some vile shit.
Can I say the point I was gonna say about the Fae too? That's
Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of scary.
Please.
So imagine this: humans are invading your forest. You have like 10 or 20 really fast fairies with scalpels made out of obsidian, just chopping people up.
No, I mean there's a lot of cool stuff.
Just
Like
gritting.
you won't be born with these abilities. Some you will be born with, but like you won't be born. But like just having an inclination to be able to learn nature magic at a faster rate and better than any other, and being better at that nature magic than anybody else is cool. Like the ability to control wildlife, for instance. All the wildlife within the forest could be under your control if you become powerful enough. You could transform into a bear or some kind of giant bear monster, or like something that could fuck dudes up. Like, I mean, you could. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do. Like I said, it's just. I think it's cool. I just personally think the negatives are really, really harsh negatives, and I don't like the fact that I'm stuck to fucking forests forever. And if I ever leave the forest, I will be like super in danger of dying if I'm ever outside of the forest. That's a pretty big. Now, I'm actually surprised so many people are putting it in C. I still probably would have put it in D, but it looks like most people are saying
like
C.
druids.
I was thinking C because you could do the whole warlord and try and take over the world by making a infinite forest.
Yeah, but will you actually be able to do that? Because there's going to be people in the world who are like you're gonna think about it, there's gonna be demon lords and like massive hero guilds and all these different people who are going to stop you from doing that. And you're at the end of the day, you're still one Fae. You're not gonna start the series off. You're not gonna start at the beginning when you're born being the most powerful thing in the world. There will be massive threats within the world that you're going to have to overcome, and you're gonna have to level yourself up just like they did in order to get that far. And you'll be stuck in a fucking forest to do it. Like you're not even
grinding area though.
That would be pretty tough trying to level up. And then you
Yeah,
gotta think of
there's gonna be characters out there who are fighting legendary dragons on the top of mountains and shit. And, like you can't even go there. Like there's so much. Like you won't be able to get the best items unless it's in the fucking forest. You'll probably be pretty good at enchanting. I would suspect. Like you'd be a relatively decent magic user. I think physical wise, you're going to be very very. It's gonna be very one-sided physically. I feel like you shouldn't fight anyone physically,
especially if someone has cold iron or something like that.
Yeah, and if a dragon or fire magic person ever shows up in your forest, he's fucking your shit up. Like he's like you're done, dude.
Being able to beat a dragon.
Yeah, unless you found a way to like put that out very quickly, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're just.
I don't think you're. But like if you're an orc, like so far we've only done orc and if you're an orc or a changeling, you can eventually level up to be able to face off against a dragon. I don't think a Fae will ever be able to do that. They're limited by location and the fact that that's like it's just like they're just too weak to too many things. Like if an orc gets hit by a sword, it'll hurt him. But he's durable, and he could, he's like, I got armor, I'm good, blah, blah, blah. Literally, the touch of iron on your flesh of a sword would fucking, would sear your flesh without him even striking you with it, just touching you with it, which is a pretty bad weakness to have. It's when everyone around you is fighting with some kind of form of man-made weapon that's made out of some kind of man-made, metal.
That's why I bring up industrialization. Like while you're on a clock.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be. I wouldn't go into any. I wouldn't go into any industrialized, or even like not necessarily industrialized, but just any man-made town that's not made. It's made of anything other than wood. I wouldn't want to enter that place at all.
Actually, it's gonna be fair to the Amish. They still have iron tools.
So for like
for 1800s, you're fucked.
Future problem.
1800s.
Doug has asked the most important question. We haven't asked the most important question regarding the tier list. How big will our schlongs be? I would say that the orc schlong is very large. The changeling schlong could be large.
I made a joke about that earlier.
And a Fae schlong, I imagine Fae schlongs are small. I'll be honest.
It's instant F.
So would you say for like a Fae? Would you say for a Fae, like if they leave the forest, would they like physically die? Like if they're outside of their forest?
Not necessarily. I think that they would lose a lot of their power. I think they would get significantly weaker outside of the forest. Some of them are straight up bound to the forest. I would say that when you're born, you're probably bound to it. And then as you become more powerful, you could possibly get the ability to leave. However, if the forest ever gets destroyed, you're still dead. So it's probably better that you do stay there. And if you do stay there, you're immortal. So would you even want to leave? But
Wait, they are immortal.
Yeah, Faes are immortal. Faes are immortal.
Well, that's not massive.
Surely they have indefinite lifespan of the tree, but yeah.
Okay,
If
so
a Fae's
basically,
immortal,
for an
would you-
ultimate conclusion, from what I understand, basically, if you're just intending to like actually like accomplish things and fight people. A Fae is definitely not what you want to be. You basically, if you're just planning on just living your life and just chilling and just minding your own business and avoiding conflict.
If you want to do anything other than chilling in a forest and occasionally defending it, you don't want to be a Fae. Like, even if you don't want to go around fighting people. Like, let's say you're in this fantasy world and you're like, you know what, I just want to start a bakery. That's all I want to do is start a bakery. You can't do that as a Fae. You can't do that. You can't do anything other than this one thing. So you better enjoy doing this one thing, because that's really all you can do. You could try being the only Fae adventurer outside of your forest, but you'll be working, like, literally everywhere you go is going to be your weakness, essentially. So you're going to be working at a serious disadvantage. It's basically going to be the opposite of, like, Slime or Overlord, where they have, like, it's massive, like, it's like the most underpowered hero ever having to go up against a world they do not stand a chance against. So yeah, you might just want to stay in the fucking forest.
You could have Fae steroids.
Natural things that will be introduced to the world, being the more your weaknesses are.
But now, having said that, if you are immortal, or at least maybe not mortal, but like super, super old, if your age is the same as the tree, at least you have a large amount of time to level up. So you could just slowly, without all that much resistance, just kind of level up little by little as bandits enter your forest or different things enter your forest. And then over the course of 6, 7, 8, 900 years, you've become an insanely powerful Fae without people even really realizing it, because you've been fighting fucking level 5s for the last several centuries.
The equivalent of the guy in the MMO. It's just like grinding hogs in the beginning area.
Well, no, you wouldn't kill. Well, no, you wouldn't kill the hogs, because that would be killed. That would
hogs.
be. You can't. Because again, the whole thing is that you're like, you're connected to the forest, and if you're a Fae, destroying nature, you actually would be making yourself weaker.
I was just comparing, like in an MMO.
Yeah, like you actually technically shouldn't be able to fight anything. I think certain monsters you'd be able to fight, like slimes and things like that. But any like natural part, like goblins, I think you'd be able to fight. But any natural part of the world, like animals.
What if it's an invasive species?
That's probably. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask the Fae gods. Yeah, you're gonna have to ask them. That's kind of like what we do, where we're like, oh yeah, you could like let's go and hunt deer and shit. It's like, it's a quote unquote invasive species. Like, bro, there's like 100 of them. No, they're invasive. We gotta kill them. It's like you just want to shoot something.
Can you blame them?
No, I no, it's fun. Well, we're actually lucky here where I live, because we have nutria rats that are destroying the wetlands, and the government actually pays us to kill them. So we could just go out. Anyone could just go out with any gun they want, freely shoot the nutria rats, and they're huge. They're kind of like the size of capybaras, if you ever seen a capybara. But
goddamn super rats.
You shoot them and you put them down, and then you could cut their tails off and bring them to the government, and they'll pay you for killing them, because they're destroying the wetlands.
How much do they pay you?
I don't know. I've never turned in a tail. I've shot one before, but I've never turned in a tail.
I just get paid to kill people in general.
Fae is the definition of high investment. Okay, yeah, basically. That's
wrong.
So yeah, we got them at C. Everybody voted. They wanted C. I think this is one of the ones we'll probably come back to at some point when we have other characters, because I think there's going to be other characters that are going to go in C. They're going to very clearly be better than the Fae.
I think it's most likely going to end up getting pushed down to D.
I don't think it's going to be. Well, D. I don't think it's F, but I think it will be. Now this next one is going to be interesting, because this is like one of the most extreme cases of like the best strengths with the worst weaknesses. The next one is, now I have a fire elemental picture, but we could really just talk about any elemental at all. Basically, the idea of an elemental is a species of being that is born as the element that they are. Much like the Fae, they are restricted to the area that they are in, not necessarily because of the same reasons, but like, if you're a fire elemental, you can't go walking through a forest. If you're an ice elemental, you can't go on a tropical beach. You know what I mean? Like they're oftentimes they are restricted to their environment just because of the nature of their being. The fact that most of the time they can't be, they are completely immune to whatever their elemental is. So like if you're a fire elemental, you cannot be harmed in any way by any fire magic at all. But they are insanely weak to their opposite of their element. And overall, I just don't know if it would be awesome to be a being that's made out of an element. I just think that would really fucking
Unless
suck.
if you're like,
I have
unless you're
so there's
Earth
two.
element. Unless if,
Yeah,
unless
I
you're
was
like
gonna
an
bring
Earth-
that up.
Yeah, you just wouldn't be able to go out into the water. You just can't swim.
Yeah, fair enough, but
I'll
do you
say-
want? But the question is, do you want to be a giant fucking, not necessarily giant, but like a dude made of rock?
Well,
No,
I
because
got,
then
I
when
got,
life
probably
life
not.
appearances,
Probably
Probably
that's
not, no.
But here's
someone summon that they continually bring back. Are you a summon or naturally spawning?
No, you're going to be your.
But
No, you're not a
here's-
summon. People can summon anything. They can summon goblins if they want, but no, you're going to be just your race. You're just going to be born into nature. If you're an earth elemental, you're probably born in the mountains somewhere. If you're an ice elemental, you're probably born into some sort of snowy area. You know, fire elemental, you're probably born in a volcano, and that's where you start off at.
I think the ultimate elemental, air elemental, because you can go anywhere.
Yeah, you can go anywhere, you
Yeah,
can do
you-
anything, but you're still made of air. No one can see
Well,
you.
yeah, but like air, like how,
Wouldn't you be immune
like
to
imagine
physical
fighting
attack
while
if
you
you're
can't
air?
breathe.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it has the best positives, but the worst negatives. The best positives, and you're going to naturally be an extremely powerful being if you're an elemental. The negatives being you're made out of fucking element. Like if you're an like that's going to hinder you from doing so many things. Like how are you gonna go to the pub if you're British and get a bar and get like a beer if you're fucking made out of wind? You know, how are you gonna go through a stroll through the park?
You're rock, but none of the other elements you could go to the pub. No.
Well, I don't
Only
think rock. Well, I don't
maybe.
think rocks eat or drink either. I mean, you're made of rock. Like you,
Oh,
you
well,
likely,
none of them will eat or drink.
you likely, if you're
Oh,
a rock,
somewhere.
if you're a rock elemental, you likely can't even speak. Like, what would your voice even sound like? Do you have a mouth? Like, it's like they're
That's the thing.
you are literally an element.
Okay, but Ruga, that's
Probably
applying real-world logic to a fantasy creature.
Yes, but-
Many elementals can speak even without the vocal cords or like the proper anatomy
That's
to
why.
be able to
That's
speak.
why. That's why I
skeleton.
didn't say can't. That's why I didn't say you can't speak. I said can you even speak? Because there are versions that can and there are versions that can't. You don't know.
Well,
I mean, we can talk
yeah,
about
I mean,
it. But
it
the-
also depends on the version of the elemental, because like not every elemental is completely immune to their own element as well. There are some low-tier elementals that can be harmed by their own element.
I don't give a shit. That's bad writing. If you're made of fire, you're immune to fire. I don't.
You know, like talk?
Okay, but if I'm made of fire and somebody attacks me with demon fire, I'm pretty sure the demon fire will kill me.
Depends on
I
what is
think that's
what is the demon
part
fire?
of fire.
What is the demon fire? That's not. That's not.
Hellfire.
Made out of
That's-
spirit matter.
Wouldn't that just give you a strength boost? You know, make you even hotter?
Yeah, like if you're hitting. If I
Depends
if
on
I,
the
if I
depends
said
on the elemental and depends on the lore.
if I said you're immune,
you're
if
raw.
I said you're immune to fire, and then you said, well, I can use demon hellfire. Well, that's not fire, is it? That's hellfire. Like you're playing semantics. The fact is, if you're a fire
Whoa, whoa.
elemental, you're immune to fire. If you want to use some kind of special alternate magical bullshit fire that's not actually fire, then fine, whatever. But we're talking
The
like
only one I'll be
Well,
comfortable
would
with
you immune to rock?
isn't it
But
just
I-
rock on rock?
Would
I imagine rock on rock, you would still probably get hurt. Because it's still a
What?
physical
Yeah,
thing hitting. I think you'd be very, very. You just have a natural high
A dust
durability.
elemental.
what about like the elements of like the periodic table? Like what
Yeah.
about like
We're going
Like, what
Avatar
about-
here.
No, the
like
element.
what about like
no.
a radiation elemental?
No. An elemental. If we're talking about fantasy characters, fantasy beings, elementals are going to be the basics. They're going to be rock, air, possibly maybe like a storm elemental that's lightning and shit. That would be a pretty good one.
No
You know,
radiation?
fire. No, you're not going to have fucking radiation. Radiation doesn't even
The
like.
metal.
It's
Uh,
an element.
No, you got.
radiation
Come on,
is
guys.
shit.
Guys, where have you seen a metal elemental in an old school fantasy series? Like we're not making up
No,
new.
it's usually just metal.
Well,
golems.
things.
Iron
No,
Golem.
it's
It was
crazy
Warhammer
ones in hell.
Fantasy. They
Iron
got some
Golem.
armored
The golem.
Yeah, but
Armored golem. Yeah.
Warhammer Fantasy isn't like old school fantasy. It's there's
Fair.
sci-fi shit in there as well. Actually,
I mean-
D&D also has sci-fi shit. They're not fantasy. You're
Ruga, you got paid
that's
$20
fair.
to place it at the top of F tier.
top of F tier at least, because the only good thing about elementals is they don't need to desire sentience, food, water. I mean, if you're gonna get, I don't think it's. I actually think I would probably put it there anyway. To be honest with you, because yeah, maybe I would probably put it in D, because like I said, their benefits are really good. Like the fact that you're born made of fire and most things can't kill you, and you actually have like the ability, you actually have like natural inclination for very, very powerful fire magic the moment you're born, or earth magic, or air magic, or whatever you're doing. I mean, you're being born as a supremely powerful being, like the moment you come into existence. You just have all of these crazy downsides to just living your life normally. Like, it would be super annoying to be something like a fire elemental and not be able to go anywhere without burning everything down, or being in this giant earth elemental that can't grab things with your stupid fucking fingers that would crush anything you try. Like, it would just be such a pain in the ass to just live.
I mean, again, this entirely depends on like the elemental lore, but most elementals are born into a plane of their own element.
That is, you were saying most. Well, you must not have been here. We already said that. We said that a fire elemental would come and would be born in a volcano, an ice elemental would be born. But
okay.
I have two questions.
Separate thing.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
have two questions. So, first question, in regarding to being born as an elemental, what exactly would your motives end up being in that scenario? Because your biology and physiology, everything would change. And how you would interact with your
It would be whatever. Well, you wouldn't have a need for sex,
Okay.
so that would probably change a little bit. But whatever you do would be kind of up to you. I mean, if you want to go take shit over, you can go take shit over. If you wanna just chill in your volcano forever, or in your snowy wonderland or whatever, you can do that. Yeah. Wait, let me read some of these because they have a couple. I think a shadow elemental would be pretty sick. Yeah, but I don't think you'd be
Shadow
like.
and light would be cool,
I don't think they're like that's
elemental.
That's very rare. I think the odds of you becoming a shadow, like most fantasies don't even have shadow and light elementals. It's usually just the basic, avatar elements for the most part. It's usually fire, water, air, earth. Yeah, it's the basic stuff.
Fishy is really just out here carrying your stream, saying just put it in S tier with a $50 donation.
Why? It just started. Why would you want to ruin it already? Can you start ruining it at the end once we already have everything set? Fuck. God damn it.
No, it's going into S tier.
God damn it, dude. Okay.
I have to know. Or Daddy, rare elemental that's super powerful with no weaknesses.
Well, no,
like 0.
Well, no,
I'm gonna say shaman for class, and that's it.
Every element's gonna have a weakness. I mean, every element has an equal and opposite.
You could be the elemental king and have control over all the elements. You could be that. You could be that lucky.
That's not an elemental.
That's not an
Wouldn't
elemental.
ice be wind and water?
Ice would be ice's weakness. Ice's weakness would be fire.
If you were to be water, could you go through all 3 stages of solid, liquid, and gas?
Can you be the 3 stages of solid, liquid, and gas? Wait, if you're what?
Water cycle.
Water elemental, because you can freeze up and become steam and all that.
No, because you wouldn't be water if you're steam.
You'd be gas. You'd be air elemental if you go steam.
I mean, that's kind of the idea. Is that you'd be able to shift your elemental state.
No,
vapor's
not
just
if you're a water. Not if you're.
Form.
But it's not. But it's not water. If you're a water elemental, you're a water elemental. You're not an H2O elemental in all of the forms that it can take. You're a water elemental.
Is water wet?
So you wouldn't be ice, and you wouldn't be steam. If you want to be an ice elemental, you'd have to be ice. If you want to be a fire elemental,
could you maybe develop an ability
that's
where
the
you
rule
can
of
shift
this
your
Isekaied
form?
universe. Cool.
That's just the rule. We can't develop maybe to develop shifting
maybe
forms.
I think it would be possible. I think it would be possible in all of these for you to be born an orc and then possibly become a high orc. Born.
We're talking about if you were at the start of your.
But we're talking about going into the We're talking about going into the universe from the start. What you are, you're going to be an elemental. Whatever you do from that point, however you want to build your character as you level up, that's up to you. But if maybe it's possible that you have some sort of evolution into a higher form of elemental, sure, why not? But that's not the start.
If you were like a wind elemental, could you conjure storms and stuff?
I think that would be more like a storm or a lightning elemental more than an air elemental.
You could throw clouds together and make them turn into a storm, I guess.
How would you make it turn into a storm without also affecting other elements?
Would that necessarily?
You just throw all the clouds together, have it conform to hope that it gets dense enough for it to start raining.
Yeah, but you would just be hoping. You wouldn't be able to actually do it yourself. I think you can. But again, it's that's another thing, and this is one of the reasons why I was probably going to put it pretty low. Generally speaking, when it comes, if not generally, pretty much always, if you're a nymph, right, or a fae, and you have an affinity to nature magic, but you're not locked off on any other types of magic except maybe death magic. you'd probably be locked off. If you're a fire
You
elemental,
are welcome as an elemental.
What is our
on the-
sex
you
drive have
can't
to do with
use
this?
any other magic other than that goes outside of your element. That's a massive, massive problem for you surviving in this world. So like if you're a fire elemental or an earth elemental, you're an earth elemental who has a massive affinity to earth magic, but that's the only magic you can use. And if you run into someone who has the weakness to your element, which will be different depending on what universe you're in, that's it. Like there's basically nothing you can do at that point, and you're kind of fucked. So that's what I'm saying.
that is
But with,
fucked.
well,
I
with
have
Earth
so
magic,
many
you
questions
could,
about the rules to this universe that you're being isekai'd into.
Well, that's what we're saying.
Well, it's
We're talking about different variations of universes that you could be thrown into, but it would really depend.
Irrelevant.
But,
It-
I mean,
well, with
in
like,
like I understand not being able to learn elemental magic outside of your element, but why wouldn't you still be able to learn a higher form of magic like conjuration or
Arcane.
alteration, or like arcane magic that you learn through study? As an immortal being, like say for instance you're an air elemental, you have the ability to create tornadoes and move air around.
That's
sure,
air, yeah.
that's all well and good, but why not be able to also study books and learn the arcane magic?
Have you ever seen a
do they
fiction
even know
ever
common?
where an air or ice elemental was
Yes.
able to do that? Name one.
Yes.
Name one.
Well, the Forgotten Realms is a big one.
What is that?
D&D.
That's
Dungeons
the
and Dragons.
D&D realm, Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I think Dungeons and Dragons have killed the fantasy genre quite a bit. It's like
Well,
if you
no,
actually look
dude,
at the
that's
rules.
why I said specifically the Forgotten Realms, which
What's the
is
Forgotten
the
Realms?
original story. It's the original through story that was written by the creator of Dungeons and Dragons, that the tabletop system was based
Gary.
on.
Gotcha.
So
Actually, that was
it's the
Greyhawk.
story Gary Gygax wrote that Dungeons and Dragons eventually got based
So
on.
there are air elementals that can use like fire magic.
No, they can use arcane magic, so they can learn like the higher forms of magic. They can't learn other
Non-elemental.
elemental magic.
Yeah, there's non-elemental magic that exists that they can still learn because that
Also,
just does
So like an
stuff.
air
Al-
elemental
also-
can learn to summon a meteor, but so can a fire elemental or an ice elemental.
Also, if
They
we're
can all
gonna-
summon that meteor because it's a magic meteor.
if we're gonna pull D&D in, you could also have, you could have the anti-magic. Like they could learn anti-magic to like disable magic. Like they could create a cone of anti-magic, and nothing in that cone can cast magic.
Armored golems be considered? I mean, I think we already discussed this, but could armored golems be considered in this? And who is breathing into the mic?
I just sat up real quick. I'm sorry, I grunted.
You're good, man.
I
Is your
don't think
profile
iron is
picture
a gen-
Jesus? You look like an angry Jesus war daddy.
No, it's Kane from World of Darkness.
Okay, well,
Earth Elemental
yeah.
wouldn't be too bad because you can always learn stuff like Golem magic to make your own army, so that one still has plenty of possibilities.
which
But
one?
I do believe it's pretty limited on what you can do, especially at the start. Sure, if you have enough time, but also aren't elementals usually hunted down for their special resources? Like usually fire elementals have like a fire crystal.
That again also
Sometimes.
depends on the mythos. Like that's kind of why
There's
you
a
need to
couple
iron out
donations.
what you're using.
Yeah, you could have ingredients and stuff worth using, but you could also be worth using as a minion. And one thing I want to be mentioning is the idea of an armor golem, which is a thing, because armor golem,
The golem.
armor element. Yeah, it is a golem, but there's still kind of an elemental, the close thing to a metal one.
Well,
Oh,
a
no
golem.
elementals
No,
are
no, 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 no,
best.
no. So a golem, I actually I don't see it on the list, but I actually did put golem. I did have a golem. Golem is a separate race
Okay.
from two totally
Right.
different
Golem.
myths. A golem is from Jewish mythology. It's totally fucking different.
Right.
It's not from. It's not even. I mean, if you want to call it, it's technically from theology, not
From a
not
movie.
fantasy. No, golem is not. It's actually in Jewish theology.
Yeah.
It's in
Yeah,
there.
no.
There was a
Place
Jewish
servant.
Golem
movie made
is-
about a golem.
Wait,
Pretty
what?
cool movie.
Yes.
There was a clay servant that that you would put in his mouth the instructions that he would carry out for the day, and if you don't remove it and make it and allow him to rest on the seventh day, he will just trash everything. That's the whole mythos of the
Guys,
clay golem.
I don't know what you guys are talking about with this
Elaborate.
air
Actually-
elemental. I mean, I'm looking at the Forgotten Realms. I mean, obviously it's probably not the best research or anything, but I'm looking at the Forgotten Realms wiki, and they're all saying the same thing. There's a list of attacks here. They're all air based. There's nothing
dude,
here.
you're looking at the monster manual stat block.
No, I'm not.
No, this is something that's literally.
No, I'm not.
in
I'm on
the
Forgotten
fucking-
Realms wiki. They're talking about the they're from. There's got a whole description. They're from the prime material plane. They're talking about wild space and they're talking about the story of the Forgotten Realms and how these characters are used. And it also says that they're mostly a summons here, but they
Yes,
but
they
yeah,
are typically mostly
I don't see
summoned.
anything here. There's a list of powers. There's nothing here about arcane magic. It's all wind related, all of it.
Well, why do we have to limit it to that? Because we're being Isekaied, where we have our own personality, to where we have the ability to learn and retain knowledge outside of a standard elemental, which would probably have a different mind based on being just made of elements. Like we would have that knowledge, the capacity to learn. Why couldn't
Well,
we just use that?
you'd have the capacity to learn anything that would be within inside your race like anything else. Like I said, an orc can learn magic, but they're not as attuned to learn magic. So you would be much harder for an orc to learn magic if you were an orc, regardless of your mind, simply because you would still acquire the same stat traits. Generally speaking, elementals have from birth, they have insanely powerful elemental magic, but they're not capable of using magic outside of it. That's always been the way that I know it. And I mean, Dan is saying that it's not that way in the Forgotten Realms, but I just looked at 3 different websites and all of them said everything
look
was
up Genasi.
elemental magic. What is that? What is that?
Well, no.
It's
A
an
Genasi is a
elemental
half-breed. A Genasi is a half-breed.
That's a different
Genasi's
thing.
Genasi's are genies, they're not elementals.
Well, no. A
Genies are
Genasi is
elemental
more
too.
similar to a genie, but a Genasi is a half elemental, half humanoid. It's a crossbreed between any humanoid race and an elemental.
No, it's a
It's a half
crossbreed. No, it's not a
What
crossbreed
makes
between
that
an
happen?
elemental and a person. It's specifically a genie and a person. The genies in Forgotten Realms are elementals. That's
A
what it
Genasi
Jinn-
is not a
Jinns-
cross between a Jinn and a human. It is a
Yeah,
cross
well-
between an elemental and a human. There's
Well,
a
it wouldn't
difference.
matter. It
Genies
wouldn't
are
matter
iteration.
'cause we're
Genies are
pure-
an iteration of
pure
Jinn.
elemental.
Yeah,
Which are demons.
sorry, I apologize. I probably shouldn't have done that, but that is a kind of elemental race that can learn magic.
The
Yeah,
Jinn-
But I'm assuming
That's
it's
a
more
half
from the
elemental.
humanoid
We're
side,
pure.
not the elemental side.
Yeah.
But Jinn are specified specifically to be demon. They took over most of Middle Eastern mythology as replacing all their forms of demons and undead creatures as just tricksters, fiends,
That's-
and devils.
That's what we're saying in Forgotten Realms, where he's saying where they get the magic. That's what he's referring to is the genies, which in Forgotten Realms are elementals, not demons.
Okay,
Also,
I mean, kind of makes
oh,
sense.
Genies in the Forgotten Realms are a completely separate thing from the elementals.
I mean,
And also, the elemental that learned arcane magic learned it through extreme years of study, and it is just something that appears in like one book or one series. It's not super easy to find, and I'd have to go actually dig out my book to find it.
It would basically be
If we're
irrelevant.
talking about genies,
But I guess he's more of a
depending
plot
on-
device than anything. So
Depending on
Genasi-
based on
they
here,
can
what I've
achieve
seen,
anything.
it says that Genasi are a race of beings that were planet touched, and they're essentially humans that have elemental abilities. They are not in any way related to genies or elementals.
where did you find that?
2 different websites, both wikis. One's a Forgotten Realms wiki again, and the other one was, what was the other website that I looked at? It was
Oh, are you looking at genies or Genasi?
Genasi, and the other one
Genasi.
was D&D Beyond. It was D&D Beyond and the Forgotten Realms wiki. They both said the same thing, that they are humans that were planet touched, or humans that get the ability to use, or they were once
Plane
humans that
touched.
get the ability to use elements, but they're not elementals.
Plane touched, not planet touched.
Whatever. I think it might have been a typo or I read it wrong. I'm not sure. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, Genasis aren't on the list, so it's not relevant.
No, okay,
okay.
sorry. It's just
No, it's fine. No, I get it. I get it.
Like D or
Are we talking
FD?
about-
So I personally, I mean, Fishy already used capitalism to put him in S, but I probably would have put them in D, but like low D, because
you
of
still have
all of the
to
negatives that you have.
Specific
Wait, you almost forgot. They have no penis.
But that's fine. That's not okay. So that's only a huge problem because when you're born into
If you're a
that race, well, no, if you're born into that race, and you don't have reproductive abilities, you're no longer going to feel a requirement to reproduce.
They're born if they don't have reproductive abilities.
Yeah, like
how are they born?
Yeah, you just wouldn't have the same desires. You'd still be your mind and stuff. You would just be like, huh, for some reason I'm not horny. It would be like you wouldn't be capable of doing that, so it probably wouldn't be as big of a deal as you think it would be.
So
Overlord
the
rules.
penis thing is a good point.
Overlord
is a good point, though.
I feel like there'd be a lot of existential crisis to be had during these moments.
Well, I mean,
any of these newborn lives.
Yeah, the moment you were born and you realize I'm made of fire and I don't have a penis, or I'm made of earth and I don't have a penis, there would be like a bit of a weird getting over kind of situation. But I mean,
I like that's always a second thought.
Yeah, but if
I
you're
don't have a penis.
But yeah, that's like yeah. I mean, that would be. I look down. I look down and see that my crotch is rock. It's gonna be like, where's my penis? It's not gonna be like, oh shit, I'm rock. It's gonna be like, where'd my penis go? That's first thought. That's first thought.
Don't.
Immediate.
Priorities.
Even though you no longer have it and you confuse all other elementals on why you always cover that body part.
I think it's crazy how shows like Overlord and Slime, they never really been like, oh no, where's my penis at? Like, how is that not like the
Actually, no. In Overlord, that did happen. But the system that he got Isekaied with, it calms him down anytime he starts feeling too much lust and gets away from the skeleton race.
That does happen.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't like it.
It did.
I want my penis.
That's actually one of the first things.
You don't have to like it. That's just how it goes.
I don't like it.
That is kind of how it
I will be as upset as I want to be. Weird system that's making me calm. I want to be mad about my penis.
That's the thing. Like it calms down his emotions in every aspect. So like,
I've
dude
seen
doesn't
the
get
show.
angry. He's
You're
just
talking to me
cold
like
and
I haven't seen the show.
calculated.
I've seen the show. I've seen the show. I know about the show. Anyway,
No, you don't.
yeah, I do. I've seen the show. I've watched it. Anyway, wait, what's up?
Who?
I don't know. Someone add Dragonboard from Elder Scrolls to the list.
That's
I
not
mean,
a
you
race,
kind
that's
not
the
a
person who
race.
you
has
kind
a
of
soul.
well, I
It's not
mean,
a race.
he kind of wasted his money a little bit because I already have Dragonkin on here.
Well, also, the Dragonborn is a race in the Elder Scrolls. It's a race any other race. It's like a sub-race.
It's a dragon, race of dragon people.
Are there any Argonian or Lizardmen on there?
I
Dragon?
have Beastmen. Well, because when I was looking at races, there were so many animal-like races, lizardmen, all this stuff, that I just put them all into one category of Beastman, and it's just different animal hybrid creatures. It's just because there were so many. There were so many. There were lizardmen, bearmen, wolfmen. They had so many. I was just like, I'm not. Originally, I put minotaurs on here. And then I realized there were just so many different beastmen. I was like, you know what, we're just changing them. Just beastmen. Just beastmen. We'll talk about all of them. So we don't have to have, 50 species of different animals. Okay. So next up we have the Jinn. And considering that you're enslaved, that's probably going to be enough. It's probably going to
Can't you get enslaved?
Yeah, that's the Jinn.
You're enslaved.
If it's like a Wishmaster kind of deal.
One person at a time, please. Let the guy who's talking right now. Go ahead. Keep going.
If it's like a Wishmaster kind of deal where it's like, oh yeah, you have unlimited power, but you're only limited to like when someone asks for a wish, so you can't really use your power. Like, yeah, you can use it, but not to like the extent that you want to.
Can we get a monkey's paw, people?
I do want to bring
Monkey's
this
paw?
up.
Yeah. Like, are we gonna screw people over with the wish that they ask from us? Can we do that?
Yeah, I
You
mean, I
can,
imagine you can. Yeah, if you want to be like a dick Jinn.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bump that up to
If you want to be an
D-rank at
evil
least.
bastard.
You can screw over the people enslaving you. That's gotta be worth something.
I do want
Can't you
to
pull
bring this up.
get them to free you, and then have your powers and be free?
Yeah, just make the first two wishes so bad that it's like just all right, just you go free, leave me alone, please. Just,
Or
yeah.
you can ask. This is what you do. If you are under servitude, you ask the people making the wishes. You say, I'll give you 2 free wishes, but you have 3 wishes. I'm gonna give you 3 wishes, but on your third wish for me to be free. and I'll give you the 2 free first ones. But on the third one, wish for me to be free. And then if you wish for me to be free, I'll give you whatever you want after that. And if they spend their first 2 wishes wishing for stuff that they want, and they spend their third wish on themselves, make that last wish fucked up for them.
All right.
Yeah, really punish them.
Also, this begs the question, because in a lot of mythologies, once the genie goes free, they lose the ability to grant those wishes.
Yeah, they lose
They
a
take
lot.
on a mortal life.
They don't take on. Well, that's true, but most djinns, especially in fantasy worlds, when they're disconnected from their prison, they're just. I mean, they might not have all of their power, but they're still very, very powerful magical beings. I mean, that's generally the case. That's generally the case in fantasy, and if you want to go to mythology, like Islamic mythology and stuff, where it actually comes from,
It's just like a demon, yeah.
they're just like demons. Yeah, they just have power.
They don't even necessarily grant wishes.
Well, no, they don't always screw you over. They have the in Islamic in Islam they have the capacity to be either good or evil. They're not demons, not really. Well, I'm saying they're like demons, but they're not really demons.
You know,
some of them. The closest
like...
comparable thing. I think the main reason why they're compared to demons is when Islam came in, they began to shun people who actually worshipped jinn, and saying it was a bad thing or a bad idea to do, if I'm not wrong. But I don't know why you're saying they would be inherently kept in a bottle or something.
I don't think it'd be inherently kept in a bottle, but it's a common thing to happen.
It is a common thing, and I will admit they do have weaknesses. Like the iron thing, it isn't as violent as the Fae, where they'll just burn, but they can be contained by iron and all that. Silver with lamb's blood will kill them. Salt's commonly used in rituals against them.
Oh yeah, salt is like a
living forever in fear of being re-enslaved wouldn't be fun.
Granted, that's usually meant to keep them out of things, not to usually trap them, but it could be used to do so. Of course, you're gonna have to set that up.
Yeah, that'd be challenging
So
as hell.
Yeah.
So then if you got free,
that's 3 weaknesses. The iron one
That's
isn't so drastic.
Yeah, but that's a lot compared to everybody else.
So if you got free as a genie, like you walk around as like a normal person, if this is like D&D or whatever, you could still like learn magic and stuff like that.
Yeah, you are a magical being.
You're just a human at that point with a new life.
They also commonly shapeshift. They do a lot of things that a lot of the other races.
Would you have blue skin if you got free still, or?
I mean, I don't think we're totally
Oh well, I mean, at that point you're a dudgeon.
Yeah,
I was gonna say if it's D&D, each of their skins kind of different because there's different classifications of djinn in D&D.
Yeah, I know. We're not sorry. I keep sorry to keep nerding out.
All your powers.
It really seems like when you have the best of your powers, you have to give it to someone else. So it really doesn't seem like we can get it much higher than D tier. If that.
Okay, so here. Okay, so I just looked it up. The things that can kill a djinn. And it says here that they could be killed by brain damage, which is weird. That's just a weird thing to be on there. Yeah, if you crush their fucking skull, you can kill them. Oh, thank you. But they also can be killed by a silver knife dipped in lamb's blood. But also, mythologically speaking, they are stated to be able to be killed by any high-tier demons, Nephilim, Seraphim, or basically any magical being that is stronger than themselves. So essentially, in this video game universe, if you're a djinn, you can essentially be one-shot by any character that's 1 level higher than you, and it's magical.
It did not say one.
It said stronger. No, it says stronger. It says they can be killed by any. Well, I mean.
But you can still put up a fight against it.
I mean, you
the
can put up.
Djinn's not just gonna let a Seraphim kill it.
No, but if it gets hit by it, well, no, because the way that djinn works, if it gets stabbed by a silver dagger with lamb's blood, you don't have to kill it you don't have to stab it in a place that would normally kill a person. You just have to hit it. It's like it is an activated type of thing. Here, it specifically says powerful beings like Seraphim, high-tier demons, and Nephilim can kill them. They have the capacity for their magic. They essentially have the ability to kill them. I mean, that's if they want to.
I have the capacity to kill a bear. It doesn't mean I don't have to fight it.
You don't have the capacity to kill a bear. I can tell you right now, you do not have the
12
capacity.
gauge.
That's not him killing a bear. That's a shotgun.
Wait,
12
wait,
gauge.
but
That's a
he
different
still has the
situation.
intelligence to make a gun that can overcome the weaknesses.
He doesn't
which
have
is
the intelligence to
advanced
make a gun.
technology.
He does not have the intelligence
Okay,
to make a gun.
that's just rude.
rips out its lungs.
Yes, but you're Canadian. You
I
guys
can
don't use
guarantee
guns.
he does not have the intelligence to make a gun. I will put money
Yeah.
that he cannot make a gun.
Dan, I would
Okay,
honestly
fuck
defend
you.
if you were American. I would honestly defend you if you're American.
Well, also, in all fairness, for the whole bit of the weaknesses, that's specifically Seraphim and high-ranking demons.
It says
How
high rank.
often are you
It says
gonna
high.
run into
Well,
one of them?
well, it says high ranking demon. It says well, this is like a fucking AI Google thing, so it's
Yeah,
not particularly
yeah.
accurate. But as examples, it gives Seraphim, high ranking demons, and Nephilim. Nephilim are not like high ranking demons or angels or anything. A Nephilim is
They're
just
not really demons.
a
They're
Nephilim.
like-
A Nephilim are just a Nephilim. It depends on the mythology, but it can oftentimes just be a mighty human with some kind of other higher being's blood. Sometimes they could be fallen angels. Sometimes they could be the children of gods or the children of demons or whatever. But they're basically they're basically powerful half-blooded magical creatures.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
main, and like the
Unholy weapons
very
are
unholy.
in like the
holy
Bible,
or,
they're
or
basically
unholy.
One person,
they're-
please.
in the Bible, the Nephilim are basically they're the what is it? They're the dog.
Mighty men of renown.
They
no,
are.
they're the-
It's very
they're the
unclear.
children of.
No, it's very unclear.
They're the children of the fallen angels, and
No, they're
the
not.
fallen
It's
angels.
it's
Sons of
very
God.
it's very unclear. It's extremely
Well,
unclear
it's in the
what
book
they're.
of Enoch.
No,
No,
it's
it is-
no, it's
it
not.
is
It's in the Bible.
In Genesis, it does say the sons of God did take women
Yeah.
and bore the Nephilim. That is confirmed, but we don't know.
But it did. But
much
we don't know
about
what the
them other than
sons
being
of
mighty
God
men of renown.
is. We don't know what the sons of God
But
are.
the fallen
Yeah,
angels are
technically
cast out
Adam
of
is a
heaven.
son of God.
We don't know what that means. We're like
The
we guess.
terminology specifically when it comes down to like the actual Israel country, they go off. They can say that they say they know the ancient Israel dialect and what is it? Fucking metaphors in terminology. When the terminology "son of God" is used, that's usually referring to angels in the Bible by their terminology because they have a
However-
specific letter in the Bible that is used in that context that has angels in it, something along those lines. That's yeah.
However,
That's how-
the other issue with that is using the Islamic using the Israelite translations. Sons of God can also be taken to include man and son of Adam. So it is incredibly
Yeah, but-
unclear what creates a Nephilim.
Yeah, but also
in
like
the
they also use
context-
like children of God as well.
Yeah,
So, I
this
mean-
they tend to say
Isn't
yeah.
getting
children
a
of God,
child
but-
of God?
Yeah, they usually call they don't the specific term "sons of God" from what I usually understand in my teachings is always referring to angels, and when it comes down to referring to men, they say something like children, saints, or yeah.
Followers.
I'm not saying that you can't give good arguments for why they are. I'm saying that it's not entirely clear. I mean, the way it's
That's fair.
described in the Bible is the sons of God and the daughters of men came together and created the Nephilim. And the Nephilim, the word Nephilim can mean fallen, or it can also mean giant. So we're not even sure if they were giants or not, based on the translations. Like they may have been giants, but they also just may have be called the fallen. It's like I said, it's kind of unclear, and it's literally like 2 sentences in the Bible. We don't see anything, like nothing else. So it's not enough to say for sure what they are.
The Nephilim, there was one more piece of information about them. They were specifically named as the mighty men of renown, which to how I've translated that is all the people like Hercules or any other man who is said to be half god, half anything to be that was
Demigods.
a Nephilim.
Yeah.
That was really a Nephilim.
Which
I mean,
would
you already
undo
said-
which would undo the
Right,
whole
yeah.
which would undo the whole giant thing.
I mean, they were still.
Well, they could be
what was
giant
his
as a
name?
demigod.
Yeah, Goliath, who was 9 feet tall. He was technically a giant, but he was
He's-
Nephilim, and he had
well,
bigger brothers.
he wasn't stated to be a Nephilim. I don't think he's ever stated to be a Nephilim in the Bible.
I'll need to double check that.
I think you can. I
What's the
think you can.
likelihood of you running into them?
The likelihood of run. Well, if we're, well, like I said, those were just 3 examples. It's not. Those aren't the only things that can kill it. It's just a higher magical being would be
That's
able
what
to
I meant,
kill a
like-
Jinn. So, I mean, technically, a Fae of higher level should be able to kill them. I mean, as long as it's some sort of magical being. That
Yes, but if they have the capacity to kill them, does that necessarily mean that they can just like outright wave their hand and it's gone, or do they actually have to fight the thing and win?
Oh, it depends on the spell. In terms of a silver dagger covered in blood, that's an instant kill.
Yeah, that is.
Only if you
instant
can
kill.
actually land the hit.
Well, yes,
True.
that's what an instant kill would be. You'd have to land the hit. I can't instant kill you with a katana if I don't actually slash you with it. That's not even an argument against what I said.
But also, that kill me with a katana regardless.
I can kill you with a katana. Get over here. I guarantee you I can kill
You
you.
can kill me with a katana. You can't kill me instantly with a katana.
I can absolutely kill you instantly with a katana. I guarantee. I can
throat?
at
Not
100%
really.
kill you
Well,
instantly.
you'd have to get like a neck.
Alright, guys, coming
I-
soon to Ruga's members only. Dan gets killed with a katana
Yes.
instantly.
People are gonna say cut his head off. No, you don't cut his head off. You cut him through his head, through like the middle where the brain gets sliced in half.
I'm not gonna
Well, that's
lie to you.
hard to do.
I've seen a lot of work on how deadly swords and katanas are, and I can guarantee you, with the right structure and force, a head is coming off in one clean strike.
Oh yeah, we know it. No, I don't
Yeah.
think that's what he's arguing. I think he's arguing that he's trying to be a smart ass and argue that he won't instantly die, but like even if I cut his head off, he'll still be alive for a few seconds. That's what he's trying to argue. He's being
I
dumb.
do, I do want
I'm
to say
being
this.
semantic
You'll be
because
alive
I'm being
long
a
enough
dick.
to get one word out. You'll be alive long enough to get at least one cuss word out.
Not if his head gets chopped off, it won't. He can't speak.
Yeah, your vocal
Yeah,
cords
you're
will be
able
intact.
He's
to
done.
have vocal cords anymore.
He's done.
I-
Yeah. But
I do.
go
I
ahead.
do want to mention.
What
It
about-
always.
Let him talk.
It says it on. It says it on the sides of both holy and unholy magic. The Fae really don't go into either of those categories.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't
regarding
necessarily
the
say. Well, it
Jinn.
doesn't necessarily mean it. Well, it doesn't necessarily say holy or unholy. In Islam, they can be killed by higher beings, but in Islam, there are only holy and unholy. That's all that exists. So it's like
Well, then why do you
they
think
can't be
they
hit
would-
by fucking nature magic in Islam. So because nature magic doesn't exist, it's not a thing. So it's like if you put him into a world where there are other magical beings, the inherent assumption there would be that that magical beings should be able to kill him. There's no evidence that only angels could kill him. I mean, just the fact that they're Nephilim means that it's not necessarily only angels. You know, it's not necessarily holy.
no,
A Nephilim doesn't use holy magic.
Well, a Nephilim is a quote unquote slight. It's pretty much a half
fallen
angel would be the best way to describe
Not
it.
necessarily. We just talked about all this, but not necessarily. But even if
Yeah.
that were the case, if a Nephilim was a half angel, that doesn't mean Nephilim is using holy power when it fights. Especially considering that technically,
Well, I
if you
mean,
guys want to say that, even if it
well-
was the son of angels, they would be the son of fallen angels. They wouldn't be the son of like actual angels.
Yeah, the fallen. Yeah.
So they wouldn't
Well,
have
in
any.
the
They
Enoch,
wouldn't have any
that's-
connection to
I was
God.
about to bring that up. Yeah.
Well, in the Book of Enoch, that's what they did. Like they were.
We're not
cast
talking
out
about the
and
Book of
they went down
Enoch.
to
The Book
Earth.
of Enoch is not a part of the Bible. It's a totally different.
Allegedly.
Well,
Not
it reads like
electively.
a fan fiction.
It does. It conflicts with several parts of the Bible. It's like tons and tons of parts. It makes no sense.
It reads like a fan fiction of somebody who really just wanted Jesus to be a lot cooler.
And it came out hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years after the initial Bible was written and put together. Like it's not. The Book of Enoch is a totally different thing. The Book of Enoch is viewed the same way as like the Book of Mormon is. It's like it's so out there. But
You're talking about Mormons?
what?
No, this isn't South Park. We don't need to talk about the Mormons.
I mean, I don't care. We can talk about the Mormons. I don't hate or love the Mormons. I'm just saying I don't consider the Book of Mormon to be any part of the Christian Bible, just like I don't consider the Book of the Enoch to be any part of the Christian Bible. They're a totally different, separate fan fiction-y thing. Just like it's no. But anyway, to get back on point, I think that if we're going to put this in a fantasy world, I think to say that the Jinn has a significant weakness, if you want to be fucking like weird, Dan, to any sort of magic from any sort of like basically he could be harmed by any magical being or any being of higher level than himself, essentially. Like it's not really that. It wouldn't really be that difficult to kill him.
Doesn't that weakness just kind of apply to everything, though? Like, if
No.
I'm weaker than a magician can kill me.
No,
Like,
That's
vulnerable.
how that
Not
works.
just
no,
vulnerable.
no, it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't be because this would be more like if you're a mage that's a level below another mage, but you have very, very high magical resistance. That mage isn't going to be able to harm you. If a djinn was, that mage would be able to harm him. It doesn't matter what his magical resistance is because he automatically has a weakness towards people, magical beings who are higher than him. He's going to naturally not have a resistance to anyone who's stronger or any higher magical being. It would be the same way like how a fire elemental would be weak to water magic. You know, it's like you can a weaker water elemental will be able to do massive damage to a stronger fire elemental because he's just weak to that form of damage.
I just thought of this. You're kind of just the middle management of divinity.
What?
Not even high middle management. Like you're pretty low on the totem.
And you could be fucking trapped. And you have a massive weakness that you could be trapped and enslaved for potentially thousands of years. Pretty big.
Yeah, you can get lost and stuck in your bottle. That would suck.
Wait, let me read this. Let me read the super chat. When Nephilim, what Nephilim are we talking about? Are we talking about the Nephilim that are demon angel hybrids, or Nephilim which are angel human hybrids? Yeah, we just talked about all this for a while actually, but it's Nephilim are. We're not talking about Nephilim. We're talking about Jinn, but Nephilim, depending on the fiction and even in the Bible, it's arguable what they actually are. A lot of people go with the idea that they are fallen angels. They may not be. The only terminology that's used is son of God or the sons of God, which could be all sorts of different things. Also, by saying sons of God, does that imply that all angels are dudes?
Yes.
Technically, they're all masculine and they don't have genders.
Well, they're not.
Well, if they're being called sons and they're impregnating women, then they do have a gender.
No, I mean that's fair. Yeah, I guess that's. I guess I've only ever taken that idea they don't have genders by something my stepfather once said. So I guess you got a point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to say if you're going with the idea that the Nephilim are the children of angels coming down and impregnating, and the sons of God are angels, then you have to say that they're boys. They're all men.
There is the possibility that they can take on. Hang on, there is a possibility they can take on a body that does have genitals to do the act because they can turn into animals and other things.
This isn't Norse mythology though. There's no Loki going on here.
Yeah, but you're still calling. But there's that's actually
turn into other animals.
That's actually not true because the book of Genesis with the serpent that is literally a demon coming and turning into a snake to tempt a mortal woman, which is very
not to sleep with her.
I'd have to look at. Does the devil ever slept with somebody in the Bible? I don't think so.
Yes. The devil. Well, the devil creates the Antichrist. In the Bible somewhere, I don't remember the passages, but the Antichrist is born of. It's either a demon or it's the devil and a woman. So it might not even be the devil himself. It might just be a demon.
I'm trying to think if there's like a story. Yeah, no, but I'm trying to think if there's a story where the devil has already like come down and been like, "Hey, bitch, hop up there on the counter." And like if that's ever like happened, I don't know. I don't think the devil's not a very he's not a very sex-filled, lustful being. I don't think based on what the Bible shows.
He's all about pride.
Yeah,
he's said to be very depressed, and his pride is like a mask of it because he is insane. He's just going insane because he knows he has no hope of anything good going for his future. So he just wants to drag every mortal being down.
Yeah, he knows that God is never going to accept him back.
Never going to forgive him. Someone explained to me that when Jesus said, "Away with you, devil," in the temptation moment, he specifically said that so that the next phrase didn't cause the devil to repent and worship him again.
I've said this for a long time, but I actually think that Judaism makes more sense than Christianity overall as a religion. I'm not either, but I've always thought that Judaism made more sense when it comes to certain things that they believe about the Bible and the way it works. Like the relationship between God and the devil does not make sense to me in the Bible, where it's God created Satan and then Satan wronged him in some way, which it's even questionable how he did that, because there's so many different characters in the Bible that could or could not be Satan, because there's so many different names that are used. And then the devil was casted out, possibly because he may or may not be the great dragon. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. And then, like, he's this dude who just keeps going around tempting people and doing all this awful shit, and God just allows it to happen. And it's like, God, why don't you stop this dude from doing this? You know, you clearly... He even comes and tempts Jesus. Jesus like, stop, leave him alone. Like, he's clearly a bother. There's no evidence in the Bible that, like, Jesus wants the devil around other than him just not destroying him. And then, but if you look at Judaism, the devil is not an evil being. In Judaism, the devil is an angel that was created by God for the sole purpose of testing God's people. So, like, he's essentially, like, and in Judaism, Jews are God's people that are meant to go into heaven. And the devil will continuously test Jews, which, I mean, based on history, seems pretty fucking accurate. they've had it pretty rough.
Here's a question.
What's
You think,
let the guy ask the question first. Go ahead.
Yeah. You think that Lucifer regrets going against God?
In the Bible, I mean, well, first off, in the Bible, he's not Lucifer.
What about Lucifer Morningstar?
Lucifer Morningstar is a totally different character. But no,
so wasn't this a tier list
in the
discussion, not a
Bible?
religious discussion?
Lucifer does not exist in the Bible. He wasn't added. I mean, he might be added now, but originally Lucifer was in a story called Paradise Lost. Yes, thank you. Paradise Lost. He was in a book. It was a book written called Paradise Lost that was a exploration of the devil, and it created the character of Lucifer, and it made Lucifer the great dragon, and connected Lucifer and the devil and Satan all as one person, and he did this whole story about the fallen angel and all this kind of stuff, and that was the story of Lucifer. If you read the Bible, the story of Lucifer's not in there. There's a story about a great dragon being tossed from heaven. There's a story about the devil and all the different things that the devil did. There's actually no story saying that Satan and the devil are the same person. They could be totally, because all Satan is a word that means adversary. So every time Satan is used in the Bible, it might not necessarily be a person or a specific person. It might just be referring to some kind of demon or some kind of evil being, not necessarily the devil. So in the Bible, we see the devil, we hear of the beast, we hear of Legion, we hear there's a bunch of different villains in the Bible, and we just, for the most part, kind of put them all. I mean, we don't put Legion and the beast in the same category, but many of these characters were just like all make it one dude. But there's no evidence that the devil and the great dragon and Satan are all the same person.
That's fair. But on the point of Satan and the Great Dragon. So the Great Dragon was metaphorical to the idea of a rebellion in heaven. So who that could have been anyone. And you're right about Satan just being any adversary. But I do want to bring up to the idea of the devil being God's chosen angel to test the Jews. There is a specific phrase in the Bible known as the mystery of iniquity, which addresses the fact that we do have no understanding to why any evil came about. But I have been a part of teachings that discuss the idea that angels do have free will and unique personalities, and that when they act on that incorrectly in heaven, it has eternal consequences. And so that's the case for, Lucifer.
Well, what did you read that from? Because I don't think you read that from the Bible.
Can I?
This is based on a discussion we've had about angels, because angelology itself is really not discussed at all in the Bible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Judaism and the Torah generally go into it. Like, there's actually a hierarchy of angels. They go into way more detail of the purpose of all the angels, what the angels are, and all that. A lot of things that people say about angels and the structure of angels, they're actually getting from the Torah. They're not actually getting from the Bible, because the Bible doesn't really explain it a whole lot. And apparently the Bible and the Torah are supposed to technically conflict, since the Jews don't actually believe that Jesus is even the Son of God. They just think that he was essentially a revolutionary who pretended to be the Son of God and stuff. I don't know. I've just always looked at Christianity and Judaism, and overall, I think that Judaism makes a little more sense.
The Jews see Jesus as another prophet, not as the true Son of God.
They don't see him. They don't really even see him as a prophet. Most Jews see him as a revolutionary. They don't, because a prophet is somebody who hears the voice of God. But the fact that Jesus was declaring himself as the Son of God, which the Jews don't believe he was, would actually not make him a prophet, because a prophet, in their mind, a prophet would never claim to be the son of God, since like God would not allow a guy to pose as the son of God, essentially.
Can I ask about something real quick?
What's
And this is sort of asking more about the Jin thing.
Yeah,
We
go
never
ahead.
actually brought up the abilities of the Jin outside of the whole wish granting.
I mean, he has a lot. I mean, he
They do.
they essentially have like reality warping abilities and creation abilities.
Yeah,
It seems like
they
that
have-
seems like to be
They have,
the most part. But again, you would still have to level up to acquire. You would still have to level up and acquire those abilities. You would still start off as a shitty, weaker Jin that has to grow into your Jinness. So it is like you. I mean, yeah, you can
No.
eventually become that powerful. But I mean, I don't know what a weak Jin would look like. I would.
How would you start? That's my main thing, because I would take, because the only understanding that I have for genies is that they would start off in
Just a full
in a lamp.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, it's very common for genies to, because there are people that specifically go out to hunt jinns so that they can trap them in things, so that they can get the things they want. So it's common for them to be trapped, but they're not born trapped. And they also don't have to be in a lamp. They could be in a jar. They could be in any container.
They can be in a ring.
Okay.
I've never heard that one, but I've heard they could be in any sort of. They could be bound to any containment thing that they want to be bound to, and then they have a master, and they're and also I believe the 3 wishes thing is bullshit. I think they could just wish as many times.
It tends to be unlimited wishes.
Yeah, it's just if you bind a genie, that genie's just your servant forever. And it has to do what you do.
They just typically are really bitter and will just frick over your wish as much as possible.
You can, yeah.
That's
So
the Legend of Solomon.
So
you got kidnapped and then enslaved.
I
Of
would
course
say
it'll be bitter.
I would say this. I mean, okay, you will have people hunting you, trying to take your power and make you do, which is going to be that's a negative. You know, I don't know if that's a massive negative if you're not going to start off in the jar. Being more hunted is a negative. You will be a naturally more powerful being than most beings just from birth, which is pretty good, and most things can't kill you, which is also pretty good.
I mean, you do have shape-shifting, so it is a bit harder to try and hunt you down and capture you.
No, because the people who are hunting for jinns know how to do it. and you have to assume that there's probably spells that would exist in this world that allow them to see through certain illusion magic and shape-shifting magic anyway. And for the changeling, where you're kind of unassuming, I don't think that's going to be an issue. But if you're a jinn that's being hunted, it's probably going to be a bigger issue. So I don't know. What do you guys think? B maybe?
I'd say
yeah, B would be all right.
Big downside.
You get a lot of stuff.
Get a lot of stuff, but being constantly hunted and wanting to be enslaved at all times throughout your entire existence is a pain in the ass.
It depends how.
Very likely.
I
up?
want to point out something here that's really important. You have reality warping magic, and you're probably going into a fantasy style thing with modern day technology and knowledge of modern day technology.
No, it's not modern. Well, yeah, you would have. I suppose you would have knowledge of modern day technology. I suppose
that's the point. So you can make that stuff with your reality warping powers, well, fully knowing how it works, and it would just work. And
you don't fully know how it works unless you do. Like I wouldn't be able to make a toaster from scratch if I don't know how it actually works.
No, but what he's saying is because you have the reality warping ability, you can just summon a toaster since you know what a toaster is.
Not necessarily. Not if you don't know how it works.
Exactly. Yeah, how do you summon a toaster exactly?
Why would you know? Why would you be able to do that? Like Jin can generally make the wishes of other. Like the reality warping that people usually ask for is like, I want to be a king, or I want to do this or this, and they alter shit in that way, which is and oftentimes it's not like I want to be a king, and they literally alter reality to make him a king. They'll usually give him lots of money, maybe a bunch of summons that'll follow him around so he could take shit over. They won't usually just be like, I'm going to alter time itself and your bloodline to make you a king. They kind of like they might make the entire kingdom erase their memory to think that you're the king or something. Like they kind of get around it to get you in that situation, but they don't just. I don't know.
Limitations.
What's up?
What you're trying to get at is that they do have limitations to the amount of reality warping that they can.
They are always shown to have limitations, always, and even in Islam, they're shown to have very clear limitations on what they can give you and what they can't. Like if that were the case, Nick, go
You'd
ahead.
probably be able to make something that would work like a toaster somewhat, but it'd probably still be through magic and not technology.
I don't know.
I mean-
I guess it would depend.
Probably.
I mean, I
Could,
would
like-
say.
I honestly, well, I
under
mean, if you're talking about like this being a world with a specific magic system, you would probably be bound by whatever that magic system is. So there might be like some form of creation magic where you can create certain things and do certain things like that, and that would be cool. And you would have a
Well,
greater ability to do those types of things. But I don't think that you would necessarily. It's not like you just suddenly get like Marvel level reality warping Doctor Strange powers. You would still be bound by whatever the power system of the universe you're in is.
well, if we're going off like D&D Cure, like they have like wish
Not
spells
necessarily.
that can like grant godhood and shit.
But it's also
Like,
here. You have to
Yeah,
worry
but
about
that's a
the
13th
D&D
level
food
spell.
pad that's
No,
active
it's a
now.
9th level spell.
No, Wish is a 9th level spell. The God spell is a 13th level spell.
There's
No,
one more
yeah.
thing to mention. You are just inherently stronger, like just than humans, probably.
Yeah, but we've said that's true for orcs. That doesn't really necessarily
Yeah.
mean a whole lot.
It's just a bonus.
Okay,
Like something to
well, let's see.
mention.
I don't think he's deserving for A,
immortality.
but we'll see A, B, C, or D. I don't think anyone's going to think he should be an S or F, so I'm not even putting that on the list. But
Why do you not think he deserves an A?
Are you not watching the stream?
No, I wouldn't say.
Oh.
He's been here the entire time, even if he freaking.
You got to be watching the
No.
stream. If you're watching the stream, you would know that I put A on the poll.
No, you said. Oh, sorry. No, I thought you said you didn't think it'd be an A.
No, I said I didn't think it'd be an S. So I didn't put. I don't think anyone's gonna think you should be an S if you're constantly being chased, trying to be enslaved, and if you have pretty hardcore weaknesses, like any silver with lamb's blood would instantly kill you. That's a pretty bad weakness. So
I mean, how easy is it to find silver, make it into a knife, and then dip it in a lamb's blood?
if you're being hunted,
You also need to know about that specific weakness in the first place.
If we're talking about a universe that
King
works,
could get
well,
that easily.
no. If you're a djinn and you're a species within this world, then people are going to know it. And if you're not the only djinn, people are going to know how to kill djinns. Also, how hard is it to get a silver knife and blood on it? You're in an RPG world where other characters are playing, leveling up, and acquiring things just like you. There's going to be a level 100 Death Knight who could pretty easily get a fucking silver knife and covered in lamb's blood and come after you.
And always remember, hang on.
Copper, silver, and gold coins.
Well,
So
there's
they
yeah.
have plenty of
My
there's
best
that.
answer to that, my best answer to that is assume any world you go into, you have people that are like Geralt of Rivia,
Yeah.
monsters.
Like I don't know why you think that just
But
a bunch of bandits are going to be hunting down a djinn. I mean, maybe occasionally you might get something
no, I'm
super weak.
I'm not saying
But
that
you're
like
gonna
every
get-
bandit, like the
Right,
dedicated hunters would have that knowledge, sure. But is it really common knowledge that you think Jin would let it slip? That oh yeah, a silver knife dipped in lamb's blood will instantly kill me.
If it's
Like,
known,
I don't
if it's
think
known
that's
by
knowledge that would be
Probably
easily
not.
tracked.
if it's known by a group of people already, which you already said is known by the hunters, what the djinn have no ability to stop that information from getting out.
There's also the fact that if you're this djinn and you're this valuable target, you're gonna have to deal with kings who are going to have all the resources available.
Yeah,
to come
like
at
you're a
you with
fucking
anything.
djinn, and you also have to be very careful about where you go and how you move around the world. Because there's going to be people who are going to be able to
Yes.
immediately sense how powerful you are. They're probably going to be people who are going to be able to immediately know your race based on sight because they have some sort of perception ability that allows them to do that. Like this is stuff you're going to be worried about. It's not going to be a constant everyday
But I feel
thing.
like this
but it's
goes
gonna
back
come
to
up a
like
lot.
we need to flesh out the actual rules of this world that we're going into.
Well, it's a fantasy world. I mean, most fantasy worlds you could do all of this stuff. I'm not saying anything that's unusual about fantasy worlds.
But also,
Assume all these
dragons
races on the
like the
tier
horde
list are
and
together in this world.
special queen.
Yeah, just
You look
imagine
like you are
that it's a
hunted down by
fantasy.
dragons.
Like it would depend on the fantasy world there is, but if there's a fantasy world with a djinn in it, generally speaking, there's people who can kill the djinn within that fantasy world.
Yeah, go off your perspective, off your understanding of modern day fantasy, Dan.
Yeah, it's
No, I'm just saying that like in a fantasy world like that, take The Witcher for example. Witchers literally are a specialized breed of monster hunter that is drilled with every information they need to know about how to kill every monster. The common people don't know how to do that.
Why does that matter?
I'm just saying, like,
There
that
is-
information
people who
about
know
lamb's blood on a
you are
silver
coming
knight
after
would not
you.
be common.
But
But
how?
the information
is
How?
already
Special
Here's the
forces
thing,
are
though.
after you. Special
Yes, but
forces
there's
are after
also-
you.
Wait, hold up.
One
First off,
of
hold up. First off, Dan,
the-
wait, let me, Dan, first off, you're wrong. Because everyone within the Witcher universe knows that silver kills monsters. A silver dagger tipped in lamb's blood is not the weakness of a djinn in the Witcher. Silver is. And everyone knows silver kills monsters because everyone knows that Witchers carry silver swords. That is common knowledge. They just don't have the skills to actually go after them and kill them with those silver swords.
And
So you're actually
lamb's
wrong.
blood- Yeah, but also lamb's blood is also just known to be as like a holy thing against unholy stuff. It would not take long for people to think, what if we dip this in some lamb's blood and that would.
It wouldn't matter. Look,
purify
if you're
their
in a
shit. It would be hard to
universe,
think
if you're in a universe where djinns exist, people know the weakness to djinns. Like even if
Okay,
you want to
but-
say it's only a small percentage of people, it doesn't really matter. The fact is that there's going to be people who are coming after you because that's your whole species is a species that is specifically known for being unbelievably valuable, and hunting them could grant the person who finds you anything that they want. That makes you insanely appealing. You're basically the One Piece.
Not to mention, you aren't God. Like, you aren't a godly figure. You are superior to a lot of other races physically and magically, but you aren't God. You can be defeated. And if you're shackled in something like iron, then yeah, you're kind of fricked. You can't do much there.
Okay,
And
there
there's
is
a-
no
there's a
clear
big
indication in
difference
any
in
sort of
this world.
story that I've been able to find that a djinn can be bound by iron.
Yeah, that's new information to me. You can be bound. They can be bound. They can be bound to. I've heard they can be bound to any containment item, with jars to boxes to lamps to whatever. Anything that can.
You have to trick them into it, but they can be bound.
They can be
I have
bound.
never heard that they can be bound specifically by iron.
I've never heard that one either,
Oh, it
but they can be bound. That is an option, and they can be killed. And they can be killed by any being that uses magic that is of a higher level than what they are, which is also a pretty big, sizable weakness. The fact, like, yeah, you can say that certain beings, like a fire elemental, would be weak to water magic, but a djinn would be weak to all magics of a higher level than his own. That's pretty harsh.
But you are less likely.
Basically a
to
glass
be
cannon.
killed, as you're more desirable to be alive than dead, so you wouldn't have to worry about them likely killing you. They're more likely to imprison you.
That's true, but I mean, that's not. I don't consider that much better. But even if that was the case, it's also very possible that if someone who is actually capable of imprisoning you comes after you, and you are too dangerous or too savvy or whatever you want to say in order to become bound, they might just kill you just to protect themselves, basically, to not be killed by the djinn that they're fighting against. I mean, it's like I said, the fact out of everyone on this list, you're going to be probably the most, if not second most hunted out of everyone on this list, which I do think is a pretty bad negative.
Curious to who would be
What was the most?
Well, we have vampires on this
gonna be
list.
apparently.
They're probably
Okay, that's a good point.
they're probably gonna be pretty high up here.
I
But
was thinking like hunted for a valuable reason, not so much necessity.
I still feel like a djinn would probably be hunted more than a vampire, but
well, I think that a djinn would be hunted by more powerful beings than a vampire.
They would also try to be kept alive, while a vampire would probably just get murderized.
Yeah, like I don't think the
that's
average person is hunting down a djinn, but I do think the average person may actually try to hunt down a vampire.
Now we could take into the fact that a vampire would hunt a djinn, so they should get maybe the number for that.
The two most hunted beings.
By a djinn enslaved by a vampire.
Dracula
That
enslaves.
sounds like a terrible time.
Dracula enslaves a djinn.
Double hunted
I
situation.
wish I wasn't weak to the sun anymore. Oh fuck.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
Oh shit!
Yeah. Fine, I guess. Just gets rid of
Yeah,
the sun.
I
or
switch your
something,
sun
or, like,
weakness to
cause-
oxygen weakness. Oh, sorry.
Okay, everybody.
Sorry.
Okay, everybody voted for. No, you're good. Everybody voted for B. I'm sorry, dogs are barking in the background. I apologize for that. It should stop relatively soon. Wait, what? Okay. So everyone believes it should be B. Should he be above or below the orc?
I'd say
I would
above.
say above.
Probably
I would say above.
Above the orc. Okay, so you're saying that the power that the djinn has is worth the negatives that the orc doesn't have.
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah.
Like basically,
not
okay, like
many
think
teams will
about this.
decide
If I told you I'm gonna chuck all of you into a fantasy world, and I'm gonna and you get to choose. You get to be a djinn that has massive power, but you're going to be constantly hunted and tried to be enslaved from the moment you get down there. Or I'm gonna make you an orc, and you're basically just gonna be a raider with a bunch of other orcs for a bit, and you're gonna get like strength enhancements and physical enhancements and stuff like this. You're not really gonna be well liked, but you're not gonna be hunted like crazy. Which one would you pick?
You might get
I'll
attacked
put
on
the
sight.
GM because they would have a higher life expectancy than the orc, because
Yeah,
the
you are
orcs are known to be
can beat down
bloodthirsty.
the hill if you want.
Well, even
Okay, so
I guess
just due to the immortality, essentially, you would want to be the djinn.
Yeah, because you
no.
have time. And you can also learn
I would
magic
say so.
more as an orc, so you can,
Well-
and you're also good physically. So you have your physical, you have magic, and you have more time.
Well, this is a good
than the orc.
question. Do you think an orc would be physically superior to a djinn?
No.
Probably not.
No.
No.
I would like to pick up a point. If you
Ew.
said the Jin's immortal, that just sounds kind of fucking boring in a medieval world.
It depends. I mean, it depends. That's gonna be
Yeah.
everybody's preference. You know, some people
But
might
also
enjoy.
here's-
They
Dicking
typically
around
use
in
it.
the
Here's-
forest.
It doesn't
Into
age
the type
to
of
death. That's how it
immortality.
But also
Yeah.
here's
You don't age
here's
to
some
death.
Well, it
That
doesn't
kind of
age.
immortality.
Guys,
It doesn't
one
age,
at
but
a
it just sounds
time.
like-
I can't hear any of you. One at a time.
But it just sounds like I'm gonna be dicking around in a forest for a couple hundred years.
Possibly. I mean, it's up to you what you want to do with your immortal life. I mean,
Here's-
you might live it boringly. You might live it like awesomely. You know.
That's
I
the
mean, you
same
can
thing
you can
with
you
the
can just
orc.
remake civilization like the slime guy does.
You disguise yourself as a human and go and try and live multiple lives and just fuck around.
I mean, I'm
Here's
not
the
lying.
thing,
But
like as an orc, what are the chances you die like in a war?
Pretty
Super
common.
high.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Probably probably high, but I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to war, it's your choice. Remember, you have all the
Yeah,
memories
and
of your
also
previous
you
life.
can
If you
always
just want to, if you want to go start a bakery, you could do that if you really want to. If you want to go adventuring and go like in the forest, you're like, I'm gonna grind in this forest, killing wild boars until I'm a high enough level that I'm gonna fuck up all these other orcs. Like it's like I'll win any war they throw me into because I just fucking fought for 6 years straight in the woods fighting boars and bears and shit. Just like stacking that leveling up. It's up to you how you want to do it.
Yeah, I think
mean,
orcs
the
are
flowers
higher
are
for that
cool.
reason. You won't get hunted. You have the choice to not be hunted.
I mean,
Yeah, that's fair.
my only thing with that is that in general sense, yes, you won't get hunted, but at the same time, it also depends on location. You get popped into one place where orcs have been such a big problem that they're going to be hunted on site. Well, then you have the same fucking problem.
Well, no, you don't have the same problem because there's no society of djinns. There's a society of orcs where you have a safety net. Like, it doesn't matter if people are trying to hunt you if you're a fucking 7-foot tall muscular orc surrounded by other 7-foot tall muscular orcs with broadswords. Like, it really doesn't matter who wants to hunt you. You might get into a couple of battles and people and like small bands and armies might attack you or something if that's something that they want to do. But you're not. It's not like you're going to be constantly attacked by trained hunters who are meant to, and trying to enslave you at all times. Like I think this is really a preference. I think this is a for a djinn. If you're immortal, it doesn't matter how many times it happens. It's inevitable.
Well, if that happens every 500 years, I'm not going to bother as much.
It's not going to happen every 500 years because that means you're going to have a 500-year period where people aren't hunting djinns, which is not going to be the case.
Well, it depends how good your stealth is. If
Djinns are generally very rare. Orcs are not.
Yeah.
Orcs are plentiful. So you might, like, even if there are people who are hunting orcs, the less orcs there are, the less likely you are to actually get hunted. If you're a djinn in a world with 1,000 djinns, the odds of you being hunted is going to go up considerably. And the odds of you being hunted
also, like, there's so little of you.
Also as a djinn, you might get like put in a collection, like, oh, a genie lamp, add this to my collection.
Well,
Actually,
and
I
if there's a 500-year gap, if there's a 500-year gap, any kind of training is going to get lost. Like,
No.
we lose shit from
Well,
500 years ago.
No, I do have.
Can I point out something here?
Sure, go ahead.
So the way of living is orc. You might be able to live in the city. You're probably going to live mostly in a tribal society, but the djinn, your house is probably going to have to be designed like one of like Jigsaw's things he doesn't saw, because you're going to need those traps everywhere to stop the hunters, and that's just going to be your life.
Yeah.
Well, I do have no.
Well, hold on, everybody,
Hold on.
shush, real quick. Okay, so I put it in a poll again. If you're in the Discord, don't vote. But if you're just listening to this, you're not watching the screen. I put it in a poll. Go on down and vote and see would you rather be a Djinn in this universe? Would you rather be an Orc? Because I really do think this is going to go down to preference. Do you want superior power with much harsher negatives? Or would you like having like more power than humans? You're definitely stronger, beastly, or whatever. Also, I think the orcs I think it's gonna be more fun to be an orc. Just your life will be funner. Because think about it, you're gonna be a dude, a part of a raiding party or some other band of orcs. You're gonna have your hot ass like athletic muscle mommy orc ladies around in your tribe. Y'all are gonna go out. Y'all are gonna go out raiding places, massacring people. Raping dudes, just doing all kinds of crazy shit, and then just it's like you're gonna be like living like a Viking, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be fun. If you're a Djinn, it's just you. You're always in your by yourself solitude, unless you're enslaved or something. You go to town, you have a chance of possibly being hunted or something happening to you in some negative way. I mean, you're a fucking spirit for Christ's sake. You're not even a physical being.
Or just
May I point something out?
What's up?
May I point something out?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we're a Djinn and we have access to our past memories, then we could probably if we have a basic understanding, through trial and error, we could figure out how to make something like a TV or a fucking gun.
No, you can't. Why would you even make it?
If you have a basic TV, what are you gonna do with it?
Okay, if you have a basic understanding of how to make a gun, you can make a gun.
Do you have a basic understanding of how to make a gun?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's gunpowder?
Okay, no, I don't know how to make gunpowder.
You don't have any. You have no basic understanding of how to make a gun. You don't.
No, I know how to make a gun, not a bullet.
As a Djinn,
how do you
I
make
don't
bullets?
think that there's any drive for innovation. Like, you are a supremely powerful being. You're already going to be fucking arrogant. Are we counting like enslaved Djinn or just Djinn like? That
Djinn in general, but
it's just, you're going to be the odds of you being enslaved are pretty high because people are going to be hunting you, but you're not. You don't start off enslaved.
Like we had like Wishmaster. He was kind of like got to fuck with whoever he wanted for periods of.
You're
time.
super late. We talked about all of this already. You're super late.
Yeah,
It's cool.
Here's a little wrench in the system. What if you get enslaved by a guy that's like a pretty cool dude?
It's possible, but unlikely. I mean, you're still enslaved. That's like I have a really ask slaves in the olden times. Like, hey, was it cool being a slave? Well, actually, I think a lot of them were probably institutionalized, so they probably would have answered that relatively positively. But that doesn't mean it's a good. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. Like it's someone who's enslaving you, even if you have a not cruel slaver. He's still someone who's willing to slave you. So it's like, I don't know if that's like a positive.
I thought of something else too.
Evil alignment.
I thought of something else too that's kind of a bit crazy. If you are under the service of someone else, and like if hunters see that you're under the service of someone else and they can't get you out of that service, they might just kill you outright so that person doesn't go after them.
Or kill that person to claim you.
So,
I mean, isn't
Fishy?
There's
Okay,
a chance of that being in the orc too, right? You're still going to be under somebody.
No, wait, hold up. Fishy says, Jen, go to the store, get caught 500 a year in a jar at the end. Well, I mean, that's definitely possible. But, well, no, because the orcs, like I said, the orc, you're going to be born likely within an orc society. So, yeah, you might live a short life. Maybe you'll live to be 30 or 40, and then you die in battle or something. But I think you're going to overall have a way more enjoyable life than you, because you're basically living the life of a Viking, and I don't think that those guys were having a rough go of it. I think those guys enjoyed shit
when they had good weather.
Well, yeah, but I think overall they were relatively enjoying themselves and their raids and their parties and their booze and their throwing and they're having sex around bonfires. Like generally they were pretty enjoyable shit was going on. No, Djinns are by themselves.
Yeah,
there isn't a Djinn society. There isn't a Djinn society.
No, being
Djinns are
they're solitude.
Djinns are made by smokeless fire, which is very odd, but that's
Yeah, like
I mean,
there is no Jin society. You don't have your brothers in arms. You don't have like there's never going to be a point as you're growing up as a Jin where you have to go to school with all your little Jin like.
No, I get that, but I mean,
Dude, like it's you're just this creature. You're just this being of like really higher level power than everybody else, who's just like wandering around by themselves trying to find his way in the world forever, and until you occasionally, and then you get hunted occasionally, and possibly locked in a jar forever, where you'll not only will you be alone, but you'll also be stuck, enslaved, and trapped in a little jar. Like it's
You could be locked in a jar next to other Jin. Boom, you have your brotherhood.
yeah, but then that's like being stuck in a cell next to another prisoner. I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Dude, I don't want to be put in a fucking gun jar, dude.
I know.
Also,
this has been one of the craziest orc upsells I've ever seen. You get to rape some dudes, you get to die by 30, you get a muscle mommy, like.
Yeah, like I think orcs are, and you know, if you're really excel and like you're grinding and you're like getting those level ups and shit, you could become like an orc warlord, and you could take over an entire country and just be like, this is our orc empire. You know, there's stuff you can't do any of that shit with a Jin.
Well, like with 40k, can't you just like believe in magic enough, hard enough?
No,
to
it's not.
become,
It's
like,
not
a
40.
magic
It's
one?
not 40k. We're not.
This
doing,
isn't 40k orc.
We're not doing 40.
What orcs are we doing?
My only thing is
Just
we're
generic fantasy orc.
General fantasy orc and not
Okay.
Warhammer fantasy orcs. No, we're not doing
I
the
don't
fungal
understand why
guys.
you limited to being around Jins.
Okay, well, orcs won. We've been talking about Jins for over an hour, I think. Orcs have won. By a
We
pretty
talk about giants
massive
now.
landslide. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna move them back. We'll talk. No, I'm kidding. We'll talk about the giants. Next up, we have giants.
Biggest by far.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on how, because some giants aren't that big. Some giants might be 9 feet, 10 feet. Some giants might be like taller than
I mean, yeah,
the
it
trees.
depends what we're going off.
Yeah, I would
wanna
say because we're trying to keep this in somewhat humanoid, we're not going to have them be 100-foot tall giants. We're going to have them be like the 9 to 12 foot tall giant. They're bigger dudes than normal dudes.
Are we
We're
including?
gonna be sentient.
Yeah, you're sentient.
Yes.
It's your mind. It's your mind. So
Giants are just big people.
Actually, you'd
Are we
probably
annoying
like
already?
the other giants being dumb because that would mean you'd free the smartest guy around.
not really, because then you'd be surrounded by a bunch of dumbasses all the time, and that's
hate being
Yeah, we'd
unfair.
have to convince
we-
them too.
Are
Like,
we going off of like D&D rules here? Because in D&D there's
Goliath?
like cloud giants and shit.
I
We're
think
just
it's more akin to-
for now. We're
this
just
is more-
doing
no,
normal.
this is
For
more
now,
akin to a Goliath.
yeah. For now, we're just doing more normal giants.
giant
Maybe if we
women?
ever do this again, we'll giant women. Yeah,
Can I
but
You could always
Uh,
do very well as like a barbarian giant. You know, you could always that would be your size
Hold on.
for your advantage to be a warrior. So that would be pretty chill life as an
I mean,
adventurer.
hold
and
on.
stuff.
I would like to say something. You'd have a lot of fucking health problems. Being that large and you're still built the exact same.
it's
as
a
human,
fantasy
you're gonna-
world. It's a
Yes.
fantasy world.
But still,
You're not gonna have health problems.
still, you have the same general
You're gonna be
structure as a
fine.
person.
It doesn't
You have
matter.
a
In fact, generally, stop talking all at the same time. In fact, generally, giants in fantasy live for hundreds and hundreds of years. So you're not having health problems. We're not going into that specifics. I mean, technically, if you wanna go into that, we could talk about the orcs and how their teeth are always out of their mouth, so it would probably rotten because they can't put their teeth in their mouth all the way. So then you would have rotted teeth. Like, we're not going into that specific of a thing, okay?
No, that wouldn't
Yeah,
apply. It'd be more like a boar's tusks. But anyways, yeah.
No, they're not. They're teeth. They're not tusks. Tusks and teeth are not the same thing.
So then, as a giant,
That's what they're used the same as a boar's
So-
tusk. Anyways.
No, a tusk
So
is
they
made out
can-
of different things than teeth. They're not the same.
so then,
Sorry.
as a giant,
They
can
could
you?
have a mic. It is
As a
possible.
giant, can you do like magic and shit, like shaman or like?
I would say-
I just want to say,
I'd
would say
assume so,
yes,
yeah.
because I'm thinking there's a lot of different videos that say giants are connected to runecraft.
Yeah, I would say if you're a giant, you would obviously you would naturally be born with certain stat increases. Like you would naturally be born with higher strength. You'd probably be born with less speed though. That would probably be
No,
a
you have
hindrance.
longer legs.
Ironically, still.
I'm not.
I agree.
I'm not saying running speed. I'm saying like your general attack speed, just everything. Your speed will likely be less if you're a giant, just due to the fact that you weigh more, that you're bigger. That's just general. Like general. What's up?
Well, no, I don't think that would really apply.
Why would that not apply?
Because
Well,
you
it's
have
like
the
trying to
muscle to
swing at a
compensate.
mouse.
It doesn't that doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense? That's the way it is in real life. That's literally how it works.
however.
I would make the argument that you might be slower, but you make up well for that with the fact is you have a bigger reach than anything.
Yeah. You'd have definite well, let's think about this. Like, let's say you're a giant and you want to be an adventurer. Your weapons would probably cost more. Your armor would probably have to be custom made, which means all of that stuff would cost more. You'd have larger stat abilities. There's probably less giants around. So if you are born as a giant, you're probably only going to be surrounded by a couple of giants. You may be hunted. I don't know how. I don't know
I
that.
just want to remind everyone. Although this may not be totally relevant, the giants in One Piece actually have some pretty decent lives, and just want to remind y'all, Scopper Gaban banged one.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
but we're not.
Yeah, I guess
One Piece is a little different. We're thinking more like the fantasy giants, and One Piece just has.
I think that they're
in general, giants aren't normally like that hated. They're just kind of
not usually. Well, it depends. Oftentimes, giants are not cannibals, but giants eat people.
That is true. That is true. Giants eat people.
Well, the giants a lot. BFG, Jack and the Beanstalk, they eat people. A lot of fictions and mythologies. Giants eat people.
Regardless, there's going to be a lot of propaganda.
Guys, one at a time.
I was literally about to say that. Thank you. One person, go. I don't care who.
Are giants also typically very large? Largely enslaved, very popular thing to enslave.
Sometimes I think the idea of having a giant who is a slave. I also think there's a possibility that certain warriors might hunt you down for the sole purpose of giving themselves some sort of reputation of slaying a giant. I don't think it's going to be as bad as the Jinn. I don't think it's going to be as bad as the Jinn.
Here's the thing as a giant, right? Like let's say you're like a 9-footer, like a 10-footer. If you wanted to make some money, like you could work as like a bodyguard or like as like a some type of guard role. Like nobody's gonna, if you're 10 foot tall and you're built like Conan the Barbarian, nobody's messing with you.
Or you could play as a mover that like helps with the infrastructure and stuff and moving large buildings.
Yeah, but bodyguards make a lot of money.
Problem though? One problem giants would have.
What's
Your
that?
food bill's going to be pretty absurd.
Well, that's the thing.
Well, you got elephants.
That's the thing. If you're eating people, like.
Well, no, I mean just getting food. You're gonna need more food than a normal person.
Sure. Well, like I said, we're not doing a giant that's the size of a mountain. We're doing a giant that's like 9 to 12
I know,
feet
giant
tall.
that's.
So they're still gonna need more food, but I think a human body would probably be sufficient.
I think hang on. In media, that giants are very good at craftsmen, so you could make a lot of money doing, blacksmithing and house construction, because that's a very popular thing in media.
That's true, but there would also be plenty of large beasts that would be perfect cattle animals for giants.
Yeah, if they don't want to eat people, I suppose.
Yeah.
But who doesn't want to eat people if the people taste good?
You can't eat people.
The thighs taste good.
Like bacon, so yeah, I wouldn't blame
you could just eat like a giant boar or a bear.
And also,
you're human on the side, like it's like a burger, but the people are bacon places.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend a lot into like what clan of giants you're born into, because there's probably giants that eat people. There's probably peaceful giants that don't fight and do that kind of stuff. But who wants to be born in the peaceful giant land? I mean,
well, I mean, if you want to go with that, the other option, I guess, but just expect to be hunted down.
Yeah, you're getting hunted.
Yeah, but you're a giant.
You have to be a member of society.
Yeah. But unlike the, I don't think you'll be hunted any more than an orc would. Like you were not going to be hunted like a Jinn because the people who are killing you aren't gaining something. It's not like you're being poached for resources. You're being killed because you're dangerous.
I think the biggest thing that would be a detriment would be...
Guys, one at a time. The guy with the deeper voice go first, because you started first.
All right. I think that the biggest detriments would either be A, the propaganda of people, people that just don't fucking like giants. You're going to have people wanting to trophy hunt you for bragging rights. Trying to exist outside of a giant clan inside of like a civilized society. Again, trying to feed yourself, house yourself, and trying to exist where everybody else is half your size is going to cause issues. So you're kind of relegated to your own kind.
One second. Fishy sent a thing. Would love to stay, but Mother's Day is tomorrow. Need to get thing ready by 1 hour for chat. Happy
I just did
Mother's
that
Day.
right now.
Oh, thank you. Since there's so many
Happy
mothers in
Mama's
this
Day.
stream at the moment. Happy Mother's Day to you, Fishy. I hope your
Fishy
kids.
is
I hope your
literally
kids
just
are
like
doing well.
buying your time, Ruka.
He is. He's buying my time for everybody else. Thank you, Fishy. Fishy is always appreciated in this stream. Much
Yes,
and,
Fishy is nice.
and happy
Fishy's
Mother's
cool.
Day to you. Say happy Mother's Day to your mother. Be sure to do that.
Yes.
And I hope you bought gifts.
You American?
Am I American?
Well, no, because you guys think it's not Mother's Day, but for me, it's already 12:30 on Mother's Day, like midday.
I still got 2 hours.
I still have a bit. But anyway, the last guy who was talking, the guy who I just interrupted. What were you saying? Continue.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty much it. There's going to be a lot of detriment to living in like human society.
I don't think. Well,
propaganda.
again. Well, I don't think there's going to be that much propaganda. I think like you're talking about a fantasy world where it's if there were just humans and giants, like this was fucking Attack on Titan or something, I think you'd be right. But in a fantasy world where there are demons and Gorgons and giants and like all of this different stuff and orcs, they're like what
populated?
Like how much propaganda will there be specifically to hunt down giants if you're not causing that many problems for them?
There's a wide race. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, besides just humans, giants can worry about like, other stuff.
I mean, honestly, if you really want to think about it, if you want to, you could be a giant that just goes into town and tries to be an adventurer and be like, hey, who wants to hire a giant to go with them and do? And you will make a killing because you're the dude.
Not to say that because I mean there would be so many adventuring parties which would like to have a big guy.
We need a tanky dude. We need a tanky dude, and this dude's 12 feet tall. Let's take him. Absolutely.
And then they all can get a magic resistance of some kind too.
Hell, a farm would probably like you. Like, okay, can you till the field?
Yeah, but you're in a fantasy world. Why the fuck would you want to be in a
True,
goddamn
but
farm?
hey, we're going to all avenues.
How
just
much
in
would
case
you want to be?
Dude, there's an Isekaied that's literally I started life in another world as a farmer.
I don't give a shit. That's so dumb. Like I could be a farmer here.
Yeah, but like.
Yes, but can you be a farmer with hot elves in it?
I could be a warrior with hot elves in it. I'm in a fantasy world. Why does that
Okay.
matter? I don't have
how much
to.
effort it is to be an adventurer. That's got to be a shitty life.
Why would it? I mean that shit. No, it would be a hard life. That doesn't mean it's shitty.
Okay, yeah, no, I phrased that poorly, but yeah, it'd
like-
be a very difficult life. Like, yeah, today I gotta go fucking kill a dragon.
Well, consider.
So
well,
I don't die.
Well, you don't have to. That's the
That's
whole
a very
point.
high level quest.
Like
As long as
no, like it's like it really it depends on what you want to do. Like I would personally prefer being a giant traveling around slaying monsters than I would like want to be the fucking Fae just chilling in a forest forever. But for some people, chilling in a forest would be like that'd be that'd be great. That's S class for me. I just want to be a Fae chilling in a forest. You know, some people want to be an orc and want to raid villages and rape dudes, and that's my shit. You know, and then some people
prefer to be an orc that rapes women.
Can you like imagine?
I can imagine like all of the orcs like raping people, and like you're a person from our world who's like I'm not cool with rape, and then the dude who's raping and like the orc that's raping a dude looks at you like what a fag, like doesn't like rape.
Funny is, like, I can imagine being a giant and just chilling, and then just randomly getting jumped by like a dragon or something.
I don't think that's random. I think you usually. I mean, you could be in a town that gets attacked by a dragon, but I think generally, if you're attacked by a dragon, you're going in a direction where there's a dragon. Like,
well, I do wonder if there's any
Yeah, but like
species
we're
that would like.
migrating, and I just so happen to be in its path.
Yeah.
I wonder if there are any predator species or giant.
Yeah, go.
Wait, this sounds like the same deal as an orc, except a few more annoyances. Like you're kind of better than an orc in the aspects, but you've got a few housing size issues. Like you gotta resize tools and clothes. And
Well, no, I
armor.
think they're kind of almost comparable, and I don't necessarily think you're better than an orc. I think an orc's gonna have a naturally better speed stat. I think orcs' berserk and rage abilities that they're naturally born with are going to be better. The fact that they have a natural inclination towards dual wielded weapons, usually speaking.
Would you say that a giant is stronger than a orc?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, definitely by like a wide margin.
But I
It's not
think
even
I think
close.
overall, if the stats that an orc will get at base will make it inclined to possibly being a better warrior than a giant would. But a giant would just be physically superior to that of an orc.
Yeah, it'd be a better tank.
It'd be a machine on the
In
battlefield.
which case, I actually think this might be an A-tier race.
Yeah, I reckon.
I would say they would actually be hunted less than orcs.
I think they would be hunted. I think they would be hunted less than an orc. Well, again,
orcs, no, the teeth are going to be really good trophies for the orcs, so they'd be hunted down more.
Unless you're looking to become some notable hunter, you're not really gonna. If you're a giant, you're not gonna really deal with a lot of hunting.
It would really depend. It would depend on, just like the orc. It would depend on where you go. If you're an orc that's in an area that's traveling in an area where orcs are attacking villages and killing people, you're going to be hunted. If you're a giant that is in an area where giants are eating people, you're going to be hunted. If you want to get away from that, you want to leave and go to an area where giants aren't as plentiful, and you just like going there and you're just like chilling, you just seem like a chill big dude, I don't think that you're going to have that many problems. I think just like the orc, I think there are places you can go where people just kind of give you nasty looks but won't attack you on sight. I think it's like just don't be in a place where you're at constant war. And if you're going to be in a place where you're at constant war with someone based on like a race war of some kind, like humans are fighting orcs and shit in that area, then you have to wipe out the humans so that can stop. Otherwise, you better leave and go somewhere else, or just stick with your tribe and you'll be good. So it just really depends. It's gonna be up to you.
Some other concerns that I would have would be like in D&D, there's a lot of either huge or gargantuan creatures, so the giant being a bigger pound of meat might be prey for something that exists. I don't really know how well that would work.
I don't know about
Another issue.
Well, if we want to bring D&D into this, I have to state this. If we're bringing D&D to this, I have to go and also make the argument about the giant being slow. Kind of go, yeah, a normal giant's slow. If I'm a monk, I'm throwing 4 punches in 6 seconds, and I
No,
can make
that's a class. You aren't born as a class.
But
That's a very different thing.
it doesn't. And that also doesn't mean you're not slow. If you're a giant monk, that just means you're still slower than the other monks that aren't giants. Like it's you still have a disadvantage in your speed in certain things, just like any other race would. It's just you can counter it in some way by class. Yeah, if you want to be a giant and put all your points into speed skill and be the fastest giant, great. I don't know how beneficial that'll be when you're fighting like the speedy ass sword wielder who could slice you into 6 pieces before you can even react. I think you should probably stick with what you're good at. Min max, baby, you got to min max. But
my second concern would be, so most of the humanoid races are, size medium, well, around the normal height. I would worry that some of the dungeons that you go to be an adventurer in aren't going to be accommodating to your bigger frame.
Yeah.
And then the last problem that I could run into is where the orcs get to fuck dudes repeatedly. It's going to be single use with the giant dick. Like, they're going to blow out. So it's going to be a lot harder.
Unless you have a giant wife.
Yeah. Hold on. Can I say something? I know I said this earlier,
Yeah, but
I'm
what's the
sorry.
point then?
Looking down at all these like normal people is gonna fucking kill my neck. I already have back problems, dude. I don't need that.
But the dungeon is the one thing that would worry me the most. It's just not being able to fit.
Also, like your biggest weakness as a giant, doorways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's suck.
Regular infrastructure is going to be a big
Again, things are as difficult as you make them. Like, for instance, people who are above 6 feet tall have a really hard time living in Japanese society because nothing is built for people who are 6 feet tall in Japan. You don't have to live in Japan if you're a 7 foot tall Japanese man. You can go live somewhere where shit's built bigger. It's kind of the same way with a giant. Sure, if you're born in a giant society is going to be built for giants. If you want to go to other societies and be a traveling adventurer or whatever in all these different places, that's your choice if you want to do that, but you don't have to do that. You could just stay with the fucking giants. Like you could go off and make a cabin in the woods or something. It's your choice. So it's like, are these things weaknesses? If they like only if you specifically want to do that, and then you might say like, maybe I don't want to be this massive dude who has a trouble. Like I can't sit in a chair without breaking it, because I wanna travel the world.
No problem.
It just sort of is kind of what it is. Let's see what people say. So people are. It looks like I will leave it a little more because there's 60 people and only 10 votes, but it looks like people so far are saying that they should be above the orc.
Where's the voting at?
You're not voting if you can't vote if you're in the the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a rule that you can't. Because you can already give your opinion here and try and persuade people to vote. So it's just not fair if everybody here can also vote because it's like they're already kind of. Yeah.
It's really weird because the orcs and giants both have their advantages to it, and they kind of counteract each other to be evenly. Like there's some better at this and others worse at that.
I kind of like the orcs more. I think the orcs have I am very heavily shifting towards orcs specifically because the orc lifestyle just sounds so much fun. You're just a bunch of boozy, dumb dudes chilling and just like raiding parties and fighting dudes and having a good time. It sounds like Valhalla.
Fighting, fucking, having fun. Yeah.
Fighting,
fucking, and fun.
Fighting, fucking, eating, sleeping.
Giants too.
Maybe, but giants don't. Maybe, but
many people, admittedly.
Possibly, but giants generally don't have large warlike societies that they kind of come together in, and they're certainly not raiders or anything like that. They kill people who come near, I suppose.
Okay, well,
but you generally
You think?
Yeah,
I
I don't.
think,
I think of orcs as bros, and I don't think of giants as bros.
Actually,
What do you think of?
I have a
Giants
question.
do live a long time though.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Are we doing
Usually.
normal lifespans?
Giants,
or like
no, giants
200-year
pretty
living
much
giants?
always live long, very, very long. Now, to be fair, orcs live short lifespans because they die faster, but they do have longer lifespans than humans most of the time.
Not really.
No, it depends on the fiction. Depends on the fiction.
Yeah, fiction.
It's not super. It's not super. It's not a way longer. Like if a human's average lifespan is 80, then an orc's is usually like 100 or 120. Like it's not much, but it is a little. It is a longer lifespan
It's
most
just
of the
the
time.
lifestyle of
Here's
the
a
constant
question.
drinking
Can I
and the
say something
war.
funny?
Sure, if you want.
In Dungeons and Dragons, humans are about 80 to 100. Orcs about. Well, I'm just saying. You're saying most.
I said most. I didn't say
biggest...
Dungeons and Dragons. I said most.
Orcs is like 60 or something when they.
But I do think that with giants, they are way less commonly to be nomadic, whereas the orcs are. Like, they're constantly traveling with their warband. So unless you want to be an anomaly within your own species, I do think that the orc does get the edge there.
You think when it comes to like warfare with a giant, do you think they'd be like good at defense? Because like imagine the walls they could build with how big they are.
Their walls would be so much higher. They'd be like 2-3 times the size of any regular walls.
Yeah, but they don't
Yeah,
really
like-
do that. Like, I can't think
Yeah,
of
but
any...
they could. Like
They
theoretically.
could, but like...
They're usually
Well, it
depicted
depends
as
on the
tribal
giant.
races,
I mean, if
though.
it's fire giants,
You know, like imagine
love
they make a
building
fort
stuff.
or something. Like
Actually,
imagine
they
they
love
build a
big
fort.
So like
Imagine how-
trip just to kind of go. I'm sorry.
I know,
I'm sorry.
that's my
no,
reference.
no, you're good. I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I just looked it up just because I knew they had a longer lifespan. So if you look at Tolkien's Middle Earth, orcs' average lifespan is usually around 20 to 30 years, and sometimes it can get up to 50 and 60 years. However, this is due to their violent lifestyles, and the stronger orcs, like there's actually a named one here, Ozog, lived all the way to be 319 years old. Their lifespans are short because of their warlike nature, not because they don't grow older.
Ozog was an incredibly old orc, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
it's just based
And
on
the
whatever
thing
you
about
do.
lore-
And again, if you want to become an orc farmer and live 300 years as a farmer, you could do that. I mean, it's up
Well,
to you, but you know,
I mean, I've
or
never
you want to
even
just
heard of that.
but also
Fucking
if
orc
this is but
farmer.
also you have to think about this. This is a world where where you can level up, gain experience, and become stronger. So if you're constantly going to war, you'll level up like super fast too. You might only live to be 30 years, but by the time you're 30, if you live to be 30, 40, 50, 60, you're a fucking strong ass orc, dude.
So question, does that mean that we are corrupted elves as most orcs are in some lore?
Orcs are different.
That is mainly Tolkien lore.
That's
that
all.
they are
That's
corrupted.
The Elder
that's
Scrolls does the same.
that's generally those two. But it's also not
Elder Scrolls is
necessarily
the same.
elves.
The orcs are a separate thing of Myr.
No.
Like, yes, they're technically an elf, but they are not a corrupted version. They're just a separate
Malachi is
species.
think there was somewhere that said that they were changed elves. I think that was like
No.
dialogue specifically.
Are we
in
talking about the
there.
Skyrim orcs?
Generally speaking,
Orcs.
generally speaking, in mythology, orcs are a totally different species than elves. We're just going to go with them
Fair
being
enough.
their own species. Because again, you're being born as an orc.
Yeah.
So it's like
But
we
that
can't
would
just
be-
say that it was you were once an elf. You know, you're being born this way.
I was
Fair.
saying
But
it
if you have
the
those
age
properties
range.
biologically,
And also, orcs have totally different abilities than elves do. They're very different.
Yeah.
Like elves actually have less strength than humans in most fictions, not in Tolkien fictions, but in most fictions, elves are actually weaker than humans, but have more magical proficiency than humans. Whereas
Also more dexterous.
they're kind of the opposite of orcs. Elves make better rogues and wizards, and orcs make better warriors. They both live longer than
bards.
humans, and they're kind of literally the opposite.
I feel like what do you mean bards? I feel like they'd make a horrible bard.
Orc?
Oh, like barbarian. Oh.
you got elves,
Yeah.
bro.
He didn't say bard. He said
No, he said
barbarian.
barb.
Yeah, barb is a barbarian.
No, I misheard. Sorry.
So let me see. So it looks like everyone's saying that they should be above an orc. Now, do we think that he should be in B or an A? Actually, since we're putting him above orcs, should he go? Okay, I'm gonna make another poll. Because it looks like everyone is agreeing that he should be above the orc. I still disagree. I still think the orc lifestyle is super fun. Maybe it's just like my Viking dreams
True.
being shattered.
Maybe.
But
Well, you want to be in a horde. Someone wants to be the big fish in a small pond.
okay, so
So,
we're
I
gonna
mean,
do.
like, is he good enough better enough to be a whole class above, or just better within that tier?
I'd say better.
So we're gonna. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do giants. Okay, where should they be? And we're gonna have the first one be B above orcs. Okay. A below changeling or doppelganger, I guess. Changeling. Not even. I don't think I spelled that right. Doesn't matter. Fuck it. Channeling. Okay, they're not even giving me the right option. Or A above changeling. There we go. Just butchering the spellings of these words. Okay, and you guys vote. Boop. Post.
Definitely vote
The
for
Giants heal
putting it
fast,
below
though.
the changeling in beer tier.
No
Just saying.
voting for the Discord people.
I know. I'm telling the people to vote that. You know, like a campaigning person.
A
you know.
campaign.
I mean, like,
I can't.
me personally, I just put it in the same tier. It's just a slightly better, but not. I wouldn't.
I would
consider
put it.
Like,
I would personally
league
put it
better.
below. I would personally put it below the orc. I think overall you're having a much funner life as an orc. I think you're enjoying your life more. I think a lot of the issues that giants are gonna have to deal with their size, an orc is not going to have to deal with. Yeah, I think overall an orc would be a much more entertaining life, even if it's shorter than a giant. I mean, who wants to live a boring life for 400 years? You know what I
I
mean?
want to live 400 years of back pain, bro. That sucks.
It's not
Well,
back
yeah.
pain. You will not
You
have
could be a
back
warlord
pain.
as a
Shut
giant.
up. It's a fantasy world. You're not gonna have back pain.
I'm gonna be looking down at
talking
people all
about?
fucking day.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
you're
can't-
you're a
eating
giant with
basket.
super muscles. You'll be fine. Shut up.
It's the bone.
Or they have great
Bone.
constitutions, but yeah.
You'll just get super sore.
My back pain.
And fine, if you don't want to look at normal people, then stay in your fucking giant village, asshole. I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3". I look down at most people. I don't have neck or back pain. Stop being a pussy. I don't know what to tell you. Like I've never had back pain or neck pain for talking to short people. Let's see. Oh, this was actually really close.
Was
Okay.
it?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it just B above orcs just jumped in the lead, but they were both at like 30 something together.
I'm looking on my phone so I can.
Some
barely
people are
see it.
saying above changeling. See, honestly, on this list, I would probably rather be an orc than a changeling as well. Like as of right now, so far on this list, I would want to be a changeling more than any of the other. I mean, I'm sorry, an orc more than any of the other ones. There are ones on this list I would pick over orc, but so far orc is probably the one that I would like the
That's
most.
the Viking fan.
But I still wouldn't put it at S though. I don't think orc.
Okay. Down to Goblin Town.
I still think B is a good it's a good place for him. So it looks like people are saying B above orcs, not A. Okay, so we're gonna put him B above orcs. I think that makes sense because they're similar enough. I just think like I said, I just think the lifestyle of orcs is just way funner than the lifestyle of a giant. I think being a giant seems kind of boring.
Apparently.
Okay, so I'll 16 votes, not that many, but I mean, no one else is voting, so it is what it is. All right, let's end the poll. Boop. All right, now moving on to goblins. Is there anyone here that disagrees goblin would be an F?
Yeah.
Okay, is that no one disagrees?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Anything positive just makes it worse.
Okay, why?
Yeah,
Okay,
give
me an argument of how a goblin should be any higher than an F.
Well, you could say like in WoW, for example, they have technology proficiency and they create a bunch of different.
That's one universe they could do that. Generally speaking, in 90%, 99% of fictional universes, a goblin is weaker than humans. They're less intelligent than humans. They have less magic.
No, most of the time they're on equal strength with the average person.
No, they aren't.
I was supposed to say something.
What's up?
Since this universe, sorry, hold up. Since this universe is...
Guys, let him finish. Go ahead.
Since this universe has a leveling system, then maybe we can consider a goblin situation similar to how Monster went.
Oh,
yeah, but that's
dissolving?
Yeah, of course. Well, first off, Monster, he had the ability to anything that he ate, he acquired the power of that thing. That did not come from the fact that he was a goblin. That came from his previous life, where he also had that power. He just was able to take that power from his previous life. But yeah, so he also didn't stay a goblin. He kept evolving. He eventually became an ogre, and like he kept evolving into higher beings. Goblins attack and slaughter small creatures. They attack towns and kill innocent people. But if you have a soldier or a knight in full armor who shows up with a sword and a shield, he fucking brutalizes goblins on average. A human starts off stronger than a goblin. Goblins are like half the size of humans. They are physically weaker, and they don't particularly have any magical affinity out the gate that like really helps them. If you want to fight and level up and become a stronger goblin and become like a really powerful goblin, you can do that, but you're starting off at a much weaker place than even you would as a human. Which is why
I'm not arguing that it's good. I'm arguing that it's not F tier. I still think it's a fucking horrible option.
What would make an F tier then if it's not someone who's literally weaker and less?
Something like a horned rabbit.
Horned rabbit isn't on the list. And a horned rabbit and a horned rabbit is also not a humanoid species. It's just an animal. We only have humanoid species here. And as far as if I'm going into a fantasy world and you're making me a species that's worse than the one that I currently am, I'm saying that's an F.
Like, okay, so basically it's orc without all the benefits of orcs.
It's not orc. Like orcs are like Vikings. Essentially, goblins are closer to something like village bandits.
Actually, and I did not believe I just started my sentence to that, but in mythology, goblin, orc, and not troll, but goblin, orc are interchangeable terms. But not as of right now. Not generally speaking. As of right now, goblins and orcs are two different things, and I think we've. Yeah. I mean, honestly, what if you're a goblin and you run into fucking Goblin Slayer right out the gate? You know, just some dude just shows up and starts slaughtering all of you, and you're an orc just sitting there being totally safe as all these goblins are. He's like, I'm an orc, I'm good, and she's like, okay, cool.
Should I at least list off some alleged positive goblins generally have?
I mean, if you want, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, okay. Goblins are rather agile. They usually do have that going for them.
That's true.
Here's another positive that's not particularly pleasing to us. They have good constitution. They can eat just about anything. Congratulations.
Nice. Yeah, but so can orcs.
I'm pretty sure they can have babies like out the wazoo. They have a very high reproductive organs.
That's good. That's good for the race as a whole, but that's not good for you specifically as a goblin surviving in this world.
I don't want to fuck a goblin.
It's kind of a detriment to you as well, because then that's more competition.
Like if you're like the reason why goblins can make children so quickly is because they suck and they die so easily. This is the shittiest species on the list by far.
I mean, I'd say they have pretty good stealth at least.
What if that reproductive system means that you get to have way longer orgasms?
It wouldn't mean you have longer orgasms. It means you would probably be able to have sex more often, I suppose. But That's not
Yeah,
that's
you-
not enough of a
I mean,
benefit.
Yeah, with goblins,
Hits
no thank you.
multiply
Yeah, and
as
with
rapidly
and
as
with lady goblins, unless you're raping like the orcs do. But again, you come to the problem of you being the short little green weak dude that could probably be slaughtered pretty easy. At least
you could become a hobgoblin.
And
Which
The
is
only
just
way
orc,
I
which is,
Go
isn't a
ahead.
hobgoblin just kind of a worse orc?
and
And at
they're
that point, you just be an orc.
and a high orc, is,
Like a
and then you
bugbear.
could be and then if you're a hork, you could become a high orc, which is even better than an orc, and would be considerably better than a goblin and a hobgoblin. So it's like it just
ironically, a hobgoblin is the exact opposite of a goblin.
there's a reason
Goblins are usually
there's a reason why orcs usually control goblins. Like you never see a goblin leading a tribe of orcs, but you will see orcs leading
I
tribes
can think
of
of one,
goblins.
but yes, you're right. That's very.
It generally
that's very
doesn't.
rare.
Yeah, I'm sure that fiction. Everything's happened at some point in fiction, but yeah, it's like goblins just aren't that good. And I wouldn't even like if you asked me like I don't want to be an elemental. I think the weaknesses are way too like hardcore. But if you asked me if I had to be an elemental or a goblin, I know exactly which one I'm picking.
Fair enough.
Also, I
get
think
what you're saying.
also I think goblins,
the
unlike
benefits sound bad too.
yeah. Also, unlike orcs that generally have short lifespans because they're killed, but they have long lifespans overall, goblins have short lifespans. Period. Whether they live along, whether
they live like less than 20
That's
years.
what I wanted to ask.
they have
Which
like
goals are
dog
we going?
they have like dog lifespans, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Oh, because I know
That's-
there's some goblin species that only live for like 3 weeks, and then some that live a couple years. I was like,
Oh,
which
shit.
goblins are we thinking of?
I think the general consensus of goblins
Yeah.
is 20 years is considered venerable.
Yeah.
I've always thought of goblins.
Now, if you're being isekaied as a goblin, you're probably going to be a 4-year-old goblin. That's going to be a mature goblin.
If you're being an isekaied goblin, you're going to be born.
Yeah.
Oh,
you'd have
we're
to be,
going
or you'd have
that
nothing.
Yeah, everyone's going to be born. Yeah.
Wait, we could be
Unless I get put in a singular fiction where I get to run the bank, the only way I could put it in D is if I get to be all three inside of a trench coat. Otherwise, it would stay in F for me.
No, we're doing F. So I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to disagree with this. I don't think.
Okay.
If anyone disagrees with this, it should be in the shadow realm.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Someone said it should be in the shadow realm. They're D if you're a goblin mage. I don't think they're D if you're a goblin mage because even if you
even the shamans are shitty.
because like if you said like, well, let's make the mage the goblin a mage to go up. If we made all the other races mages, it would the goblin would still be the shittiest mage here. So it's like who cares? I mean, maybe the orc mage might be
worse.
maybe the orc mage might be a little worse than the goblin mage, possibly.
But
But
you're
then the
still an
orc the orc mage can just like kill them with his fist. Even the
Yeah,
orc
you're still an
mage,
orc.
which is
Even if
bad.
you're the weakest orc, you're still an orc.
You're still an orc, man. So yeah, okay. So
If we
next,
go off
this
of
one's gonna
Clash-
be. This next one's
go
gonna be a
off-
little. Well, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
We go off Clash of Clans logic. When you're an infant, you'll be more intelligent than any being alive.
What? That's new.
Yeah, we don't like to
No,
get
that's
down
actually a thing in Clash of Clans.
It's funny.
Oh wait, actually that's even worse. Goblins have high mortality rates.
I'm gonna
too,
say
so-
I'm gonna say this. I don't know if using a mobile game as a as a reference to what these characters could do is really the best.
Story and lore.
It's a mobile game. It's a
I
mobile
know.
game.
There's
Clash of
still
Clans.
story and lore.
I don't
outside
care.
that
It's a mobile game.
So
You know, I'm sure porn has story and lore. I'm still not utilizing it here because I don't respect it as a medium. That's what's.
That was going to be my talking about the animal people. But fair enough.
Yeah, next up we have Beastmen. So this one's probably going to be a little complicated to talk about. When I was going through looking for the races to add to this list, I just found so many races that were just animal hybrids, basically. So you have like lizard men and wolf men and bear men and all these different types of men. I was going to put Minotaur on here, but we're just putting this all into one category, Beastman. So just know that if you want to be a Minotaur, that would be Beastman. If you want to be a lion man, that would also be Beastman. You want to be a lizard man, that's all Beastman. So where should Beastman go?
It's A tier.
Personally,
A tier.
I think a Beastman
tier.
is like basically down the middle C, maybe B, low B.
Yeah, because you could be like a fucking rat, like a rat man, or you could be a bear man.
Well, we'll let you be able to choose. Yeah, you can choose what you want. But the idea is,
yeah, but we have to rank the thing as a whole, so it's like
sure, but you do get to choose. You will be able to choose who you want, and we are going to rank it. We are ranking it as whole. But the idea here is, I just think, like, you're gonna be a dude with like some animal abilities that are gonna be kind of cool. But like with every animal ability you get, there's going to be some pretty annoying negative. Like, I want to be a wolf man, but guess what? Now you're a fucking wolf man, and the only mates that you're able to rape are women who are furry and have wolf heads. And you're fucking you get fleas now, and you get hair in your mouth all the time because you're a fucking basically a dog dude. And it's just
What
like,
about
You're a lizard man. You're cold-blooded, and you can't go in cold regions. If
yeah,
you
there's
need
like
it.
there's just. Go ahead.
What about like a saber tooth type? Like, would that count?
That would be a catman saber tooth.
I think
What about a human type?
What
about a human type?
That's just a human.
That's just a person. That's just a man.
No.
What about Bigfoot?
What do you mean? Bigfoot's not a beast man.
Bigfoot? No, Bigfoot's not a beast man. That's a
Bigfoot
gigantic.
is
Just like a gorilla man, like a gorilla
that's common
man.
knowledge.
I think that the bad options for that aren't that bad though, because you've got like minotaurs.
I'm not saying they're
you've got
bad.
any
Like,
of
I'm
the
not gonna put
bird-based
this in D or F. Like, if I went into another world and you're like, you're gonna go into another world as a minotaur, I'd be like, fucking cool, I guess. That sounds kind of cool. But I think that the benefits aren't as big as some of the other benefits that the other characters here are gonna get. And I won't say that there's a ton of negatives being I just personally, I just don't want to be an animal, dude. Like, I don't want to have the head of a fucking
I don't think there's any actual
animal.
negatives.
You don't want to be a furry?
No,
I mean, any of the AV
not
races,
really.
I'd be
Too much body
hyped
dysmorphia for
Like-
you? That makes sense.
Why is your name Rouga Rabid then?
What are you talking about?
I mean,
You're
if
a
you
rabbit.
There
Oh,
is
you
that,
want to be
like-
a rabbit, dude?
I'm a man. I don't want to be. It's my name. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. But anyway, so the Beast Man. But does personally, I think I would probably put a Beastman maybe below the Jinn and B, or maybe above the Fey and C. That would probably be the two places that I wouldn't put it in D.
I would say top of C. Yeah, top of C would be pretty good.
Yeah.
So,
like,
like,
if you were a beast man, you could probably practice like druid magic and stuff like that.
yeah, you would still be able to get. You still have magical abilities. You would still. You would get.
You'd be more efficient at it since you're actually an animal.
Well,
I
I
got
would.
a question about the baseman.
I think
Okay, shoot.
certain things. Well, before you ask your question, I think there's certain things that you're going to have as a beast man. You're going to have all of the abilities that animal would have. So improved hearing, improved smell. You'll likely be stronger, possibly
Really,
faster.
Natural weapons.
If you want to use claws, I mean, you should probably use a sword. I don't know why you would use claws, but use your sword or a weapon or a shield or whatever. I don't think you would get any heightened abilities when it comes to like magic or anything, or I don't think you would. I don't see what magic
If you're a
affinity you would
bird,
acquire.
man.
If you're a
I
bird
feel
man,
like-
I think you'd be able.
like
I will say, I think you'd probably get some kind of like advanced traits like animal husbandry or possibly like hunting abilities or the ability to talk to animals. You'd probably just get freely. You know, there's certain things I think you would just get, which would be pretty cool. So there are good benefits there. I just wouldn't compare those benefits to someone like a giant or an orc where I don't have to be a fucking furry animal
There's no
creature.
downside.
My
Well,
question.
and
My
their
question is
organization. Okay.
My question real quick is: are the bird people considered a beastman or their own race? Because the bird people would probably be way different from the beastmen because they can fly and
True.
Fly
pretty
very
big.
well.
True, but I still think you
Yeah.
have the but you still have a fucking beak on your face, and you still be covered in
about
feathers.
Probably have hollow bones.
Your bones would be hollow, yeah. Damn it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
you,
really
and
like the avian races, but I do think it'd be an issue like getting armor crafted that fit your wings, or going into those dungeons if you want to be an
you'd still
adventurer. and not
wearing
have your
armor.
wings
you
cut.
still have issues.
You can't fly if you're wearing armor, then which defeats.
You can
the
wear
whole
light
point of
armor.
being-
Well, light armor, yes, but
And that's like
Yeah.
studded leather and stuff like that. So I mean, there is armor that you would have
There's
to have.
benefits
There
to
is-
there's
Also,
benefits
if
to
you're talking
being a bird man, but honestly, if you threw me into a fantasy world and said you could be any beast, any animal you want to be, like a beast animal, I would not pick a bird. Like that
Yeah,
would
and
be
the
like the
thing about-
last fucking thing that I would pick as a bird
But
because
yeah.
there's a lot of
The thing
negatives.
about that is
The flying's cool, but there's a lot of negatives.
Hollow bones.
What about an
reality,
owl, man?
those are mainly harpies that really are the only type of bird people, anyways. And
No, there's
technically-
more. I think D&D has multiple bird-like people.
Yeah, Aarakocras.
What's the one that? What's the one that?
Kenku.
Thank you. The
I wanna be
kaiku, the ones that
Hawk in the
copy.
name.
Yeah.
That's
They-
the Kenku, but
Yeah.
they can't fly because they're cursed.
No, they can't fly.
They can't even speak with their own voice.
My point is that they
That's
exist,
the-
though. Yeah,
yeah.
they speak.
Yeah.
They have to speak and copy for what other people say and shit. Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
And then they have
Well,
Owlin.
I was thinking about it when it comes to
can be
the
One at a
comes to
time,
different animal
guys.
people. Also, don't think about the prestige classes because you know you might be able to start to going down the mythological animal stuff, and there things get kind of crazy.
Yes,
Perhaps.
and also because being a beastman could also potentially mean you're cursed, because that's usually how a lot of beastmen are portrayed in fantasy and mythologies.
Yeah, so do you get the lycanthrope resistance to anything that's not silvered or the immunity thing?
Well, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Well, you're not a. You're not a werewolf. You're not a werewolf. Okay, so I have. So this was something that I thought would come up at some point. So I'm just gonna say it now. I have vampires on the list. I do not have werewolves on the list because vampires is a race and werewolves is a curse that is done to a man. So that's why werewolves aren't on here. But Beastman is on here. If you want to be a wolf Beastman, you can do that. But you're not a werewolf. Like you don't have a weakness to silver. It's like that's not. You're just a wolf man. So there's
Actually,
regeneration.
that actually brings up a point. The werewolf would be the evolution class of the wolf man. That sort of deal.
The werewolf would
That
not be
kinda-
an evolution. The werewolf is a curse. It's not an evolution.
It is a medical condition.
Like if I had to say that there was an evolution, like if you had to level up and then you actually did get an evolution as a beast man, I would say a wolf man would be like a dire wolf man or something. Like it wouldn't be a, it wouldn't be a, well, yeah, it'd be like a bigger like white wolf or something. I don't know, but it wouldn't be
yes, the privilege of white power.
That's right. You gotta get that white power. Yeah, it's like everyone stops eyeballing you when you walk into places. They just give you shit for free, you know. And all the guards are super nice to you, and you're like, what's going on?
Yes, my favorite.
You get a
my
lot more
favorite fantasy
smiles.
buff. Yes, my favorite fantasy buff. White power.
That's right. You gotta get that white power. No,
I
but
do think that in
go ahead.
a lot of I think in a lot of career fields you would have a lot of options through the Beastmen with your enhanced perceptions, your hunting abilities, your tracking. So I think your life might be a little easier than some of the other ones, but
I mean, you
It
know, a
sounds
little
like
bit of
human
racism
stuff,
here and there, but yeah.
yeah.
It sounds
As long
like
as you're
human
not a
stuff.
Loxodon.
Humans are better.
You could be like a dog man, you know.
Yeah, elephant
Why would you
homie.
be a dog man instead of a wolf man?
Because he's a good boy.
You would just you would literally
A dog-
you're literally just like I want to be a shittier version of this other animal.
A dog man
There
is
are
a wolf man.
there are dogs far larger than wolves. Like there are dog breeds way bigger than wolves.
Yeah, but that's
A
because
dog- a
you would
dog
have to
man-
you'd have to take but there
wolf
aren't
hunter.
dog breeds that are physically stronger than wolves, and even the larger
well,
dog
there's one
breeds
that
that are
was made
larger
to
than
hunt
wolves are not larger than the largest of wolves. If you take the largest breeds of wolves and compare them to the smaller breeds of largest breeds of dogs and compare them to the smallest breed of wolves, you'd be right. But if you're going to
Well,
take the
there is a
largest
thing,
breed
a
of
dog-
one, you have to
dog-
take the largest breed of the other.
Here's the thing: a dog man is a wolf man. It's a Native American folklore. It's like a werewolf, but it's like really smart and shit.
Are you
I
talking?
would
Are you talking?
argue
Are you talking about a Lugaroo or a Rougarou?
Well, that's its own thing, but there's
Those
an
are it's
actual,
a
like,
it's a
Native
it's a
American-
French version of what you're talking about. It's but it's still a wolf. It's
Well, yeah,
it's,
but it doesn't turn into a human. It's like permanently like a werewolf.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yeah, 'cause
it's not a werewolf, but it permanently looks like that.
because a Rougarou is actually a Louisiana thing. A loup-garou is a French thing. They're very similar, but the Rougarou in Louisiana it's basically the opposite of a wolf man. It is a wolf creature
minute.
that has the ability to turn into a man, but it's not actually a man. It is a wolf creature. So it's
Rouga, I have a question.
What's up?
You say a Rougarou. Is that the inspiration behind your name by any chance?
You'd have to ask my parents. I don't know. Maybe.
Is that your real name?
Wait, Rouga Rapid's actually
Wait,
your
did
name?
you?
Yes, Rouga Rabid
Did
is
you make
actually
your-
my name.
That is.
But I mean,
your
like,
parents
the
on your
irony
birth
of that is
certificate
a
said
massive
Rouga
wrong.
Rabid.
Your last name is Rabid?
Yes.
Rouga Rabid is
Your
your
last
actual
name.
government name.
Yes, that is my actual name.
Bro, it's kind of like fucking
Damn.
Rainbow. Do you know that
I was not
one
expecting
video
that.
guesser that's absolutely insane? His actual name is Rainbolt. I'm surprised.
I mean,
like,
there's
people ever call him
I've
that.
heard weird names. I still say the weirdest name that I've ever heard is a dude I knew had a middle name. His name was Sarbopolo. It was
What is that Italian Mario Galaxy name?
It was 13. I counted. It was 13 letters, and it started with a T, and it started with a silent T, and it was Sarbopolo, and it was a middle name. So it's less weird if it's a middle name. But it was the greatest name, and he hated it. He could not stand his middle name, and I'm like why? Like, your middle name should be some of the most out there whack shit ever, and the fact that it's like that yours is like I would hate if my middle name was like John or something, you know.
Fucking John.
But like your middle name should be out. Middle name should be out there and wild. It should be a conversation starter. So, like, I would have loved to have the middle name of Sarbopolo, you know.
I mean, at least it's being
Yeah,
better
I
than
can
being
make a
named the
joke
racist
about
guy.
The racist guy? Is that a name?
That's my name. Yeah, that's my real name.
That racist guy is your middle name?
Yeah.
Oh
my name is
my.
John, the racist guy Kennedy.
And to answer Schizolander, did he change his last name? No, Sarbopolo never changed his last name, as far as I am aware. However, I haven't spoken to him in years. But yeah, as far as I know, he did not change his last name. But well, actually, he hated his first name. He hated his first name as well, because his first name was two other names. His mom took the end of her first name, and his dad took the beginning of his first name, and they put it together. But he's Spanish, and his mom's last name starts with an I, ends with an IA. So everybody who hears his name thinks it's a woman's name, because in Spanish, IA is how you end women's names. There's no male name that ends with an A. It's the feminine. So he had a made-up name that doesn't exist in Spanish, and it was a chick's name. So he hated his whole name. He hated his first name. He hated his middle name.
His parents just kind of sound like dicks. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I don't think they were aware of what they were. I don't think they were dicks for the Sarbopolo part. I do think they were dicks for the first name.
No,
They were both Hispanic, so they should have
100%,
known that was a feminine name. I don't know what they were fucking thinking.
Sarbopolo's a fine middle name.
Yeah, they were honestly drunk when they made this name.
Well, my brother used to work in a hospital, and he overheard a conversation. He told me a story about it once. And he said this drunk woman came in and was going to labor. Yes, she was pregnant and also drunk, and she was going into labor. And the conversation that he overheard was the doctor begging the woman to not name her children the way she was trying to name them, because she was trying to name them after her STDs. So this drunk woman was going to name her twins that she was having chlamydia and I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Syphilis. Chlamydia and syphilis.
God.
Because they were two. She was having two twin girls. And like I said, my brother was just listening to this conversation as this doctor was like begging this drunk mother to not name her children chlamydia and syphilis. And I'm like, okay, she showed up at the hospital drunk with endangering her children's lives by doing it, and she's gonna name her kids that. Though I feel like the hospital should be able to call the police and child services immediately.
Actually, yeah, that's definitely something they should have done.
What happens when a child is born from like a parent with an STD? Like, don't they die?
It's infused in their DNA, and they become patient zero.
Don't they like eventually die? Like after?
It depends on what STD you got. Like some STDs like don't affect you at all, but you just have them, and some do affect your life in major ways. So yeah, it just depends.
You just kind of become chlamydia man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Gino Reaper
for the disease.
Gino Reaper had two things. He said, "Don't y'all do the Beast Man dirty," which right now is at 50-50. Can some other people not in some other people in the chat vote, because we're at 50-50 right now. We need someone to win. Otherwise, I'm just picking. No one in the Discord vote.
Oh, wait. by
But
the way.
also, Gino said the movie Waiting had a bit about that. I'm gonna name my daughter Chlamydia. I've seen that movie, but it's been years. I don't remember that.
That's a movie. What the fuck?
Yeah, I've seen Waiting. It's been so long though. But yeah, I mean, according to my brother, this was a conversation that he overheard in the hospital. If he lied, I don't know. He doesn't. He's not much of a liar, so I doubt it. But yeah, he said that a drunk woman was in the hospital and was going to name her kids those two things, which was kind of wild. He also told me, I don't know this guy personally, but if we're talking about weird names, he also knew this guy whose name was Orangelo, and the spelling of the name was orange yellow.
That's wild.
That sounds like a Spanish name.
I think he might have been Spanish. I don't know. I didn't ask. But yeah, his name was Orangelo, but like the spelling was just orange yellow back to back.
Orangelo.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure they meant like they're trying to spell Angelo, but like messed up.
No, they did not accidentally spell orange yellow back to back by trying to spell Angelo. There's no way. They did that shit on purpose. You don't act. I mean, if you see the spelling of those words next to each other, they're nothing alike.
Fuck it, I'm gonna just call my kid
I'm
Jimothy.
thinking they're fucking high or something, and then proceeded to write scribbles and try and make Angelo, and then make Angelo orange. I know, but like that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, looks like low B is winning, so Beastman is going in low B below the Jinn.
Again, I would just like to point out that it's probably the one that has the most prestige classes at anything. Like, Horseman becomes a unicorn.
You wouldn't become a unicorn because a unicorn is not a humanoid creature.
You could just pick that off the bat, though.
That's what I'm talking about. The Beastman would just like kind of evolve like that, like
you just get a
the Overlord thing.
I would not
You
want.
could just pick it off the bat.
I would not want to be a humanoid horse or unicorn. I'll be honest with you.
I'm just pointing that out. That's the whole point.
Humanoid.
Like,
you don't want to be
Double
what's it
horny.
called? A centaur?
Actually, wait, hold on. Actually, I'd argue that centaurs would genuinely be a horrible race to be.
So I actually I actually originally had centaurs on the list and took them off because I thought they were kind of lame because they're just like human tops with horse bottoms, and I just kind of
a lot worse.
I wouldn't actually. I don't think I would necessarily completely hate being a centaur. I think having a horse's bottom would be difficult to like battle and shit. Like to protect, like if I wanted to protect my back, I just like turn around or look behind, But if I wanted to protect my horse's ass, that's like 4 feet behind me, like I just feel like that would be very hard to do.
Yeah,
crawling
is going to be
centaur
impossible.
in most mythologies are pointed as very genuinely terrible races.
Yeah, and you're also super tall.
They are
if you're on a battlefield, everyone could see you. Because you're like just mounting over all of the other characters. You're just like you look like you're on a horse at all times. So it's like people are gonna like instantly attack you first. And as far as the societies being very, very bad, they are Centaur actually the number one thing they're known for in mythology is kidnapping women and raping them. That's a big part of Centaur's society.
Lovely.
Yeah, you're gonna notice. I know we've talked about. Well, I've talked about this several times. I don't know why it keeps coming up, but a lot of these races like to rape people. It's very common that these races do that.
Does Dragonborn count as a Beastman, or do you have that separate?
Dragonkin are separate. I have those. I have that as a separate thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and the only centaur I'd want to be is like the Andalite shit from fucking Animorphs. Like they could do the shape shifting. They had the scorpion tail. Like
also like even if you could find like a woman to like that you want to marry and you fall in love with and all this and you want to like sleep with her, like you can't have like intimate love with a woman that you like you have to. You're a horse. Like she has to like get under you, and she's like just down there, and you're just like on top of the horse, looking down behind you, watching. Like it's like it would be so weird. It's like you can't like you can't like spoon, or like it's just like it can't be a nice just sort of moment between you two. It's gonna feel like some kind of weird bestiality shit. Like it's just gonna be very odd.
That's kind of what it is.
Like every time, it's like maybe maybe after a couple of dates, we've done it a couple of times and we've had the nice. Then maybe we can have the weird bestiality stuff. But I would like normal legs for the first few times, And you can't do that as a centaur. You just have to be a horse.
You can be a minotaur if you want. They have normal legs.
But that's Minotaur was a part of Beastman. You can have a bit. But also, I don't know if I would want to be a race without lips. That's another thing. So like lizard men would be off the table. Certain things. You know what's a weird one? I actually probably wouldn't mind being a pig man all that much.
Similar to us, actually.
Like pig, like pig
It's actually
men.
very similar to us.
You're ugly. Don't get me wrong. Pigmen are ugly, but they don't have a lot of the weirdness of like being like the furry races. They're not like hairy all over the place. They have flesh. They have lips. They have like teeth, and everything's kind of normal for the most part. They have they're
have a weird
they're just.
I would like to be a gorilla.
You're gonna have a weird penis though.
Well, gorillas have small penises, and also.
No, I'm talking about the pigman.
No, I know the pigmans. Well, yeah, that's true. I know a weird amount about penises of animals. I don't know why.
That's great.
Yeah,
Good for you.
like a hedgeh's penis has 4 heads on it. It sprays out in 4 different directions.
Yep.
A duck's penis. That isn't echidna. What did I say? I said a hedgehog. Echidna. I was thinking of Sonic, but yeah, it's an echidna. Echidna has 4 heads. A duck looks like a corkscrew. Spiders' dicks fall off.
A pig's looks very similar to a duck.
Yeah, spiders' dicks fall off.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird. Cat dicks look like morning stars.
Don't forget
how big
are literally.
use this info at all.
No, this is very important. This is important. This is gonna be
very
good.
important to the tier list.
We cannot continue the tier list unless we talk about how the
This
cats.
will be on the test next semester.
Yeah, so cat penises are shaped like morning stars. They have spikes all over them, which is why when you hear cats have sex, it's like super painful sounding. And the reason why it's shaped like that is because think about look, this is how much assholes they are. They have evolved in such a way that when a male cat fucks a female cat, its penis is designed in such a way that it scrapes any other cat's sperm that is in the female out of its body. So it's like, no, you are getting my sperm, bitch. And that's what it's like. Female cats literally cannot enjoy sex because they're being scraped and scratched on their insides. And that is why this
Jesus!
I don't
Thanks for the detail,
interesting
man.
conversation. So I can confirm that they do enjoy it because I
don't.
have gone. No, listen to me. I was going on a walk
Because
and I
you got fucked by a cat.
Listen. I was going on a walk, saw 2.
You got fucked by a cat.
No, saw 2 cats fucking, and when they saw me, the male ran, and the female looked at me, looked at the male, and ran right up to him and started snuggling up for some more.
That doesn't
So
mean
don't-
that it's not painful. Like I mean, I knew a dude who liked to have hot wax poured on his
well,
chest. I don't want hot wax poured on my chest. I'm sure there are some women out there that want to be fucked with a broken glass bottle, but I don't think most probably wouldn't want that. It's not a particularly enjoyable experience for the cats. We know this. This is why they scream. And if you just look at the penis, it's got little spikes all over it and it scrapes. It's not enjoyable at all. It sucks.
Gentlemen, were you listening? This is gonna be on the final summative, boys. I hope you were listening.
This is peak entertainment.
This is
it's entertainment.
It's just education, bro. It's education.
Yeah,
I have
no,
to.
This is what we call edutainment, where it's fun to learn.
I have to tag this video as educational. That's what I got to do.
Yeah.
You know what's worse though?
Hey,
Flat
can I ask a
penises.
question?
I'm gonna have to leave.
This is funny.
Penises.
Even with humans, it's weird because we're bell shaped to literally pull the competitor's nut out of the woman.
Oh, that would push it in more.
Yeah.
But funnily
Is
enough,
that
me
just
and
a
Ruga
myth?
have talked about this before. This is
Is it just a
it would
myth?
push it further in.
Yes, conversations about animal penises comes up a lot. Yeah, it does.
It would push it further in.
Anyway, okay, let's wait, hold up. Let's get back to the tier list. And then maybe we'll make next week's tier list the tier list of animal cocks, and we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll put them all on a tier list, and we'll spend 8 hours.
Ruga, I need to ask a question
What?
before we continue.
What?
Is it are angels a part of this tier list?
Is someone seriously sleeping?
I hope not. But I keep on trying to look at the
I don't think
screen
they're
and
sleeping.
I can't tell if there's an
Yep.
angel or not.
Yep, he's fucking sleeping.
Or Daddy, you good?
No.
I have to serve. How do I server mute?
You can go ahead and click on him.
There should be like a right click.
There's a mute, but there's not a server mute. Bro literally fell asleep.
Can you just move him down to the next call?
Surely we
He's
can
on
just
life
kick
support.
him.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean-
kicking him would be, or at least moving.
I don't want
him.
to kick him. I just want to move him.
Just put him in the Goon Lagoon. We'll have
There
fun
you
with
go.
him
We can
later.
kick him and send him a
He's in the
DM
gaming
saying,
VC.
Hey man, you
That
fell
is,
asleep.
I'm gonna be honest with it. I'm gonna have to give him a serious talking to, because not only did he came in, he had constant problems. He was talking to us while there was shit in the background. He was eating at one point. He was like, he just doesn't care about the shit. And then he falls asleep and starts snoring into the fucking mic. Like, seriously, dude, I told him multiple times, mute yourself if you're not speaking, because you keep the whatever. It's what it is. I'll talk to him later. Okay. So the penis conversation. I had, yes, not angels, but like Nephilim type
Not angels?
beings.
Okay, well, because I just wanted to know, because I was hoping to add angels just in case they weren't on here, but it sounds like technically they are, so that's fine. I respect it.
No, I could take them off, and then you can give me money. I'll put them back on. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. That would be me.
Okay, I guess.
But I actually am gonna put them back a little bit, because I don't like I don't like the fact that angels and demons were right next to each other. That annoyed me. Yeah, I want to separate them a little bit. Okay, so next up, this is interesting because this is the only one on the list that is actually sex specific. Gorgons cannot be male. Gorgons are only female. So nobody in this room could actually even be a Gorgon. But we're gonna
You don't know that.
yes, I do. But we're going to put them on the list anyway. So I guess they're women. So
Do you want
obviously.
titties?
No. Well, I guess if you want to be reborn as a woman, I suppose. But I don't want to I don't want to make that a part of the list. It's like do you want to get a sex change? I just was, just how cool do you think they are? No, just how cool do you think they are as women or whatever? Just as cool, like how cool would it be to be that if you were a woman or whatever? Okay, because I know a lot of because people are gonna have different. People are going to have different opinions based on the sex change, and I don't want to make this about the sex change. I want to make this about like how cool it would be to be the thing.
I think they have a pretty cool toolkit.
Well, sex change aside, Gorgons suck. Like, they suck to live as.
Yeah.
You are stuck by
if you're a
yourself.
Gorgon, actually, aren't you cursed?
Yeah, every time you
No,
look at
that's
someone
only
with
Medusa.
Gemstone,
That's only Medusa.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That-
Well,
that's
Medusa's
a
a Gorgon, and
One
she
at a
has
time.
Well, Medusa became the mother of Gorgons. Her and her sisters were the Gorgon sisters, and then they began to have children that were also all female, but also Gorgons.
Wait a minute. No, hold on. I'm pretty sure that's not right. I'm pretty sure Medusa was a woman who got cursed by Athena, and the father of monsters, Typhon, and some other
Hera,
chick.
not Athena.
She
Thank you.
well, it depends, because there's one story where she was cursed by Athena, but there's another story where she was the daughter. Her and her two sisters were the daughter of two gods, who I'm forgetting the name of, a god and a king.
Typhon.
And then she came out cursed like that. So there's a couple different stories about her mythology. Considering that we're saying that it's the version that was born that way, I guess we're going to have to assume that she is not cursed and that she is the born version. But yeah, someone could look it up and Google it. Someone could look it up and Google if they want. But I know there is a version that was born that way. I forget who her parents were. But yeah, there are the Gorgon sisters. And that's why the Gorgon sisters are in mythology, and that's why the curse thing doesn't entirely matter, because I forgot, one starts with an E. It's like Euphoria or something. That's a sister of hers. And then she has another. There's 3 Gorgon sisters in mythology.
Eucalyptus.
No, it's not Eucalyptus.
Tiamat was the mother of all monsters, and I mean, I'm not sure if the Gorgons were one of the ones that she birthed, but I know that was her whole title, her and Typhon.
They are, yeah. Her and Typhon did give birth to Gorgons. That is a specific species named after them.
Cool. So yeah, but it's a female-only species. It would suck looking. I mean, it's really overpowered that anyone you look at would turn to stone. But it would absolutely suck to have that power if you're just trying to like do your thing and live a normal life and not be a weird monster living in a fucking isolated location somewhere. The fact that you are a powerful being that has this incredibly broken power is really, really cool. But not worth it, I think, would be the kind of like, yeah. This
Are
is one
these also the near immortal ones too?
are Gorgons immortal? I don't know how old they are. I think they
I don't ever hear about them dying of natural causes. It's usually some hero that just comes out of nowhere and decides to kill them for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever hear about. Well, we don't hear about them being immortal because they die. So it's like we don't know how old Medusa was when she died. So we can't really say what the actual thing
Right.
is. And I don't know any stories where they really go into more depth of the Gorgon species as a whole. But
we do know that they are often hunted.
See
That is
through
a
the
risk.
eyes of the snakehead?
yeah, they are often hunted because acquiring their head is like, well, they're hunted because they fucking turn people to stone. That's a big one. But also,
you could just be that one Gorgon that's just there chilling, and then some random dude comes in and is like, "Hey, I want your head." so I can
also
turn things
let's
to
talk about
stone."
your absolutely terrible weakness. That is that you can't look
Mirrors?
at your own reflection.
Right, that is pretty bad.
And if that's the case,
Yeah.
that means that you actually can't look at other Gorgons either. Because if you
Well, I
look at
thought they
because
were
if you
immune to it.
if you could
No,
turn
they're
if
not.
you could turn
No,
yourself
if you reflect them.
if
Yeah.
you could turn yourself into stone by looking at your own reflection, then you'd have to assume you could turn other Gorgons into it too by them looking at you. Like your power,
Well,
they're not immune to
So
their
would
own
this be an
power.
active power constantly, or would
Yeah,
it be one
the
of those
Medusa.
ones where
No,
you
the
can turn it on and
Medusa's
off?
the Medusa in mythology, it is always there. They don't have a choice.
Yeah,
that
but
was a
there's
god's
couple
curse.
iterations
That was
that
not regular.
aren't.
That was a god's curse on her.
So it's still the way the Gorgons work.
Hey, wait. Y'all ever see that YouTube series, The Barbarian?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so it's even worse to be a Gorgon, because if you just so happen to be in the universe with the Barbarian, you're gonna get wet willied before you turn to stone.
Oh, that.
Dungeon
Oh,
Suits
that one.
Barbarian. Oh, yeah.
I have
That
no
was
idea.
funny.
I have no idea what he's referring to.
It's a
It's
funny
cool.
series.
It's fine.
nothing
I get it. It's fine. But yeah. So okay. So the Gorgon turns people to stone. It can turn itself into stone, and different Gorgons can turn each other into stone. So you're basically going to be isolated forever, unless you can somehow block your eyesight without turning you into stone. Like I don't even think you could wear sunglasses. Because like if you put on sunglasses, you technically you're looking at a reflection of your own eyes immediately. Even if you can't see it, that's what you're looking at. So you should putting on sunglasses would instantly turn you. Then you have to live your life blind. Who the fuck wants to do that? So like,
Many blind people can enjoy their life. Like just look at Fujitoro or that guy from John Wick.
Okay, but
Yeah, but
know
are those modern examples?
Could you use the snake
In
in your
Fate
eyes?
Stay, in Fate, in God of War, I think even D&D, it's an active ability. So if
no,
we
in
went
God
with
of
the active
in God of
ability-
War, it's an active ability because it's gameplay.
Yeah, but don't they do the whole focus beam?
Yes, because it's
and,
gameplay.
Okay. Well, like with Fate Stay and D&D, it's also similar. But if it's hard locked into, it's always active. Then yeah, it's shitty.
It is. It's always active in mythology. It's always active most of the time. In God of War, it's gameplay, and it doesn't. And you don't even have to look at them. It's just a beam of light that she shoots out of her face, and if you're hit by the beam for a couple of seconds, you turn to stone. But it's not even like. It's not even like you have to look at her situation. It's a totally different situation in God of War because it's a game, and they have to certain way they have to do it due to gameplay. But
that's fair.
yeah, but in Myth, it's just an instant thing. You look at her, you turn into stone, and the only way to beat her is to use her own reflection. Wait, you know what? I'm lying. She is immune to her own reflection. I'm totally lying. I'm totally lying. Yeah, they actually beat her by looking at her in the reflection. So she can look at a reflection of herself. That's how they don't beat her by forcing her to look into her own reflection. They beat her by cutting her head off by looking at her reflection and using her reflection to be able to see her. I totally misremembered that. I apologize. I don't know why I thought she couldn't look at her own reflection. Yeah, so the Gorgons are actually immune to their own sight. So if you are a Gorgon, you're good as long as you stay around other Gorgons. But if you ever go anywhere else who isn't a Gorgon,
that do get affected by their own curse.
I'm fairly certain the Gorgons are social creatures.
So you could wear glasses constantly.
You can't
and chill
wear
with other people.
You can't wear glasses.
You have for hair?
You can't wear glasses because if you put glasses on, you're still looking at a reflection of your eyes. Even if you can't see the reflection.
You just said that doesn't work.
Oh well, yeah. Okay, oh, you're right. Sorry. You're right. I'm not thinking.
He had that locked in. He had that locked in his head. That happens.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so yeah. So I mean, do shades exist in fantasy? I mean,
not necessarily.
You're coming in with prior knowledge.
And also, how would you get?
Well,
how
it's
would
really
you get?
hard to make tinted glasses. 'cause
How would you?
either have to
Yeah,
make
how would you get
tint or-
sunglasses to like be made? I mean, it's not like you can go to a shop and get people to make it for you because you turn everyone to stone and you'd be a massive monster with snake legs.
I think
serping
you
around.
have to. I think you have to look people in the eyes for that thing to work. Like,
I mean, well, hold on. They did have
Can you
stained
see
glass.
through the
They have
snakes
stained
on your
glass. So
head?
theoretically, you can.
One at a
just kind of
time,
use
guys.
some,
Y'all
like,
keep
really-
interrupting each other. Keep going with
Sorry.
what you were saying. No, not you. The other guy. Keep going with what you were saying.
Oh. They have stained glass, so theoretically you could just get some really like stained glass. Like I don't know how to put it into words, but you could just get stained
I mean,
glass.
but you
I
can't
mean,
see
look.
through anyway.
If you want to, you can go into a town, destroy a stained glass window, turn everyone to stone who sees you while you're trying to do this, grab these pieces of the glass, and then like try to tape them to your face or in some way, like figure out how to make something.
Well, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can find someone who's willing to work with you, because it's if you look them in the eyes. So I'm sure you can.
You
find
go them
someone
into you.
who's
Well, no, it's if they look at your eyes. You don't have to be looking at them.
Yeah.
They can't
But,
see your
like,
eyes.
Your
So if I
behavior
look
at
at the
that
back
point
of their
would be
head, I don't turn to stone.
at
Yeah.
that point your behavior would be anomalous. So like people are probably going to kill you on sight. With this one, it's hard because it's a very overpowered race, but the downsides bring it way lower than it would be, under the
Yeah.
assumption that you're like
Not
you're
to
a
mention, not all that
monster.
people like Gorgons.
This is
you're
this is
trying to
this is. I
advance-
would actually argue that this is considerably worse than the Jinn, because I would say that the negatives of being a Gorgon are worse than the negatives of being a Jinn, and you're not getting as much power as you would as a Jinn.
Yeah,
Like
if you were
I
gonna
would
be
I
like a
would
monster
I would
or, like,
probably
what-
say that this is another. I would probably say that this is an F.
Yeah.
your race is completely
I was thinking
Guys,
B, but-
one at a time. I swear to God, I'm gonna start fucking muting people. One at a time. Somebody speak.
Can you see
only
the snake? Oh, damn it.
Okay, let's
Can you see
try
out
that
of the
again.
snake on your head?
What's up?
Can you see out of the snake's eyes that are part of the hair? Can you see out of the snake's eyes there? If you can, then you can just walk around with your eyes closed.
I don't
and
think
just
that any
look
Gorgon
through-
that I've seen in fiction can see out of their snake's hair. Like I don't think there's ever a moment in any story I've seen where
the
like
snakes are usually just normal snakes that are kind of attached to your head. Like they have their own minds.
yeah, like they're not
Yeah,
a
but they do,
hive
like,
mind.
react, and you can use that. Like, if you're a
Can you
blind
also
Gorgon,
beat them?
you use snakes whenever they react to something.
Yeah, okay, so
you have
someone in the chat said you can just use semi-transparent cloth to cover your eyes. So essentially cloth with a low thread count would work because you would be able to see through it mostly. But if you could see through it at them, they could see through it at you.
No,
Not
no,
necessarily.
So that defeats the whole purpose.
So I've actually done this before. It's basically because your eyes are so close to it, it's a lot easier for you to see through it. But if you're even a foot away, they can't. Like even like half a foot away, they can't really see into it.
Think of like a blacked out Halloween mask. Like you
Yeah.
can see out of it, but people can't really
like
see
a
into
one-way
it.
mirror.
Even with
I mean,
something
I
like
would put it
crocheted,
in B.
even
Because you're
with like
still gonna, people are still gonna try to kill you on sight, just generally. Even if you are the one anomalous friendly Gorgon in the fucking area.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where like you looks like it's not
many
even like you're an orc. Like you're barely even humanoid. You're first off, you're insanely tall. Your legs are like the length of like a 12-foot long snake. You know,
You're only a woman.
You're considerably taller than people. You have snakes for hair. You're green reptilian skin. This is not like
your tits are out in the air.
I mean, you can
It's
probably.
not like an
you can probably
anime
put a-
where
you can probably put a
everything's
bra on.
hot.
You could probably put a bra on if you want, but even if it was hot, even if you were if you had kind of a cute face or whatever, you're still a giant serpent creature with snake things with glowing eyes. That's another thing. Their eyes are usually
The
portrayed as
only
glowing.
snake person I can think of that
Yeah,
is
someone be
actually
into it.
decent is probably the Lamia, but that fits in the Beastman category.
What? Yeah.
Lamia.
that.
Yeah, I would actually say that this is an F, and I think this is probably an F. I wouldn't say below Goblin, but I would say above Goblin.
Goblin is still worse.
Yeah, because you're because you're still.
I mean, I don't.
Because look, the problem, it's going to be a lonely existence, which sucks. That's terrible. But goblins, you're just gonna get murdered in like 20 years. Even if you don't, you're just gonna die. But you're gonna be weak and shitty for 20 years and die. And with a Gorgon, you're just gonna be bored and alone unless you could find other Gorgons. and that
Well,
will
we-
suck. But
So,
that's
I mean, like,
I'd rather be born
I
in the
would-
low. And again, you can still level up. So like, I think there's going to be a certain point where, like, maybe when you get there, you're like, oh, I don't want to kill people with my crazy Gorgon powers, so I'm going to stay on my own. But after a while, you're going to get, after like, I don't know how long these fucking things live, but after like 20, 30, 40 years of being alone, you're finally going to be like, you know what? I don't really care about human lives enough to keep doing this. And then you just like go on your adventure with your, but now you have crazy Gorgon powers, and you could fucking level up and do all that and become a ridiculously powerful god Gorgon who turns everybody into stone. and looks
yeah,
at
but you'd also be hunted because not a lot of people like Gorgons because of how they just turn a lot of people.
Sure,
into
but I think you
stone.
could build up experience
That's
really
trust, I guess.
fast if you're just looking at people and turning them to stone and immediately killing them. Like you could
Yeah,
essentially
I
go
couldn't
into a
see
town
through
and
it.
immediately kill
Almost
everybody and gain a
yeah,
shit ton of experience from it.
Yeah, I couldn't see putting them lower
Gator
than
on-
D. Because if you decide to be a fucking villain, it's going to be hard as hell to stop you. Like,
Yeah, like go onto a battle, like just run into a battlefield with two sides battling. Make us like just appear. Everyone's going to turn to look at you because you're a giant, like long fucking snake monster. And the moment they
Yeah,
look
but
on
if you
you,
know you're
you
a
just
Gorgon, they're
turned
gonna be
thousands of people into stone and just got the experience for all of that.
I mean, even if they know you're a Gorgon, they're still gonna kind of want to look at the tits.
Hey man, you're
True.
not wrong. But
It doesn't
I could see it
matter.
going-
Like they're gonna see some big giant snake creature, and the moment they look over, they're like, "Oh, turn to stone." Like it's like
yeah,
it's
I guess they think like depending on like how you go on about it, like
or just make a loud, obnoxious noise, you know? And they were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, what the fuck was that?" Boom, stone. Wow, that sucks. I just got
Yeah.
XP for killing you. I was a level 1, and I just killed a level 99, Templar, Crusader Knights, and it's because he fucking looked at me. Okay, to be fair, there are likely, if you're going in this weird fantasy world, you're going in there at level 1, there are probably spells and different things enchantments that you can make yourself immune to petrification.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. That's both, and that will basically completely eliminate your main power, which will then be less, which will then kind of be shitty for you. So that's something. Or there's probably also.
I mean, well, I feel like that's gonna be pretty rare because other than Gorgons, I can't really think of anything that can petrify.
There's a lot of spells that petrify.
Basilisks.
There's all kinds
Okay,
of
yes,
basilisks.
Walnut chicken.
There's a ton of mythological creatures that do it, but there's also just spells that do it. Aren't there? Okay, someone who plays more D&D than me, aren't there spells that
Flesh to
petrify?
stone.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew there was.
yeah, there's a lot of.
And there's also stone to flesh, so there are people who could reverse what you've done to people.
That's true. So if you do turn them to stone, you gotta actually break them to pieces to actually acquire them.
Basically,
Actually, that
just means you're playing like
actually
the
that
world's
sometimes negates the effect. That will probably turn them back in some cases. No, it's very weird.
It doesn't usually. It doesn't
I would
usually for
say-
Gorgons. Gorgons generally.
That's
if you're
true. That is a
stone-
D&D thing. My bad.
Yeah, if you no, it's fine. If you're a Gorgon, you turn someone to stone, they stay at stone. If you break them, I do still think you could probably be healed by certain magics, but I don't think that hitting you would knock you, because it's not like you're being covered in stone.
No,
You
it's
are
shattered.
turning into stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you turn to stone,
Like-
you're shattered. I don't think you're coming back from that, unless someone has a rewind spell.
Unless resurrection
There's
magic.
actually a fun fact in D&D that's actually somewhat interesting. If you want to hear it, you can say no.
Yeah, I don't care. Go for it.
No, that's fine.
But
I was just gonna
basilisks
say-
actually
Go trip.
Basilisks actually have a funny ability where they negate their ability that causes people to turn to stone and then just go back if they're damaged. So there's actually a lot of statues that have bite marks on them. So that's a way to tell if this is Basilisk country.
Well, that's another cool
Nice.
thing. Like that's another cool thing. You would get a natural thing that you would be born with as one is that you would be immune to petrification. So you would be immune to fighting a basilisk. You would also be immune to the stone to touch thing, or really, I don't know if it would work on literally any kind of transmogging magical ability, but it would work on petrification specifically. But you may
So I
have
think
some
that
kind of immunity, or at least a very, very high resistance to different forms of transmog.
I guess if petrification still affects you, it'd be really slowed, similar to like a virus or something.
I don't think it would. I mean, you're literally not capable of doing it to yourself, and other Gorgons can't do it to you, so that's an immunity. That wouldn't be a resistance.
And then, so the people hunting you would be a lot more, their skill sets would be more tailored to hunting you, which would be rough, but you are still leveling up. So it's not, that's going to be your one-shot ability at level 1, but you will also be able to build into other things for when that, weakness does pop up.
Funny
But
enough,
for
you
like the
probably-
majority of stuff, you're going to be able to one-shot and fucking power level.
Oh yeah, for weaker stuff, yeah. For certain mages, For certain mages and things, maybe not. Like I said, even in D&D and stuff, you could fight against Gorgons. Like, it's still possible to fight against.
Yeah, it actually is an instant. It's a few saving throws, and you can actively look away, but then you're not looking at the thing you're fighting, so you're gonna have a hard time hitting it.
I mean, even in the even in the myths, Medusa gets killed by just a dude using a shield that was reflective. Like, because he was just a skilled swordsman. You know, you could still be beaten. It's definitely like, again, you're not coming into the world as an unstoppable god. You're coming into the world with some serious advantages by being a Gorgon.
Yeah.
But
the thing is,
it's still not great. And if you cause too much problems, you're going to piss off the wrong people who will be able to kill you.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not a high enough level to deal with the problem.
And just one important thing is that, like, being like a leveling Gorgon, you of course turning people into stone is like your instant one-shot ability, but even that, if you can still like fight normally, I'm pretty sure they have like superhuman strength, so even if no one's looking at you, you can still, like,
they're giant snake monsters. Like, can you imagine? Like, imagine leveling up. Like, I want to be a fucking Gorgon necromancer or some shit. Like, just like, you could. There's all kinds of crazy shit you could do. Like, there's really you know, or you could be a Gorgon. You could be a Gorgon, like a Gorgon healer or something, where it's like you get the physical benefits of being the Gorgon, but you can also heal any wounds that happen to you, or like resurrect yourself. Or I don't think you resurrect yourself. That probably wouldn't exist. But I don't know, just different stuff. You could come up with different crazy combinations to make yourself more than just a Gorgon. Like, people will go in there with the idea that they're about to fight a Gorgon, and they walk in there and are like, I wasn't expecting a fucking Gorgon paladin, you know, or a Gorgon warlock. Like, this is adding a whole new level of difficulty onto the situation that I did not see coming.
Yeah.
Gorgon cast
And you didn't see it coming because you don't want to
Fireball.
If you're a Gorgon, you're basically playing like a game of freeze tag against people who can unpetrify enemies.
Do you know? I think who I think would really be really good friends. I could see like a Gorgon and a Fae just like really getting along. You know what I mean? Just like really being I don't know. Something about him. Something about this chick just chilling in a forest. You know, just being like having like this nature magic and stuff, and then Medusa showing, or a Gorgon chick showing up with her like powers, and just being like, hey, I'm just kind of lonely, I'm just kind of chilling. She's like, oh yeah, no, just chill in the forest, you know, let's gossip, you know.
The Fae turns into stone.
Just don't look her in the face. Don't look your friends in the face, okay? I feel like after being a Gorgon for who knows how long, 5 years, 10 years, you're just gonna get used to not looking at people, like or closing your eyes when you talk to people. Like, you're just kind of gonna get the hang of it. It sucks. Like I said, I still think it's going to. I would say. So okay, so do you guys still think that Gorgon should be an F?
No, I reckon D.
I think C.
I mean, actually, D seems.
You think
C?
I think C. If you're a druid, if you're if you're a warlock, any class that you pair with this and level into, you're going to go nuts.
But
like,
your
right,
your whole life is going to be isolation, loneliness. Anyone you look at turns to stone, and you'll be hunted the moment you go into any society where there's other people.
It's definitely going to be rough. Yeah. It depends on if you're trying to go in to be a good guy, you're fucked. If you go in and say, I'm going to fucking do some overlord shit, I feel like you'll have a better time.
But you can't even do overlord no, because now you'll be hunted by people who can cure themselves of the petrification, and now you're just a big snake monster.
Well, that's why you're leveling the other stuff.
But you can level
the... maid...
Yes, but
going into the thinking that no one else is leveling up.
You can level the... you wouldn't be the only person leveling shit up. Everybody would be... This isn't solo leveling. Everybody else can level up too.
I get that. Like, all right, so if I'm a druid and I could, you know, change out, they may not even know that I'm the actual Gorgon, pop out. I mean, it's very situational. If you're the druid and you're wild shaped, you just always break your wild shape and you're like looking them in the face.
Okay, well, listen, would you, if this was really going to happen, I said tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to be a Gorgon in a fantasy world, not a chick. We'll just assume, right, first ever male Gorgon. Is that something that you would be looking forward to? If I could also make you like a giant or a djinn or an elemental or something else, would you want to be? Is that like, oh yeah, that's the one I would pick on this list so far?
So if we're going off of that, then I couldn't put it lower than D. Like, I could come off the C, but I don't think it's nearly as bad as Goblin. I think D wouldn't be unreasonable.
I don't think it's
for
as
it.
bad as Goblin. I don't think it's as bad as Goblin. That's why I was going to put it above Goblin in F. But at the same, I think it has a lot of the same problems that being an elemental has. But I think it's worse problems than an elemental would have.
Honestly, elementals would probably be asked to hunt you.
Actually, yeah, you're not wrong. Elementals, you can just live a normal, peaceful.
Well, the problem with elementals is that depending on what elemental you are, you're stuck in a particular biome. Like like if you're an ice elemental, you can't go into tropical or hot environments. If you're a fire elemental, you can't going into any forest would automatically cause a forest fire. Traveling into a town would burn down the entire town. Like you're very limited by travel, which is the same issue you have for the Gorgon. The difference is that as an elemental, you could still interact with other elementals and you can still interact with other elementals. You can interact with other creatures that live within your biome. As a Gorgon, you cannot interact with anything other than Gorgons, other than other Gorgons. But they're for one, they're all women, but also. So like you can't you literally can't communicate with any dudes, but also which again maybe you prefer that, I don't know, but I like to talk to women and men, but also there aren't that many Gorgons. They're a very rare species. There's way more elementals than there are Gorgons.
Actually, you know what? There is one very stupid thing you could interact with: a fucking basilisk. You want a pet basilisk?
Yeah, but a basilisk is going to want to eat you. I don't think you have a pet basilisk.
No, it's fucking stupid.
I think it's gonna fight you. It's gonna fight you. So it's like you really. So it's like the thing that I think is going to put Gorgon really low on this list is the fact that the unbelievable level of loneliness you will feel for basically your entire life.
I mean, that's what Medusa was feeling for when she got her.
Yes.
What's up?
Yeah, goblins get to hang out with other goblins at least.
Yeah, they only live for 20 years.
Yeah, but they get one shot almost every Monday.
I still don't want to be a goblin. I would still put a Gorgon above goblin. My question is whether or not it's going to go above a goblin in F or below an elemental in D.
I would say low D.
But at least you get something.
Okay, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna see. Let's see what you guys. Let's see what the chat thinks. So we're gonna go Gorgon.
I mean, chat is it real?
What was that? High F. Or low D.
What if a blind wizard summoning elementals to deal with you?
Well, then you're fine.
That's a very specific issue.
Imagine being taken out by what you specialize in. Like someone summons a stone golem.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Would a Gorgon be able to turn a fire elemental to stone?
I don't think so.
It's not physical.
It's still technically a golem, so it can just be a.
It's not a golem. A fire elemental and a golem are not the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an elemental.
Or either way, well, if it's an elemental.
But yeah, like an earth, whatever, earth elemental, ice elemental, air elemental. Would he be able to turn elementals into stone?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Maybe as a Gorgon can make friends with certain species that are just not physical or not flesh in nature.
Actually, wait. If you turned like an ice elemental into stone, would it just become a stone elemental?
Yeah, I'm saying.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think it would work. She can't turn objects she looks at into stone. I think she can only turn flesh and blood beings. Guys, so whoever's talking, you sound so far away. No one can hear you. You sound like you're muttering. And I know you've been talking a lot, but I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. I think that's Jim.
I don't know who that is.
Actually, no, it's not Jim. It's Damasco.
I don't know.
How dare you accuse me?
I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't mean it.
I don't know. Next time they talk, I'll try and pay attention to who they are. But yeah, that's like he's talking through while all of us are talking, and he's the only one I can't hear anything about.
I think it's someone in the background of somebody's mic.
No, but he was talking to us, and he was reacting to things that we were saying. So it was somebody's.
Yeah, you can sort of hear him reacting.
Is the petrification reversible? Like, would we have a way to reverse it?
Stone to flesh.
No, I mean, I know other people could. Would we have a way?
Okay, so Chris is saying D or C. It's really powerful with some serious negatives that can be manageable, and there are ways
Actually,
around turning people into stone. I'm not saying, but turning people into stone is not the only thing that you have to manage. The fact that people will want to kill you on sight because you are a giant snake monster, like on appearance. You could say what you want about orcs and stuff being monstrous looking. They're still humanoid in nature, and people know what orcs are. Gorgons are naturally known that everything they look at turn to stone. They are known monsters, and that is the type of monster that you absolutely will be attacked on sight, and people will hunt you down. So like that's really the big thing. It's not so much that you can't manage the condition.
You know Dr. Stone?
What's up?
You know Dr. Stone?
Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. I'm not sure if this will work, but technically there's another way to cure stone. Not knowing if, because like Senku was able to make like little potions and stuff that just got rid of the stone.
So
now, I'm not sure if that really technically works for how it for Gorgons, but
I said no. We already established there are things that can cure the stone. That doesn't mean that you're still turning people to stone. And it's not like it's not like everybody has magic and potions that don't turn people that stop people from being turned to stone. That's kind of a rare thing to have happen. I mean, you could walk into a town, turn a couple people into stone, and the people in that village will be like, these guys are dead. Like there's nothing we can do. Like we don't have anything. We don't know how to cure these people. Like they're just stone, now they're dead. So they might as well be.
But my point is that Senku was able to figure out basically just how to create a cure, and
what does that have to do with What does that have to do with the fantasy stuff that we're talking about?
That's not a fantasy world.
I'm trying to make that.
That's not even a fantasy world.
Well, not really, but it still happened. I was just trying to make like a point, like whether or not that could be used in this fantasy world. Like
I'm sure they can make a potion that can undo petrification, but the point is that that's not a common thing.
Well, I mean, it's still going to be horrific either way. So people are going to just hate it on principle. Ooh, sorry.
Well, I mean, depending on how you could spin it, I mean, you could make yourself into like a temporary healer that staves off death until they're able to get to an actual healer to take care of it. You could make a service where
I'm not saying that petrification can't be dealt with. I'm not saying that it can't be dealt with.
I'm just saying you could be entrepreneurial about it.
But that doesn't make. But that's.
But hate it on principle.
It's not going to make your life any easier because they can cure the petrification.
Well, no, I said you could turn it into a business.
To petrify people and then
hate it on principle.
Hold me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh yeah, you're definitely going.
That's called a snake oil salesman, and they are often murdered. Yeah,
literally a snake.
If you get injured on the battlefield, I turn you to stone till we can get you to a cleric. If you got a loved one that's about to die, I can turn them into a fancy lawn ornament for you.
Yeah,
there's some options.
I will give you this.
Black business in the 1800s.
I will give you this.
They exist.
I will give you this. Stop. I will give you this. That's creative. I did not think about the idea that you could possibly be like a staller of death with the stone powers. It's a very creative use of the power. I will give you that. But I mean, I guess if you want to do something like that, but you still have to. Again, I still think it's a long shot to get people to trust you enough to even let you like go near them and not turn them into stone immediately. Like it's going to take you a long time to convince people that you're not super evil and want to immediately kill them.
Oh yeah, it'd be difficult to tell. That's why I'm saying D. Like it's got the power. It does have high risk. I just don't think it's as pitiful of an existence as that.
Oh, it's going to be a pitiful existence for sure. It's going to be. There's no way it's not going to be a pitiful existence. But I mean, there are. I will say that there are certain. I don't know. You might be able to function in some way. Yeah, like being a blind cripple. It's gonna suck, but you could you might be able to live in some way. You know what I mean? So I'll put it below. They voted for it anyway. I'll put it below the elemental. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I say it's fine because like depending on your use of power, you can literally just become someone who what's the word like taxidermies the dead in case family just wants to have them sitting on the couch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can turn them into lawn ornaments if they're about to die.
Yeah. I actually say that's probably one of the better uses of being a Gorgon is just becoming someone that people go to for some sort of like death assistance. Otherwise, you're literally just going to be hunted.
Yeah, it's the hard part just getting your sales pitch off.
Okay, so the next one is going to be really fun. Demon. Demons are always fun.
So
Why are demons F tier?
because they're
Jesus, that's
purposely
why.
put. They are literally demons. I don't know if okay. So hear me out. What does a demon do in the first place?
A lot.
Except be just many people hate demons. Many people can kill demons. Well, not many people can kill demons.
Not many people can kill demons. Well, no. Let me. I guess it would. Again, you're starting off as a weak, shitty demon. So let's be clear about that. It's a base demon. So you have to build up to be the strong, powerful, like crazy demon.
Actually,
but you're starting off with
that's another thing. If you're a basic demon, you're gonna get instantly throttled by other demons. They don't like each other anyways. Last time I checked.
Yeah, what would be your weaknesses? Because demons have quite
holy,
a wide variety.
Blessed magic, holy magic, light magic, whatever kind of magic would exist in this world that's positive, I suppose.
Demons don't technically have positive magic, though. In fact, they are. If I'm not wrong, most of the time they're strictly forbidden from using any type.
No,
of
we're saying their weakness would be holy magic and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that's their strength. No, they would.
Damnation would they have to suffer?
Demon, you start running amok.
I mean, look. As a demon, you could probably fly. As a demon, you could probably fly. You're gonna have some kind of cool advantage when it comes to like hell, like some kind of hell or dark magic or something. You're gonna have a clear weakness to angelic magic or whatever they call it, holy, blessed, light, whatever you want to call it, whatever fiction. That's going to be a weakness. You could possibly gain power not by fighting, but by making deals with mortals. Which could be pretty cool. So it actually changes things up for you. You don't actually have to go fighting monsters. I mean, you can fight monsters, but if you can actually acquire power by making deals.
It sounds more like D&D devils.
It could be. It just depends on it depends on how you play. If you want to be a demon who owns a bakery, you can be a demon who owns a bakery. But like if you want to be an all-powerful demon who like goes around with a great sword and uses fire magic and fucking hacks down villages of people, you could do that. But if you want to be a demon who's just like this sort of suave demon that's just like talks people into getting things that they want in exchange for their eternal souls, then you could do that as well. You have options. One thing that I think will be a benefit from the moment you get there, or possibly a negative depending on your on your standpoint, you'll likely lose any connection to morality the moment you become a demon.
Yeah.
Like immediately,
hotel demons, you're not gonna really have any morality.
Like you literally won't be able to feel things like guilt or like sympathy. That's another one. I just don't think you'll be able to actually feel it.
The only thing you fear are literally any type of sin.
But so like there's one other interesting aspect to this too. Like yes, you're going to be hated as soon as you step into the world. However, unlike the Gorgons, it won't be unanimous because cultists do exist. There are plenty of people that worship demons, worship devils.
Yeah, that's true. But those aren't.
You can get a lot of well, it doesn't matter. They're bodies.
I want to be honest here. I feel like devils are kind of just worst jinn.
I don't think they're worse. I don't think they're worse jinns. I don't think they're worse jinns because there's no way to enslave a devil to your will like there is a jinn. Like it's literally a weakness of the jinn that if they can be tricked into being enslaved because it's their weakness that's built into the way that the rules of their powers work. That's not the case for a demon. Like it would not.
I mean, there are some spells that do it with demons.
Demons enslave other people.
It's common.
Demons enslave other people, not the other way around. Like demons make and also unlike jinns, demons can actually pretty easily hide with like normal people. Like how often do you see demons in fiction and in fantasy where you're just talking to someone you think is normal and then it's revealed that they're a demon with wings because they could just look like a regular dude and be super charming.
Yeah, that's because you're typically taking their. That's because you're typically taking the perspective of just a dude, not someone like a holy inquisition.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a demon, don't go near a holy inquisition. Like, I mean, again, you're taking away the person who is going to acquire this demon biology. You're taking away their ability to choose and their agency of what they will do. Hey, there's this theocratic society country that's run by the church. Let's not go there. Let's go to this other place where there's a bunch of let's go to this town kind of like Tortuga where there's just a bunch of drunks and sluts and pirates and let's go there.
More sluts right now.
Let's go. What's up?
I said I heard Gamora is going off right now. It's great.
Yeah, it's like let's go over there and just like make deals with all these sad people who are like who are like drinking their pain away and like steal a bunch of souls and acquire a bunch of power there. And then, you know, maybe when you get powerful enough, you're like, okay, now I'm going to go take on the Holy Inquisition because I'm like an all-powerful demon who's stolen thousands of souls over the last 100-something years. Now I can go fuck with people who can use my weakness against me. Now there's you have options, man. You have options.
Jin sort of do have the deal maker angle too.
But they don't. But they can't enslave people by taking their souls. That's not a thing. That's not a thing that Jinns do.
That's fair.
Like the actual demons can actually you can actually build an army by forcing people to serve you through soul exchanges. And if you become like a greater demon, you can then enslave and control lesser demons to your will. There's a lot of mind control abilities with demons that Jinns don't have. They're not the same.
You don't have to be out in the open either, because again, you can sit there and have your cultists going out doing a lot of the shit for you just because.
It doesn't even have to be cultists. It could just be people that you enslaved and forced to your will because you could do that. You don't have to find a cultist.
Yes, but let me.
You'll have numbers, is what I was getting at. Yeah.
If you're a weaker demon, you're gonna have to probably try to rely on.
That's what. Well, first off, if you're a weaker demon, there's no cultists that are going to be serving you. So that doesn't matter. But when you're saying you're a weaker demon, all of these characters, regardless, even the Jinn is going to be weaker. There's going to be a part where you're going to come into existence and you're a weaker you're the weakest. You're a level 1 of whatever that is. There's going to be a part, even when you're a Jinn, where you come in at level 1 and a level 5 archer with like an enchanted bow is going to be able to kill you. Like that's just is the way that all of these characters are going to work. The advantages that you get are subtle and can exponentially grow. So the advantages you're going to get when you first come into this world as a demon is going to be like fire resistance, some dark magic affinities, weakness to holy magic. You may not even be able to fly at that point of being a lesser demon. You'll probably be like a little imp dude. You know, it's not going to be anything really all that. And then as you level up, you get all of these different powers. Then you eventually become like this greater demon that can do all this crazy shit and warp reality and all this kind of cool stuff, and that's awesome.
Yep, you get the subterfuge of being able to
just go back to hell instead of actually dying.
Well, I mean, going to hell is dying, but you know.
Yeah. But then you can just come back anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you might be like there's like I think I would say that the demon should go in the highest tier so far, above the changeling. I think he's easily better than the changeling. I think it's the best one we've gone so far. It's got some really great positives, not that many negatives, and the negatives that he does have, he has ways of getting around all of them. What's up?
So I'm trying to say something here. Like I said before at the very beginning, most demons, in fact, last I checked, don't get along at all. In fact, if you're serving yourself, most of the time you're like serving your like devil lord or whatever. And if you're not, you are usually killed by that devil lord.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah,
look, it doesn't matter.
Your own race hates you.
Shush. It doesn't matter. If you get out of high school, you don't immediately become a billionaire. You got to go work at fucking McDonald's or wherever for minimum wage before. Like none of these races is it going to be expected that the moment you come into existence. Like if you're an orc, it's not like you don't get born as an orc, warlord. You get born as a little shitty orc dude.
When you're an orc, you get like friends and family and like honor code and stuff. But like when you're a demon, no one has honor for any of you.
Orcs don't necessarily have honor, not necessarily. Some might, but I mean the orcs from Tolkien's don't.
Most of the time
it would
they do.
Not necessarily. It would depend on the fiction and I would assume it would depend on what clan you're with. I mean, you have your orc. You probably have your orc clans who are raiders who have a general kind of pseudo armor system, but you have the ones that are that rape and murder and pillage and kidnap women to make half orcs and then brutalize them and do all kinds of horrible shit. And you have orcs that war with each other constantly and are constantly fighting because they just love fighting. And it's like who only the strongest rules, so you're always fighting. I mean, fuck, there's a reason why the average lifespan for an orc is 20, despite the fact that they can live to be like 300-400. They kill each other all the time. They kill other people. It's basically the same situation.
Even despite that, then you still have like other problems. Like if you're a demon running amok, going after holy inquisitions and stuff.
Well, we just explained that. You wouldn't be going after that. We just talked about that.
did not add the part that the fact that you would be attacked by angels.
We just talked about this though. You wouldn't be going after the Holy Inquisition and angels when you're a small little bullshit demon. You can go to Tortuga or a place like that. You can go to a place where the church is not heavily ingrained in the society. You can go into the woods with the fucking Fae and just like kill boars and shit and level up that. Like you're in your own. It's your own RPG haven. You can do whatever you want. If you want to serve the Demon Lord in his army and try and level up that way, you can. If you want to leave the army and try and go on your own and just be like a little creature that's lost in the woods near a small village who occasionally comes out and kills their dogs and children, you can do that. Like, whatever you do to level up and become stronger, you can do that. It's a fucking open world.
So in the end, it's really just up to the person then.
Wait, I didn't hear. You sound like you were so far away from the mic. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I'm right here. I said, so literally, it's just up to the person then.
Yes, that's what
that's obvious, but I'm just saying, like, it depends. Like, obviously, that's an obvious, but like.
There are negatives. There are negatives for all of these, but but again, a lot of the negatives that some of y'all are bringing up are negatives that only exist if you completely take away the person's agency to make their own decisions.
And to add on to Rouga's point, 3 other benefits that it has is it gets to pass in human society very well in most factions.
I would say if you become a strong, I don't think originally, because I think weaker demons are very clearly little demons, and then you would have to like become a demon that acquires the ability to shapeshift. So I'd say you'd have to be probably a little bit of a stronger demon.
And a lot of times with that, they get a little bit of a charisma boost. They're known for making deals that are heavily in their favor, and their key demographic of people suffering and down in their cups or whatever else.
Yeah,
is
that's amazing. I guess
any world.
as a race,
and you're immortal.
I guess as a race, then you would basically have a good shot at just basically doing whatever and living for as long as possible, because you can't really die if you play your cards right.
Yeah.
And that's what demons always do.
And you're immortal, and if you die, you go back to hell, which is just another society for you that you live in normally. Basically, unless you get like enslaved or something by other demons. But like I said, this is all of these are just problems and things that you have to deal with. But you can still get over them again. And there's reasons why I'm not putting them in S. But I think overall, you're just you are a very powerful, you have a very, very high potential for power. And a very high potential to succeed, not just like be okay or even succeed in this world, but thrive in this world as being a massive, massive deal. More so than I think you do with a lot of the other races here.
I do want to state this. You probably are going to be the most hunted down race. It's even above the Shin.
Definitely would be the most hunted down. Like angels, a lot of people would probably go after you. In most stories, actually, demon lords are very common in most stories, and you are constantly going to war with one another.
It would depend, though. It would depend. Like if you're a part of the demon army, you're not being hunted. You're just at war. That's not the same thing. And if you're a low-level demon that's going into a forest and killing boars and goblins to level up, you're not being hunted by the fucking church or angels to be slaughtered, because you're not really doing anything yet. Like, you can keep yourself hidden. I mean, if you want to be a demon that doesn't want to go to war with the world, you don't have to. I think you're kind of wasting your demonhood by doing that, but you don't necessarily have to. But there's stuff that you can just to be smart. And again, you're going in with your own brain as you are currently. So if you were in this situation, what would you do to survive? How would you plan out your leveling up and where you're putting your attribute points, and how you would essentially live in the society that you're putting yourself in? Like, think. I mean, do you think that you would be able to, if you make the right decisions, thrive in this society? I mean, if it's something that you think you can do, go for it. You know what I mean? It's like. But again, if you just want to chill, if you want to get just to a high enough level that you can just turn into a dude who looks like a human and then just live a normal life and just be like, oh, I'm this demon, and then maybe something bad will happen to the town, and then you suddenly just. What's up?
If I was a demon, I personally would just be pissed and just actively probably just go out of my way to not cause a problem.
So boring. Such a waste of your demon abilities.
Well, I don't want to be a
once
demon. I actually kind of
Choose
want
something
to
else.
be liked and useful. Well, I mean,
Well,
like,
now, but once you
I'm
become
saying this in the case,
once
like,
you
if I
become
was
a
forced to
demon,
be
once you
one.
become a demon, you're going to lose the ability to have morals. So you
You
might
gotta
actually
lose
think
your
completely
base
differently once
morals.
you become a demon.
It
You're
will.
probably right, I guess, but
It'll
still, I
probably
probably
be
wouldn't
the.
be a demon.
It'll
At the
probably
point
be
where you
Idle Gone
One at a time,
situation.
guys. One at a time.
go ahead. Okay. At the point where you would actively be being hunted down by a church or any of that shit, again, you would have to have some kind of notoriety, some kind of
Yeah, it's
you'd
not going to
probably have
happen
a bigger
instantly.
following.
It's not going to happen
Yeah, you
instantly.
would have the only other races on this list that would have comparable numbers on your side would be the orc warbands and maybe the goblin hordes. But like by the time you're a big deal, you'll have had the ability to build up your own following of enslaved demons, enslaved people, people that you've made deals and contracts with, or just charmed, like naturally charmed. You can be a fucking politician if you wanted and have a whole fucking kingdom go to bat for you. Like
Also, we should
your
also
skill
note
ceiling is
we should also
so
note
high.
that in many fantasy universes there are demons but no angels.
This is true.
Like the demons actually go against the church and holy warriors, but the angels are nowhere to be seen.
Well, that
Aren't
wouldn't be the
angels
case in this one.
or something? Or is that just D&D?
Wait, what's up?
What?
No, the angels are standing and ready to fight.
Celestials, yeah.
Well, no, I thought it was
There's a lot of
Asimov was
anime too
and
that have
employed
angels
angels.
in them. I mean, just Seven Deadly Sins.
But either way, your skill ceiling is so high and your weaknesses are so easily managed.
Andrew and
Like,
Mace must be up forever to do it.
Oh yeah, no, it is a great race.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the best ones. I think it's better than Changeling. I think it's easily better than Changeling.
It's definitely better than Changeling.
Changeling with the following.
Fair enough.
I'm not gonna say it's S tier, but it's
I'm gonna say
definitely probably the highest in A tier.
I think it's A. I think it's A above Changeling. I think it's. I think right now I think it's top of A.
Pull for this one.
I do want to say this. I think your weaknesses are very easily available.
Holy, holy and blessed magic. Essentially, it's not that. Not really. I mean, paladins.
Not just the magic. It would be pretty much anything holy or blessed. So sword.
Well, that is if it's blessed, that is magic. But I mean,
water. You can get that at any town.
That's
magic.
Yeah, but how are they going to hit you with holy water?
Water. You get a freaking super soaker or something, or
they don't have super soakers. I mean, how are they going to hurt you with a vial of holy? They
you
just
gotta
splash
open
it in your
the door
face
so
while
you
you're
can
this
get
demon
fucking
flying
at
around hurling fire magic at them. Like, there's going to be if you actually do get into it, you're going to have to. Paladins are going to be. There's certain classes I would say are going to be a threat to you more than other who can use holy magic. Most classes can't. I mean, it's not like they can't kill you other ways. Like, they can still kill you with a normal sword that does not have holy magic. It just won't do as much damage to you. You know, just like any video game. You have your weaknesses and your strengths and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, there's going to be certain classes like, oh, I see a cleric over there. I see a paladin or whatever. Okay, those guys are going to be able to hurt me. Let me take those guys out first. And then I can deal with the archer or the warrior or whatever, or the barbarian, or, you know, it's just like any other RPG. It's literally
or
like
just
any
send
other
your non-demon, allies at them. All right, go take care of that.
But you're
fucker for
also
me.
going to start off at a much stronger area because like even if that dude is like, okay, you have like a human paladin or a fucking elf cleric or whatever. It's like you started off as a demon. You're physically more powerful than them at the start. So it's like right out the gate, and your affinity to magic would be greater than both of theirs.
And your snowball potential is insane.
Yeah, and your absolute peak power is like insanely higher than all of theirs. Like they would have to become a legendary warrior of like unmatched potential as a human paladin in order to take you on once you become like a demon lord or like a demon general or something. Like you become a being that parties have to get together to fight against.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not only do you have physical and
Actually
magical power, you have influence, which carries you a long ways.
Also, why don't get your own fucking party, man? Like
Yeah.
you're a demon. Go make a deal with the orc bands. Go make deals with the beast man. Like go meet yourself an elemental. We're about to the next person we talk about is going to be the Lich. Dude, do you have any idea how awesome a Lich demon team up would be against a party? Like oh shit. Like you don't want to deal with that shit.
Honestly, I'm
You can
thinking
become the
demons,
patron
yes.
to a warlock.
Just don't get Orcus mad at if you're dealing with a Lich. He knows what all Liches do.
Yeah, but that's only one.
Sorry. Reference, my bad.
No, you're good.
Lich is like completely. Well, not completely. Last I checked, Liches are very broken.
Liches
So
are
They're very powerful people who turn. Oh, sorry.
So Liches, no, we'll get into Liches because I think well, actually, before we move on to Liches, does anyone think that we should move Changeling?
No.
No, I really like changelings.
I think we should make this an X. I think demons would be S.
Because I mean honestly, when we really look at it, a Changeling is just a human with minor shapeshifting abilities. Are we really putting the only reason why Changeling is an A is because there aren't really any negatives to being a Changeling like there are for the Giants, the Orcs. But I think that the positives are so far below everyone in B and C. Like I'm struggling to even understand why we're keeping him an A.
Well, the fact is that he's technically a human that can.
He's just you. He's just you as you are, but also has the ability to turn into other people for stealth
So
purposes.
there's a lot that they can do with that.
Well,
What
ranking would
they
you
can
think
also shapeshift into other creatures and
other races?
Yeah, but let's say about that. Yeah, but think about this. You take a level 1 Changeling, level 1 Giant, level 1 Demon, level 1 Orc, level 1 Djinn, level 1 Beastman. The Changeling is being murdered immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not wrong.
Like he's dying in that fight, automatically.
Yeah, that Djinn and the
definitely-
demon are probably sticking the longest.
It's definitely physically the weakest, like in that comparison, but the ability to move through and manipulate the world. I mean that's a unique.
Maybe
I don't think. Wait, you don't really have the ability to manipulate the world. I mean, you have the ability to turn into some people here and there. But I also think, and again, this isn't a world where you're the only person with this power. This is a world where they know changelings exist. So if you turn into someone and you start manipulating things and altering things, and at any point you say something and someone else is like, and they're like, oh, remember when you said it? It's like, I didn't say that. You're like, oh shit, we have a changeling in the fucking kingdom, and all of a sudden now everyone's hunting. Like, you have to be very careful to not be caught. I feel like. Yeah, I feel, and you would also have to like have a plan. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? If you're going to this place, like, what is the end goal here of the changeling? I feel like the vast majority of people would only use the changeling power for like just general survival and to fit in places, or to like escape if they stole some shit. Like, it's gonna be very basic usages. I don't think it's going to be this Machiavellian. I'm going to take over the world through manipulations by transforming into people type of thing. I mean, maybe some people might do that. Possibly. They might, like, kill the king and then, like, hide the body, transform into the king, and then just start pretending to be a king. Maybe some people might do that, but I think most people aren't. And I think that that's a very dangerous game. Because then all you have to do is meet one, like, sorcerer or somebody who could see through your disguise, which also exists in most of these fantasy worlds. They're like, that's not the king, and then you immediately get executed by like 1,000 fucking soldiers who outlevel you.
Even if
D&D truth. Can I finish real quick? In D&D, true sight is a thing.
Yeah. In most of these fantasy worlds, seeing through disguises and shit is pretty common. But I don't know. So I understand why we put him so high. I get it. I get the fact that he doesn't have any weaknesses whatsoever, but he only has one minor strength as well. Like, I would rather be a giant than a changeling. I would rather be an orc than a
But
changeling.
you can be a giant as a changeling.
No, changeling is
You
its
only
own
get
race.
superficial abilities.
A changeling is a race, not a giant.
But the thing is like, even
you can turn into one, right?
Right?
What's up?
This
turn
tier
into a
list is
giant.
mainly survival based, right?
Survival.
It's not survival. It's more so. If you went into a universe, like what would be the best race? It's if you were to be thrown in an isekai world, what would be the race? What would be the best race to be in that isekai world as? That's essentially what the tier list is.
But mainly it's sounding like this is mainly survival based. Like, of course, you could be dominating and stuff, but you could still like count as starting out as a level 1.
It doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily. It's not necessarily. I guess survival base is an important part of it, but it's more so like which one would set you up as like having the best time in this fantasy world.
Yeah.
You know, like personally, I don't think that an orc is necessarily. I keep bringing up the orc because I actually really like. I like the demon more than the orc, to be fair. I'd say so far the orc is probably my second favorite on this list that we've gone over so far. But I don't think your survival potential is higher as an orc than it is for a lot of these other characters. I think a fae is gonna survive longer than an orc would. But I think an orc would enjoy his time in this new world a lot more. He'd have a lot more fun. I think that's kind of the factor that I think would be better. And I think so. And I don't know. The changeling's just like a dude.
Well, I mean, like that's the thing. Like in that case, the changeling would probably have the least enjoyable time because, number one, it probably wouldn't fit in as well as any other creature being immediately recognized as.
No, he's a changeling.
Not right.
He wouldn't be immediate. No, the changeling could transform into a regular. Like I could see if you become a changeling in this new world, I could see you turning into a human, then going into the first town, and then just like doing adventures and doing bounty jobs or whatever, going out hunting monsters and stuff, bringing back, gaining your money. But you're basically just going to be living in that world the same way any human would live, leveling up normally, being a normal dude, classing yourself in a normal way until you eventually start meeting people who could see through your disguise. And then you would.
I guess it's not that bad though.
It's not necessarily bad.
It's in B tier. If
it's not necessarily bad, but I think it's like slightly above C maybe because imagine what would you rate it if you just went into this fantasy world as a human? It would be C, right? It'd be like somewhere in the middle.
Well,
you did give it the ability that would have. Excuse me. You did kind of say it would if it turned into an orc, it would have the strength of an orc.
You would have the muscular you would have the muscular ability of the orc. Sure, it is an advantage, but you can also only transform into things that are of similar size. So you wouldn't even necessarily be able to transform into a giant or an orc that is significantly larger than yourself.
But I mean, you would have.
Wait, how big are changelings?
So
they're average size. They're the normal size of a normal human man. So you would be able to transform into an orc that if you're 5'10" changeling, you might be able to transform into an orc that's 5'11" or whatever, but you're not going to be able to turn into an orc that's 6'8".
Okay.
On the weekend, you could go party with the orc boys. You could go hang out with the goblins. You could go hang out with the beastmen. Like you got options.
I know, and I'm not saying that he belongs in F or D. But I don't think that's. I mean, are we really gonna put him over giant orc, Jin, and Beastman because you have a shape-shifting a kind of okay shape-shifting ability?
So I like the variety. So my opinion on that kind of stuff.
Because all of these characters are going to start off with stuff. Like the Beastmen are going to start off with racial abilities that only Beastman can have. Jin's going to start off with some pretty powerful magic for a level 1 dude. The Giant's going to have superior strength. The fucking Orc is going to have rage and berserk abilities. Like the Demon is going to start off like probably right out the gate with some kind of fire magic, like just starting off. The Changeling is going to start off with the ability to transform, sure, but his potential is no higher than a normal human, other than the fact that he can turn into other people. Like he's still gonna have the basic shit that he's always had.
Yeah, I mean he's not gonna be fun in combat, but
in this case, I don't think he's better than an orc or a giant.
I don't think he's better than an orc necessarily. He's not better than an orc in terms of combat. He is better than an orc in terms of being able to fit in, but that's going to be limited by the area that he's in, because the higher level areas that he goes into, the more likely people are going to be able to see through his disguise immediately.
So I mean, it's really good early game, but bad late game.
Going to be a normal
person.
Yeah, like it's going to be more
in
difficult
sort of, but, like,
as it's going to get more difficult as he levels up and continues on. Now maybe you can
like
convince
if you
people.
have like a human in this list, obviously he and the changeling would be unequal, right?
No, I would put the changeling above a human simply because he has the changeling
Well,
abilities.
yeah,
But I think a
yeah, but
human
if
would
we
be
have
like.
humans here-
It kind of sucks because I have 6 tiers, so like there isn't a middle tier. But I think humans should be
Except for
right
B and C.
smack dab in the middle because they have no advantages, no disadvantages. They're literally just humans. A changeling
B
would
tier
go
is.
above that because a changeling has the changeling abilities. But that's it. Like he doesn't have anything. Like he's not. If I go into another universe as a demon, I'm like, dude, there's so much shit I could do. If I go into another universe, if I go into this other world as a changeling, I'm like, oh, I'm basically just me with like mystique powers. Essentially, it's like, okay.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Why
it's
don't you just
useful,
make another
I
tier
suppose.
that just says
Yeah.
mid?
The
I
others
could
will
rob
have
the
big
bank as a
weaknesses.
town guard. I could sneak in wherever I need to be at.
Yeah, I'm not
And,
saying it
yeah,
doesn't have usefulness,
light-
but so
yeah,
does
light
so do the
service
demons'
is gonna
crazy
fall off.
fire powers. And honestly,
Yeah.
the higher up level, here's another thing: the higher up level that you go, the less advantageous your changeling abilities will go. Let's say you're a changeling and you go into this world, right? And you decide to be a, I don't know, battle mage, or not a battle mage, like I don't know, like some kind of sorcerer, right? Some kind of mage user, right? So you're a changeling mage, and then you decide to turn into an orc because orcs are bigger and stronger. How does that benefit your mage abilities in any way?
You
Okay,
get
so
Like
them
it
more
would
time
only
to
it
stuff.
wouldn't even really help you all that much. Like every transformation you would make the abilities that you use with the body that you use the most less effective because you're going to start getting all of the racial traits of these other abilities, of these other things that are going to be worse than the one that you were using before. There's really only going to be one form that's going to be most useful with whatever class you pick, or whatever
So
whichever way you level yourself up, that you're going to keep utilizing over and over again.
if you go with like a rogue, you could go copying elves for a little bit more dexterity and stuff. And we saw that the
Yes,
thing
but
did
then you're
wreck
going to
2
stay
different
as an elf
universes.
forever, because if you
Yeah.
leave that elf and become an orc or a beast man, now you're going to have you won't get the dexterity bonuses, ergo you're going to be less effective. So you're basically not even going to be a changeling for most of the time. You're going to be one specific race that benefits your class the most. And then you'll only really use that alternate race for the sole purpose of sneaking into specific places in very specific points, which oftentimes, if you're a mage in any other class, you're probably going to have some sort of appearance changing illusion magic anyway, or at least you can acquire them.
Yeah,
you,
I
you
mean-
can usually disguise self by like level 3 in D&D anyway, so it's like it's a very low level spell.
Yeah, now I will
that
say
you can
this.
get
I will say this. If you decide to become like a changeling warrior or barbarian, you're still going to get the ability to change your appearance, even though you're not a sorcerer, which is unusual. So that's kind of cool. Like that you're going to be able to be any class. It's basically like a class trait that no other class. I'm sorry. It's a racial trait that essentially allows you to bypass not having a particular class in order to get that trait, essentially.
Actually, there is a very common item. Well, I'm just going off my knowledge of D&D, but the Hat of Disguise. Any race can use it, any class, and it automatically gives you to disguise self at will. And it's like a very common or uncommon item, so it's very easy to get your hands on. And it completely does the exact same thing that the Changeling can do, but for any race of any class to be able to disguise yourself as another race, another person.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Yeah,
say
but
that would necessarily be super common in any universe that you would go into, but I don't know. Like I said, I think that it's a benefit. I think that the changeling ability is a benefit. I just don't think it's necessarily. I'm just looking at a changeling standing next to a fucking demon, and it's like, okay, one of these is significantly more. One of these is significantly more advantageous than the other one, and it's just weird that it doesn't belong. I honestly don't think the changeling would be more useful than being a giant or an orc.
I do think that when it comes to the A tier right now, like everything at the changeling I wasn't here for the changeling, but I'm assuming that all the stuff that it got put for, the demon does it better.
The
so I can
changeling was the first one we did.
Yeah,
That's why it was an
missed
A.
all
We
that,
didn't have
but-
anything. We didn't have anything else to compare it to. We put it in A because it's literally it had no downsides and it just transformed into things. But
No, it was the second.
It was
We
the
did the
second.
orc
Orc
first.
was first. You're right. Orc was
In
first.
its benefit, I could see, like the trope for like the thing taking out 2 research bases by, body doubling and shit. It's a common trope. It does work, but I do think, like you said, once it gets to the end game and the higher level, it
All their
doesn't
racial
necessarily
abilities are going to be
scale as
it's going to be they're
yeah,
not going to
it
have any
doesn't
purpose.
scale as well. How you are when you come in, that's about where you cap out at. Like you'll level up your class and shit.
Yeah.
But like
you're not going to
the
be
other
any
one-
different than a human and how they level up. And with all of these other races we've done, with the exception of like the goblin, they all start off at higher levels than a human do, and they have a higher potential for power than a human does. The changeling's the only one that doesn't, other than a goblin that starts off weaker. So I don't know. I don't see how I could put him above. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna make a
Put
poll
above
and ask.
Jin.
I'm gonna make a poll and I'm gonna ask: should the changeling be moved? Should the change?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
The changeling basically has the benefits of being like a weaker version of another race, but with none of the social downsides.
No, not a weaker version. I would just say they're just a human that has an extra
Well, like-
skill that allows them to shapeshift. I don't. What race are they a weaker version then?
Well, like you said about orc, if you turned into an orc, you couldn't be a 7-foot orc.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that he's a weaker version of an orc. I would say that he's a human with a ability to shapeshift that humans don't have. Essentially, that's where I would put him. I don't think that a changeling has any superior skills or abilities than a human that a human does. Like I don't know if like they have a specific class, or maybe possibly they might get some like enhancements to, say, learning some type of illusion magic or something. Possibly, I don't know. I don't think so though.
We're good. Hear me out.
Okay.
So hear me out.
Brian said, sorry, 1 second. Brian did say a changeling change is better than illusion magic because it isn't illusion. Many beings can see through illusion magic. That's true, but higher level beings can also see through the changeling. That's why I was saying that, yes, it's true that at the start he'll be able to live out a large portion of his life. Well, here's the thing. The question here, I don't even think that's really necessarily an issue, because even if you are a changeling, someone can see that you're a changeling. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to attack you on sight simply for being a changeling. You're still like a race of beings. Like, you're not a monster. Like, it's not even like, even if someone sees like, oh, you're not actually an elf, you're a changeling. You just look like an elf. You're like, well, yeah, I'm a changeling. You could even go into a town like, I'm just letting you guys know I'm a changeling. This is blah, 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 and maybe they won't treat you like shit, or maybe you could find a group of people who know that you're a changeling. It's not a big deal, and that's like a perfectly okay thing, and you don't have to like hide it, and that's fine. I still think, even if that were the case, I still think that the benefits the changeling gets overall are significantly less than basically everyone on B tier.
Well, I think what the guy was saying was that the changeling is a biological change, so maybe the true sight might not even work because you're not just casting an illusion spell.
No. But there are spells that
I said true sight specifically because it does counter.
Yeah,
it does.
It's not just illusion.
Shapeshifting.
It's not just illusion. Yeah, it allows you to see through shapeshift, and it's not like the changeling is the only. There are shapeshifting abilities that exist within the world, within fantasy worlds, that are better than changeling shapeshift abilities. Like there are
Like
druids who
dragons.
could turn into bears and shit like that. And yeah, there are
Polymorph.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah, there's polymorph, which is a spell.
Okay,
I think that could even turn people into like tables and shit. But
they could turn
Hear
people
me
into
out,
dragons.
like I was saying before.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that they'd be as fun as some of the other ones. You would be relegated to more niche play styles. I don't know. It's hard. So like, I don't think something should be penalized simply because you can't smack people harder or better with it.
I'm not penalizing because
Like,
they can't smack people harder. I'm penalizing it because it has no racial advantages other than a change ability that becomes useless as you get stronger. You could say what you
Hear me
want
out.
about orcs and giants and stuff, and I'm not putting them above because they're just physically stronger. I'm putting them above because they are actually superior to humans in a lot of ways. And as they level up, they will continuously, and that superiority, that gap in superiority will get larger and larger as they level up. The changeling will be the exact same, and his only racial ability that's actually a good thing, he will lose because it will no longer have the same quality that it had before. It will not.
Would
Yeah.
a combat effect
Hear
be
me
the
out.
same?
What's up?
So
I'm
hear
not
me
saying
out.
it's going to be completely useless. I mean, I think even at like max level or whatever, if that even exists in this fantasy world that we're throwing them in, even if that is like not everyone is going to have true sight. I'm not saying it's going to be useless. I just think it's going to be more useless than the sheer physical superiority that the giant and the orc have. It's going to be like,
But they have detriments
Huh?
too, which
now
they have
yes,
detriments.
they do, but I don't think their detriments
Changeling
are.
doesn't have.
I don't think the orcs' detriments are all that bad. I don't even think the giants' detriments are all that bad. Giants and orcs are not hunted on sight. The only way that orcs are going to be attacked on sight is if you're in an area where orcs are commonly at war with the surrounding area. You can go to places where orcs are not currently at war with that area and survive just fine. It is very common in fantasy worlds that orcs are just a class that joins a party and just travels around, and they might be given a glare or be assumed to be dumb the moment they show up because they're orcs, but they're not hated. It's the same way with giants. I don't think you're necessarily going to, like we talked about this when we did these two sections, but I don't think you're necessarily going, it's not like the djinn where people actually have an incentive to hunt you down and kill you. They're not like vampires, because vampires are inherently destructive and evil, or demons that are also inherently destructive and evil. Orcs and giants are not inherently destructive and evil. They're just a part of a race that are they're just a part. It would be like being Middle Eastern during the Iraq War in the United States. Like, it sucked. You were treated poorly, but you weren't being hung from trees. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was Go ahead.
Hear me out. We make it either goes down to the bottom of B tier, or we construct a new tier and call it mid.
No, I would put it. I would put it above the djinn still, because I think the djinn's negatives are pretty hard. And I think I actually might even put the Beastman above the djinn, if I think about it. But
that's still B tier and close to the bottom.
If it went to B tier, I couldn't see putting it anywhere. It would have to be before Djinn and Beastman. Because
okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We've talked about this for a while. Let me see. 72% of people think that we should put it down. So we are gonna. Oh wait, shit, my fucking computer's about to die. Hold on, give me a second. Sorry about that. How about we'll just take a vote. We will ask people what would they rather be if they had to go into a fantasy world. Would they rather be an orc, or would they rather be a changeling? And they could just
rather be an orc.
Well, I would rather be an orc, but I want to see what other people.
I'd rather be a changeling, bro.
I'm sure people are going to vote for changeling. I would personally rather be an orc. I've already said why. I think being an orc would be fun and cool and awesome.
I mean, if I was just a changeling, I would probably just live the same life I have now.
Yeah, like you're just a dude with shapeshifting powers, which is, I mean, it's cool. But you wouldn't have any. Your adventure in the fantasy world would be no different than if you were just you going in the fantasy world. With an orc, you would get all of these superior physical enhancements, and you'd be in like this warlike Viking society, and you'd like be with a bunch of bros hanging out and drinking grog and fucking around and getting into.
Well, you could do that. You could do that with changeling with the orcs.
They don't have that. Changelings don't come from a society that do that.
No, I meant you could turn into an orc and do that with the orcs.
No, you get your ass handed to you.
I actually could see it sometimes being used for the changeling ability. Like, say since I'm basically a human, I become like a level 100 paladin, and I go up against like, say, a tough enemy. Like, mid-fight, I could just transform and like baffle him for like 5 straight seconds, and then like go back in for the fight.
If he's a 100 paladin, he's not being baffled by you changing. He's got the experience that you're not gonna baffle him with
No,
like.
I'm the
SDSU
100
shouldn't be a level 100.
Bro, I fought a 600-headed Hydra the other day. You're not baffling me with your stupid little transformations. Like it's just like it's. I just don't see.
Well, like, think about it. I'm just casually hunting.
I've been through the ringer.
Bear's chasing me. I transform into a bear, and he just runs past me. He's like, "Wait a minute," and then I kill him. Like,
I
think
don't
about
think,
it.
but
Okay,
we're
so how,
saying that they changed to other humanoids, and I don't think it would change to a bear.
Oh well, I guess.
And plus,
that works.
What, you're gonna
Okay.
get naked and try to find different clothes? That too, because you change your body, not your clothes. Usually.
Well, I mean, I could just transform. Well, if I'm like robbing a dude, and the police come by, I could just transform into the dude. It's like,
but look,
"Oh,
look
Professor,
here,
it's him,
look.
it's him."
Think about the mental gymnastics you're doing right now. You're saying, well, if I'm a changeling, I could just go transform into an orc and do that stuff anyway. If that's the thing you want to do, then why not just be an orc?
Well, I'm saying if I was a changeling. I'm not saying I would want to be the changeling.
Well, then what's
But,
the
like, you
point?
gotta,
So you're it doesn't matter what you do. Like whatever you do. Let's say you're a changeling. You're like, oh, I want to go live with the wood elves. I'm going to pretend to be a wood elf or whatever, and I'm going to live with the wood elves and learn the society of the wood elves, and that's where I want to do. Then just be a fucking wood elf. Like why? Like
and
what?
What I'm just saying is, like, for people who want to be a changeling, that's an option that they can do. Is just kind of mess around.
I don't feel like many people would want to be a changeling over the other things on
Well,
this
except
list.
for the guy that said he would. So I'm just
But would he want to be a changeling overall? He said over an orc. He said say over everything on this list.
You're right.
But that's because
right.
but that's because he would rather. That's because he it does not interest him, the orc society, like I think it would a lot of other people, and it does not interest him to have the massive physical enhancements that you would get from being an orc more than shape-shifting into a particular person. Those are just the things that does not, the orc thing does not interest him. I think for me and a lot of other people, the orc society and orc abilities, it's very appealing to them. It just sounds fun, and it's a society that doesn't exist with the changelings. That's not the type of thing. Changelings don't even have a society. They shapeshift and then they blend into other societies. It's like, I don't want to fucking do that.
Changelings are oddly similar to how spiders work. How they just kind of are born, or no, they're similar to snakes. How they're just born and then just go their separate ways.
Yeah,
like,
they don't have a
even
society.
any conflict.
Yeah, they're always hiding who they are, and pretending to be somebody else, and lying. And it's like, I don't want to do all that. I'm like, I want to be an orc and be proud to be an orc. Just fight some dudes. It's cool. You know, I want to be a demon. Just know I'm a demon. Maybe I'll hide a little bit when I'm a lower level.
You basically act like one of those predators. Do you just?
It'll be easier to tell what they are when there's more better characters, races.
Oh, we've got 6. We've only got 6 more. We've done most of them. I don't actually know if I'm going to get I don't actually know if I'm going to get through the list because we haven't gotten any super chats in a while. So it's probably the
Damn it, I was really hoping to do Fishman.
This is second to last. They so I don't know. I might do 2. I might do 2 or 3 more. If we don't get any super chats by the next 2 or 3, I'll just end it.
I really wanted the Dragonkin. Oh well.
Dragonkin.
Oh wait, no, someone did do a
4.
super chat for
It's the
Dragonkin.
third last one.
Did someone do a super chat for Dragonkin?
Well, they did, but it was to add it to the list. I didn't realize.
It was already on the list. Yeah. I told him it was already on the list. I probably could have moved it if he asked me to move it up. I probably would have moved it up. So it looks like Orc is winning. There's only 18 votes. If more people want to vote, they can, guys. There's 18 votes. There's Orc is winning 67%. There's 47 people listening. So yeah, if you guys can if you guys want to vote a little more, I'll end it in like the next 15 seconds or so, and then I'll move after that. I'll move the changeling below the orc because more people. And how about people who are in the? I know one of you guys think that the changeling is better than the orc. Is anybody else would prefer to be the changeling than the orc? Who's in the Discord?
No.
I love it. But I think that's just because that's one of the play styles I like to use as a stealthy move around through society. But I absolutely get what you were saying about like late game fall off.
No, but you have to think. But think about this. You have to think about this for a second. It doesn't matter what your play style is. You're actually gonna have to live this for an entire lifetime. This is something that you're actually going to have to deal with. There are many ways that I would play a D&D campaign with a certain character that I would not want to live that way in my actual life. right? You might want to play as a monk character, right? Because you like playing that way. But you don't want to devote yourself to a particular god and work for this temple and like be raised from childhood to train as a martial art. No, you might not want to do all that. But so you have to think about this. Do you want to live out an entire life where you're always lying to people about what you are, that you have to go hide in society constantly, you never get to be yourself and change into yourself? I mean, there's a lot of mental shit that could possibly do to you. Of you just never being like you're just gonna cause all kind of fucking mental problems and shit. It takes a very particular person to be able to do, like almost a psychopathic person to be able to do that.
My plan would be find some boys.
One person at a time. One person at a time.
My thought process is I find some people who like me as a changeling, and then I just use my powers to turn into a small orc to go adventure. And then it can be me when I'm doing my life stuff, and I can be basically a small orc when I'm fighting.
But why not just be an orc at that point?
Because I still want to live in human society.
But you can live in human society as an orc if you want to.
Yeah, but it looked that weird.
But you're still a changeling. So you're still like everyone knows you're a changeling because you're shape-shifting from a change. So you're a shape-shifting character. So you're going to have the same negative response from people that you would as an orc. Because because in fact, at least because as a changeling, changelings generally have a air about them of being dishonest liars. So it's like you could find a band of people who don't care about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the society, you won't be outwardly be able to be known as a changeling. It's still going to be something that you're probably going to have to hide quite a bit. And if you're going to be an orc anyway, and you're just going to be a less effective orc, because while you're going to get the physical body that they would have, you're not necessarily getting the racial traits that they would have, like the ability to use things like berserk and rage and stuff like that are going to add to your combat ability. Like it's not like you're just going to be a shittier orc while you're traveling, and then you could turn into a human. I guess. I mean, I would just say fuck it. Just people are gonna have to get over the fact that I'm an orc, and I'm just gonna be an orc. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't see the benefits outweighing the negatives there. To just be like, I'm gonna be a changeling, so I could be a shitty orc that's maybe possibly more accepted in society.
Out of the top 5 there, obviously I'd take Demon first. I'd probably take Giant and Orc, but then I'd put Changeling above being a Djinn or a Beastman, just in general.
Well, we already did that. Everyone's voted. They're saying that orc. It's 71% people think that orcs. William Davis, welcome to Rouga's Rubid. Thank you for joining the membership, man. Much appreciated. All right, so let's move on to the next one. We were on those two for a while. B is looking very stacked right now. B is looking incredibly overly stacked. We need more A's, but we also need more C's. We only have 1 in C.
We need an S.
We need an S. Hey, Rouga.
What's up?
Really quick, can we add Shinigami?
I just said I was about to end it in like a couple if we didn't get super chats. I'm not about to add more.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Yeah, like I was like I said I'm probably gonna do 2 or 3 more, and if we don't get any super chats, I'm just gonna end the stream because I'm
gonna pay for Shinigami.
But I don't even know what time it is. It's not that bad. It's 11:44. All right, so let's move on to Lich. So talking about Lich. Liches are another like stupidly overpowered creature, like a demon is.
Yeah.
They get natural abilities of death magic and necromancy abilities and things like that. They have immunity to a ton of different types of things. They are less damaged by physical attacks. They're less damaged by like dark and corruption types of magics and things like that. They are weak and susceptible to blessed magic in the same way that demons are. What else? Trip. Anything else that you could think of that they would be?
There's kind of one problem with the whole starting as a Lich thing.
Go for it.
You kind of have to be a high-level wizard to even attempt to become a Lich.
No, not. I mean, look.
That's part of the lore.
You're talking about D&D. No, we're not talking about D&D. We're talking about if you're just come into existence as a Lich. You're a level 1 Lich.
So generally, it's all Liches have the last 3.
I didn't hear any of that. I didn't hear none of that. You gotta say that again. What's
So
up?
generally, lichens have a phylactery that holds their soul, and if it's not destroyed, then you can't fully kill the lich. And the phylactery doesn't have to be like a little trinket. You can make a whole ass fucking city your phylactery.
What's a phylactery? What's a phylactery?
It's where they keep their soul. That's part of the whole being a lich thing.
Like
But
the
that is a very.
But what is it?
It can be anything. You can make a city it, you can make a vial it, you can make a weapon it, you can make a building it. You could turn anything you want. You channel your soul into it. And unless that thing is destroyed, you cannot die.
Okay,
So,
well, how about this? How about this? How about instead of lich, we alter it to undead? Does that make more sense?
Okay.
Yeah, because
So
if it's
Forsaken,
undead, then
like a Forsaken kind of deal. That's the idea.
I don't know, whatever, maybe. But we'll make it an undead, and we'll say that a lich is like an evolved form of an undead, so they can eventually become a lich.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, I thought a lich was a species. It is a species.
No,
right?
it's
they're not. I'm pretty sure they're like
no.
a level of certain wizardry.
They are in The Witcher, right?
They're an undead. They're people become a lich.
Yeah, but
It's
they're a
usually just-
species. A lich is a
No,
species.
not a species.
They don't start
An
out,
undead.
You don't start out as a lich. You start out as someone who becomes a lich. You're not inherently just undead and or mortal or whatever. You don't. That's not like a thing.
Yeah.
So it would be so a lich would be closer to something like a werewolf.
No.
And it's more
To become
closer
a lich,
to
you literally have to be basically just a high level necromancer.
who then does a. Okay, I mean, there's like.
Okay,
there's
look.
only, like-
Is a lich? Look, a simple question: is a lich a species or is a lich a class?
It depends on the fiction.
I'm pretty sure it's mainly just a class.
It's like a prestige class almost.
Just look at the lich in Adventure Time, for example. Last time I checked, that guy didn't start out as a lich. He started out as someone who just wanted to end all life and became a lich.
Yeah, you have to actively become a lich. It's not just you're undead. It's hell. There's even Draco Lich. There's lich versions of dragons. It's not a
So yeah,
race.
you have to become a lich. You can't just be born as one.
All right,
There's
so
no
we might have to
baby
make.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We can
it's fine.
change this to undead because undead
We-
is technically
Go
race.
to the next one, that way we can get more out of them.
Hold up.
I
give me a
mean,
sec. It says here that they're neither a class nor a species.
Oh, so what are they?
Well, you said they're the evolution of a necromancy, so it used to be necromancy, right?
Or you need to be. Okay, so it says here. So okay, I thought so. So it says here that a lich, it can only be created. A person doesn't become a lich; they are only created through sorcery. So yeah, that would be a
so
species.
It's more of a summon. It's a summon then.
no, I mean that people literally become a lich. They. No, I think when they meant ooh, well, I don't know how to say.
Hold on, let me look into this
Possibly
real
a
fast.
sort. Yeah, everything that I've read, but is saying that they're.
Wait, you're saying someone else made Vecna? He didn't turn himself into a lich?
I have no idea. Why are you stop going to D&D? D&D does not do any of these things. I've said this like 4 times. I'm so sick of saying this. D&D alters every single thing about the way that these mythological creatures work. That is not the standard for all fantasy. It changes everything. There's spaceships in it. There are multiple dimensions and alternate universes where there's actually where there's guns and lasers and shit. It's a totally different world. It's not the normal fantasy shit. It's not even close. Demons work differently. Like everything's different. So stop going by D&D for all this. It doesn't work that way across all of fantasy. As far as I was aware, a lich a lich is a creature that is created through dark magic, but it is its own specific being.
In that case, it's more of a summon and less a race.
Well, if it's a
if
yeah, but
if you're
but races are also summons. That doesn't disqualify it as a race because goblins can be summoned,
because
dragons can be summoned.
Yes, but as a lich, you are made by dark magic. You're not inherently a race unless you're just
But
made.
how does that make
Like,
you?
a
Yeah,
goblin,
but
technically
changelings
as a
are
goblin,
often
you're born.
changelings are oftentimes made by hags. That doesn't make you not a race.
Either way, like it's a big deal. It's an undead it's an undead magic caster with a phylactery. Like
In
the
that case,
phylactery.
any type of necromancy that brings like skeletons to life, that just makes them a race then.
No, not necessarily. Because if you're being created, you're being born. If you're an undead that's brought back to life, you're not being born. You're not being created. You're being resurrected.
You'd be an undead race, I guess, but you wouldn't be a Pacific race.
If you're a lich and you're being created from nothingness, and you are now a new being with a new mind and a new soul and a new everything. You are now a new. You weren't. Someone didn't take an existing skeleton and then bring it back to life, and now it's just that dude, but now he's alive in a skeleton form. You're actually creating a lich from scratch. Some liches aren't even skeletons. Some liches are shown as being like very very thin and like not, I guess, undead, kind of like zombies, but they're not like they're not decayed. Their flesh is just kind of like the way Vecna looks, I suppose. But they like liches don't always even look like skeletons. Like I always thought that a lich was just a very very powerful undead creature that was created through dark magic. Kind of the same way like a vampire is a race of beings that is oftentimes created.
Yeah, like I said, the most distinguished feature is phylactery. So like that would be its main boon. Its racial, that and the affinity to necromancy.
And most of its undead powers is what's really making it mostly overpowered.
Wait, hold up. Chaos saying this for Angel and pushing Orc down 1 rank. Grr. I don't know what you're asking me to do for Angel. You just said this for Angel.
He wants to do Angel now.
Add Angel?
I mean, we could do. We're already on Lich, so we could do Angel next if he wants. But we're gonna finish with the Lich first.
Finally get to do Angel. Wait, he's making Orcs go down a tier. You
Oh,
petty.
Lost Soul paid chaos. This was Lost Souls option. Oh, you wanted to put the Orc below the Changeling?
Yeah, he said move it 1 tier down.
Well, he asked for 2 things. I don't know, man.
He said do Angel and then move Orc down.
Yeah, I'll do Angel.
Well, I guess Orc is staying then, sucker.
It's not sucker. I mean, I don't know. We all. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right putting him below
I
Changeling.
can guarantee you he said that just because he doesn't like Orcs.
Maybe. I think he said that just because he doesn't like how much I like Orcs. He's trying to be a cock. I'll move him down.
Yeah. Hey, but we finally get to do Angels.
Not yet. Let's finish the Lich. So what fantasy world are you guys talking about a Lich having a phylactery? That's not all.
So it's been like that in the majority of them. Even back in the little book of necromancy, it first popped up. It's like their defining feature.
Yeah,
I've never heard
hard to kill a Lich.
No, I know it's hard to kill a Lich, but I've never heard of this phylactery thing. Okay, I know it's a Dungeons and Dragons
I'm not
thing.
sure if it's called that and everything, but I'm pretty sure it's mainly sort of similar. Like in everything. Like it's not. Last time I checked, it's not always called a phylactery. It can be called different things, but they work the same way.
It'll pop up in the chat next. I sent the excerpt for it. The earliest sighting of it is like some 1942. I've got the wiki up. Or 1932 was when the first time the Lich got brought up. But yeah, their whole thing is they basically do the Voldemort gimmick and put their soul into other items. Now, sometimes it's like a soul gem. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, but sometimes it's a soul gem, but it doesn't have to be. So that's where it can get kind of fucky. For the sake of just having this be simple, I would say just make it a soul gem. Don't give them the option to make it a whole ass city right off the gate. Takes a lot of time. You're not doing it level 1.
Well, besides that, we should get into basically its chances and stuff and all that. Because obviously, if you're born a Lich, you are probably one of the strongest beings in the world at that moment, like basically close to demon. Except probably even higher than demon, because if you're a level 1 demon, you have to like be sneaky about it and like try to like go step by step, making deals and stuff. But as a lich, you can just actively do things, and not a lot of people can really kill you.
But you don't have like a society either.
Well, okay. Well, we're just gonna go with it. We're gonna go with the whole lich thing and the phylactery. I just looked up a couple of things. Everything I saw did talk about phylactery. It's not the first I'm hearing of it, but I thought it was a D&D thing. I didn't know it was a unanimous thing across all liches, because I've seen quite a few things where that was not the case for liches. Like, I mean, technically in Overlord, the main character is a lich. And I don't think they ever talk about a phylactery or anything like that you can't kill him with normal attacks. Yeah, he's a
Well, he
lich.
can't die anyways, though. But
No, he can. Well, no, he
can't
can.
be killed.
No, he can die. Well, eventually he gets so powerful, but he can die. He actually comes very close to dying on multiple occasions. Like when he fought against Shaltir, he was. They said that it's very possible that he could die. He's also it's been stated directly to be able to be killed with holy magic.
But at some point, like it's just really hard to kill him.
Yeah, but that's not due to a phylactery. That's due to him powering up throughout the course of the show. I mean, he's absolutely killable. They talk in the show how he's weak to fire, he's weak to holy magic. He has like significant weaknesses that can kill him. And I've seen quite a few liches that they're just very, very powerful sorcerers and stuff, but they could be killed. But it is what it is. We're gonna go with it.
That's probably one of like few instances.
So that's going to be a benefit that you're going to be able to be born with, is that you're born and your soul is trapped in a phylactery somewhere. You're still a level 1. You're still going to be a level 1 lich. You're not going to have all of the crazy powers. You're going to have some decent necromancy powers starting off at level 1. Yeah, like other level 1 humans and stuff are not going to be able to kill you as a level 1 lich. That's for sure. Yeah. You're going to have some advantages. The fact that you can't die and things like this. So that's all good. So but you are also going to have the issue. One, you're a fucking zombie looking dude. Not great. You're not going to be able to go that many places or do that many things. You're essentially going to have to be on the outskirts of society for the most part. Unless you could like build some kind of undead army to entertain you or be friends with, which just kind of sounds sad.
You basically turn into like one of those situations that become like a lullaby, a horror lullaby that like warns children to not go out to the outskirts of town.
Like I said, if you're a lich or a demon, go find the opposite and just become buddies. You have a really powerful demon with fire magic right out the gate, level 1. A really powerful lich with necromancy magic and shit right out the gate, level 1. You're like, hey, you guys want to team up? We can level up together, start a party, become super, super powerful, and then when we take over the world, we'll split it in half. And then after we split it in half, and I take one side, you take the other side, then we'll just see let the best man win. And then you have an all-powerful demon lord against an all-powerful lich sorcerer, and then we'll just see that. Dude, I would watch a whole series about just a friend demon and lich trying to take over the world together, and then decide to say fuck it now, like let's go to war. Like just like a deal they make.
Demon would win there.
It'd be cool. I would watch
That'd be
this
an
shit.
interesting series.
That would be really, really cool to watch. I would watch the shit out of that.
Both get Isekaied. It's like you and your bro both get Isekaied as the worst villains in history.
Oh, oh man.
Like,
yeah, we just make it a game between each other.
Funny.
Yeah, we team up against the holy order of the church, you know, and like it becomes like a whole thing. This would be awesome. Craziest shit.
I think
definitely watch that anime.
I think it's very similar to the Gorgon, where like if you get to the top tiers, you're a god. But getting there is going to be a fucking nightmare, even more than the Gorgon, because people are going to actively kill you as soon as they find out what the fuck you are. It'll be harder.
So in these fictions, how do they usually find out what the phylactery is? Is there a range that you have to have it near you or something?
It really depends, but for this, I would say you should impose one.
Not for this. How does it normally work? How does it work in D&D? I know I don't usually like talking about D&D. But
it's a high level ritual. Basically,
yeah, in D&D everything is like
you have to get a shit ton. Oh, sorry.
No, continue what you're saying.
You continue. Sorry.
Okay, you gotta get a shit ton of resources, and you have to perform a very dangerous ritual that actually is supposed to kill you, by the way.
Oh, like they have to sacrifice a person's life to find it?
Oh, no, I mean how you get a phylactery to... Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant
No, how do the people who hunt the liches find the phylacteries? The phylacteries?
Usually plot armor.
Is it like a simple location spell? Is it always have to be near the lich itself?
So it doesn't always have to be near them. Like
No, it
Chatter said, Voldemort was one. Sauron could kind of be counted as one.
Voldemort was not a lich. Let's be clear about that. He was not a lich. He was
he used the phylactery.
It was a Horcrux. Yeah, Hellboy had the same thing where Rasputin couldn't be killed because he separated his soul into 7 pieces, but he wasn't a lich.
Yeah, I mean, but just for the concept, like how they were destroyed, and it was fucking. That's how you take him out. That's kind of how it is. His phylactery is his soul anchor, so he could try to hide it, but there's always ways to find shit in fantasy. Like
I would
once
say,
you get to the high levels, there's going to be somebody.
I would say since you're a level 1 lich, like your soul should probably be initially put in, say, like a locket, or like something that and then maybe as you level up, you can alter it and you can move your soul into a different object or something new. But honestly, it just sounds kind of like weird. Like you have, okay, let's say it's in a ring, right? You can just go out in the middle of some random field, dig a 6-foot ditch, bury it. No one's gonna find it who's trying to kill you unless.
Well, yes, but you're gonna. Oh, well, here's how the phylactery works with the coming back to life. Like they can destroy your body, and sometime afterwards you reform next to your phylactery.
Oh, so that would be the way to find it. Like you literally go back to it. So like if they could kill you. So it's not as a. So actually, it's not. He's actually his resurrection is actually less effective than a demon's would be, because at least a demon, if you kill him, he'll go to hell, and that might take. How did demons in D&D usually come back from hell?
Ironically, they could be killed anywhere they go back to their own realm. Ironically, if they're in hell or the abyss, they just die. That's how you permakill demons.
No, I understand, but how do they return? You didn't answer my question.
They just do. It's just their natural thing.
Oh, so they just immediately teleport? There's no like special way to do it?
Nope. They just.
So why would you ever stay in hell, a place where you can be permanently killed, if you can just instantly teleport back to the real world? Why aren't there always, at all times, just billions of demons?
Well, I'm pretty sure if their realm gets taken over, it's gonna heavily affect them. And
gotcha.
The abyss is
okay.
Just plain
well,
weird.
we're not going with that stuff. Okay. So all right, fair. So it seems like as a demon, I think that as a demon, we're probably just normally, not D&D, a normal case. If you're a demon, you get sent back to hell. They usually imply that's that's a bad thing, and it's hard to come back. Like if you're exorcised. So we're just gonna go with that for the demons. So fair enough, you can be exorcised to hell, and then if you can come back, you can, but it's like a very, very difficult process to come back. Where that's usually how I've seen it in fantasy, and even even if we're not talking about like medieval fantasy, we're talking about like, I don't know, Constantine or The Exorcist. That's usually how it works. You exorcise someone, they go to hell. Shit, now I'm in hell. Fuck. How do I get back? That kind of thing. With a lich, so he teleports to his phylactery. They both have a relatively okay thing of coming back to life. Okay, first off, just right out the gate, before we even go into this, I'm assuming everyone thinks he should at least bare minimum be A. Who thinks he should be above demon or below demon?
I'm gonna say below.
Yeah, I'd put him below.
Okay, why are we all in agreement that it's below?
So,
social downsides?
I'm trying to think here. I can't figure it. I think it's because like a lich can be killed, whereas a demon, you can't really do that. Because if you get to the phylactery from a lich, you can then kill it. But with a demon, you just can't really do that unless you have existence erasure or something like that.
So what I would go with is like I led before. So we have the Gorgon issues, where you're heavily fucking persecuted. You can't blend in at all. You are going to be powerful at the top end, but low end, you are frail. You are going to want to be exterminated on sight.
I don't think
And, like,
necessarily. Okay, you're saying frail. To be fair, you're not frail compared to people of the same level as you.
That's fair. You do get the magic stuff. But, like, to answer your other question of how it gets found, like, there's a bunch of ways that could happen. So they could question some of your allies, and people that will betray you. You deal with the shady side of life anyway. There's certain divination magics that could help them track it down. They could follow your whole fucking lifetime, like they did in fucking Harry Potter with the Horcruxes. Like some of them might use some fake like decoy phylacteries and shit, but that's only going to get you so far. And assuming that this is a fantasy world, there's always a chance to make a pact with like gods, fiends, and other kinds of devils and shit that might just fucking outright tell you where it's at if you make the right fucking deal. So
location, divination magic.
yeah, I
mean,
mentioned
if
that.
if it's a nasty enough lich, I think countries would shill out resources for a divination to say, where the hell is this thing's phylactery?
It is a high risk, high reward class. So if you can stay alive at the low levels, you're going to snowball again. But I
mean,
just
they
it
are the end of a snowball in most
It's
settings.
basically just demon but harder.
Demons are more likely to survive to maturity than I think the Lich would.
That's what I mean. Like it's similar, but it's just harder than a demon.
Yeah.
I would say the demons generally speaking have, especially the higher level ones, have the ability to fit into society much easier than someone like a lich would be able to. I mean, a lich I suppose could wear a mask, or learn some kind of form of illusion magic that won't be effective on everybody. But like demons can actually pretty successfully shape it. Honestly, I think it was you, the dude who was talking about the changeling. I don't see why you were so for the changeling and not for the demon, because the demon could literally do the same thing, except he has all of these other benefits.
Yes, like I said it like twice.
I don't think it was you. It was the guy who was defending the changeling, like crazy defending the changeling.
I was defending him.
Not you. It was the other guy. There was the other guy who was defending the changeling. The guy who thinks that he should have been above the orc. That guy.
I think he should have been above the orc.
God damn it. It wasn't you. It was somebody else. It was the other guy, not you. Okay, so Lich should be below Demon. Is that where we're in? But still in A, and that's where we're kind of at right now?
Yeah.
In a lot of fantasies, the higher level it gets, the worse it is, because it spreads that rotten corruption around him naturally, just because of all the evil necromantic magic.
I mean, I don't even think I've ever heard of a low-level lich, to be honest.
But well, our fantasy world's gonna have one.
Okay then.
It is what it is. Well, okay. To be fair, as I said before, in Overlord, the main character's a lich. He's a level 100 lich. So at some point, he was a level 1 lich.
Not necessarily true.
Yes, necessarily true. His race in that game was a lich.
His race was an undead and then he spec'd into a lich.
No, not according to what they said. They said that he's a lich. Like there's a scene in the thing where the moment that his mask comes off, that he's immediately like, oh shit, you're a lich. And they're like, yeah, like, and they talk about it like it's a race. They don't talk like it's a class at all.
My understanding of how the system works was slightly different.
Yeah, they actually say lich the moment they see his face. Because I think I'm not 100% sure about that. Well, no, they say that he's undead, but they also say that Shaltir is undead because she's a vampire. His race is not undead in that series. His race is a lich.
Yeah, but didn't they say he started as a human, like in the game?
No.
You can't.
No.
We misremember.
No, he's a human in the real world, and then it's a isekai. So he goes to the other world as a lich, but he goes to the other world as a level 100 lich because in the real world he played a video game where he played as a lich and got it to level 100, and then he just got to play as his video game character in this alternate world. But they do say multiple times that his race is a lich, and so that means that at one point he was a level 1 lich, even though we say him as a level 100 lich. He's actually a level 1. I don't know what his class is. They say he's definitely a mage, but I don't think they ever say what his
I'm pretty
specific
sure
class
Overlord is the name of his class.
No. They say, well, it's called Overlord because Albedo, or maybe, I don't think it was Albedo. One of the characters say that you're going to be the Overlord of the world or something like that. It's like in season 1 of the show. But he doesn't actually, I don't think they've ever said his class, not that I've heard. They just, I think no, you know what? I think in episode 1 he says he's a magician.
Well, we know he multi-class because it was an RP class.
An RP class? Maybe.
Well,
it's been so long I couldn't even join.
Yeah, the closest I can remember he said he was a magician. Outside of that,
he said his
I'm
class was based on roleplay, where other classes were based on PvP.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, the only thing I've heard him say is magician. Perhaps it's something. Perhaps he multi-classes something else. I mean, I remember at one time when he was fighting Shaltir, he used an item that swapped his class to a warrior. So he's likely swapped his class several times throughout the series. So I mean, he might not even have the same class now that he did when he started the series. I don't know, because I don't think they tell us what class he swapped back to.
He has a skill which lets him switch class.
Yeah, and he also has a skill that allows him to swap races too. So it's like, he can do anything. He can do it all.
Basically.
But I will say this though. Can you imagine like a bunch of people just getting randomly chucked into a fantasy world? One of them shows up as a lich and one of them shows up as a goblin, and just be like, "This is bullshit, dude." this is. I'm so pissed. Like,
so
do you have any idea?
This is just a fandom wiki, so it probably doesn't amount to shit. It says if a player who is a skeleton mage possessed the Book of Dead, then they can use that as a skeleton mage to ascend to Elder Lich when the specific requirements were met. And
yeah,
that's what
I think it differs depending on fantasy. I think certain fantasies,
Yep.
Lich is a class of undead. Oh, okay. I think in certain fantasies, a Lich is a class of undead, and I think in other ones it's a race. Like I don't like that because I don't think that most of the time that a Lich and an undead are the same thing. Usually in fantasy, undead are mindless.
Well, like originally, Lich just described a corpse, and then it's been changed.
Yeah.
Mind if I give what the AI on Google says he is? I know it's AI.
That's
Google.
gonna be bad.
I know it's
go ahead.
but it's gonna be weird. But I got the
go
best
ahead.
they said was Elder Lich racial class. That's the best
Yeah.
I get.
Mm-hmm.
That came from
It's
the
a weird
fandom
fusion.
thing.
It's an
AI.
racial
AI
class.
over YouTube.
If you're gonna use AI,
Yeah, elderly.
at least
No,
use
that's what they got.
Chat GTP or something. It's better. It's a better.
That's Google's AI. That's
yeah,
Google's
Google
AI.
has awful AI. I don't even think I don't actually consider any of them AI, to be honest with you. But
Actually, Google AI, it's not that bad.
oh no, it's
Alright,
bad.
so
Go use Chat GTP and then go back to Google and see, and then tell me it's not bad.
Well,
So Google
actually,
Google AI
yeah,
will give
you're
you
right,
contrary
ChatGPT
information
I've
to
got
other shit.
GPT.
Give you contradictory.
Yeah, ChatGPT is just more reliable in the end.
All right.
On page GPT, it just says he went down the Elder Lich line, which was what that other fandom was references. Although again, it's a fandom wiki, so can't really take it, too seriously.
It says a lich is neither a race nor a traditional class. It is a state of being or magical transformation, typically undergone by a powerful spellcaster, usually a wizard or necromancer, who seeks undeath to preserve their consciousness, power, or soul indefinitely. That's what it says. So this actually, but again, this isn't accurate to all liches, because this is saying that a sorcerer turns himself into a lich or becomes a lich, as opposed to a lich being created, which oftentimes liches are created. So I don't see how you could describe a lich as anything but a race if it's being created.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the lore. It depends on the lore.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've been saying from the beginning. That's the case with all of these though. We're using like sort of generic kind of bad versions all across. Like an orc in Warhammer 40k isn't going to be anything like an orc in D&D, which isn't going to be anything like an orc in Tolkien or whatever. Yeah, Elder Scrolls, whatever. They're all going to be different. But we're just kind of going by like what are the general like what do we generally know? Like we all know certain things about orcs. Lich is a little different it seems, but I think what I always know about a lich, which I've heard some of that is wrong because like I said I've never heard of the phylactery. I've heard of I'm lying. I heard about the phylactery in D&D, but I thought it was a specific D&D thing. It is not. But what I've always thought about a Lich is that it was a race of undead that, unlike normal undead that did not have their own mind, Liches did have their own mind, and they were created by powerful magics and brought into being, which is why I always considered them a race and not a class or a level of undead.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what I've always thought, and that's why I put them on the list. I'm like, oh, that'd be a cool race. But then people started telling me it's actually not, and you have to like level up as a sorcerer, and then you become one. I'm like, the fuck, what? Since when? Anyway, whatever. In this version that we're doing, maybe I fucked it up, but we're just gonna talk about a lich as if it's a species.
Yeah, and
Undead magician is
turns
actually
out they
just
might
like that.
actually be doing well in this situation.
Yeah, he's already an A, just below demon. I think demon and lich being an A is pretty. I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
With that, that's pretty good.
I'd say that's fair. I'd say that's fair.
Can we move on since we've seem to have dealt with the lich?
And he has a skill to allow him to swap. Okay, so Chris Johnson said Ains' class is a necromancer sorcerer.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Yeah,
okay. Well, what is it? I know he calls himself a magician at one point. I don't know. Maybe he's just referring to like generic use of the word magic user. He's just calling him a magician.
Some crazy multi-classing going on.
Yeah, I mean, I just assume the motherfucker
about.
can do basically everything except for weapons.
Yeah,
except for weapons. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one, which is Nephilim.
Angels.
Or yeah, like basically, yeah, essentially. Okay.
And I'm going to say right now, I'm not sure if it's that great of a class.
Okay, defend that point. Well, okay, defend that point. But
Okay.
Before you defend that point, let me just tell you why I think it's actually just basically the exact same as the demon, but better.
Okay. Go
it's literally identical to the demon in almost every way, with the exception being that instead of a focus on dark magics, it has a focus on light and holy magics, and it doesn't come with the negative parts of basically having the people want to kill you because you're a demon. Angels are actually beneficial. If an angel comes down, people will automatically sort of gravitate to you and help you out in ways that they wouldn't otherwise, by having this sort of angelic ability. That, I mean, he's the only race so far where you're going to have an advantage on how people treat you. This is the first one that doesn't have a disadvantage on that, or
let
nothing.
me say right now, the only thing that hinders that angel is when you're an angel, you, depending on like the way angels are portrayed, most of the time you don't have a will of your own.
Okay, no. You're talking no. Well, first off, that's not necessarily true. But I mean, if you're talking about actual biblical stuff, that's not true that they don't have a will of their own. But even if you, but also, I honestly don't know what you're going by saying that, because they have a. I mean, there might be some fictions where they don't have a will of their own. But in actual theology, they have a will of their own. In D&D, they have a will of their own. In Diablo, they have a will of their own. Like everything I've seen where they show up, they have a will of their own. So I'm not really seeing. There might be some fictions here and there where they don't, but generally speaking, I mean, you literally can't tell the biblical story of the fallen angels without them having a will of their own. Like, you would have to be talking about a fiction where that never happened, essentially. The fall of Satan, none of that ever happened.
I
that
have
requires
two quick
willpower.
questions.
Go ahead.
I have two quick questions on it. So, one, are we using a Nephilim that's a half angel, half human?
So,
no.
Kind of.
Figured we were talking about
okay, so the idea that I put them on there, I kind of didn't even want to put angels on here, because a lot of fantasy universes don't even have angels. But there's enough that have some variation of angel, and I kind of said, like, this could be the Nephilim, or this could be the what's the name of the race, starts with an A in D&D?
Aasimar.
Aasimar, thank you. Really good. Kind of broken race, by the way. They're way too powerful, but yeah, like which those are also half angels. So if you want to consider them half angels, if you want to consider them angels, I don't think it necessarily matters. At the end of the day, it kind of is the same type of power, sort of. Or maybe if you want to start it off as like a Nephilim, and then through leveling up, it can eventually evolve into a full-fledged angel. If you want to do something like that, that's fine.
The second question I had is, we gave the demon the morality wipe. Now, does this one
yes,
get the
that's what I was going to talk about.
Lawful good?
It's not necessarily
the
it's
morality.
not necessarily a lawful good, but I do think that there will be if the angel acts against its good nature, it could become a fallen angel. It would probably have
Okay.
black wings, and it would essentially become fallen, which could
That was
possibly
very
not necessarily make it weaker, but change its power
It
or
would change
alter it
its
in some
morality,
way.
I think.
Uh,
I think it's sort of like a Batman situation where like you start out like in like the old good, but when you fall out of it, you basically become like a really strong vigilante.
Yeah, because
So
in the Bible, fallen angels are not talked about as if they are demons, like they are separate things from demons. So we're not going to say that a fallen angel becomes a demon, but fallen angels are in hell with demons, so they're kind of.
So basically, they're Paladin the class. I mean, Paladin the race.
So, like,
I
more than
mean,
kind of
yeah, like
newest.
in actual myth, I would say that's pretty fucking accurate. I mean, I would say that paladins
Yeah.
are angels, the class.
Well,
Well, pretty much,
paladins
yeah. But I mean,
have
the
both
way
races.
is
That's a class in the new games.
Yes.
Can I say what I'm trying to say real quick?
Yeah, let Trip finish.
Okay. It's a funny bit, but in D&D, they're usually strict about their code of conduct. Like there's a joke about paladins being lawful stupid because they have to be lawful good, even though not every deity is lawful good, and you would think they'd want their own version of paladins. It's a whole thing, but they have a code of conduct, and I assume a Nephilim / angels would have to keep almost a code of conduct of themselves or be fallen.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like,
Okay.
D&D,
You just repeated what I said, like almost word for word.
Oh no, I mean that's a literal thing about the class, as in.
No, I'm
paladin
aware.
can-
I know, but you're just trying to say something that you know about D&D. But I literally just said that.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
so if you
just repeated
exist
what I already
within that as a, having to lean towards the, the moral choice, I feel like that you might run into some errors with some, morally gray situations, but other than that, I think it's
I
damn
don't,
near
but I
on
don't
par
even
with the
necessarily
demon.
think that. I don't even necessarily think that it's that bad of a thing. Like, let's say if you
Yeah,
like,
it's not
I don't.
a huge
There's really no
detriment.
evidence that an angel loses any of its powers when it becomes a fallen angel. It just, I mean, again, I think its powers will change. Like perhaps it will lose like its divine protection and no longer utilize holy magic. Maybe it'll start utilizing more dark kind of magics and stuff as opposed to holy magics because it's no longer being blessed by God. But I think overall
Yeah.
it's the only thing I'm going to say the negatives about it is that you have to behave in a certain way, and the demons aren't forced to behave in a certain way. They don't have to do the murdering and this. They could just like kind of be chill. The angels
You could be a
have
good
to.
demon.
There aren't any good demons. I don't know if you can't be a good demon, but I don't think there are any. It's hard to be good. It's hard to be good when when you don't have morality.
Yeah.
Like if you're not capable of guilt or sympathy, and you're basically just a psychopath, and that lives in hell where everything is murderous and violent and awful. I just think it would be very difficult for you to hold up any moral standing when you're literally not capable of knowing or understanding morals. But
It's not detrimental.
yeah, but like an angel, I think I'm trying to think of like a downside for the angels because I know there are a couple.
I guess besides
Well, you
just
have a
being
lot of
trained,
enemies,
I guess, 'cause,
surely.
like
Well,
an angel
I
can be put into a tough situation.
I also don't
And-
think that you have as many interesting abilities as a demon would have. Like angels don't generally all of them have shape-shifting abilities in the same way that demons have. They can't like make deals with people and steal their souls like demons have.
No, because they don't need to. They're not supposed to do that anyways. And they can kill demons.
No,
I guess
but
not
I'm saying that
necessarily
they're
as
well. No,
easily, but
I'm not saying that they need to or don't need to. I'm saying that originally
They
I
don't
said
have
that originally I said that demons and angels are kind of the same, just sort of on opposite spectrums. But I'm saying now that well, no, because the demons actually do have a variety of powers that angels don't have. So it's sort of like
But an angel can shapeshift.
like demons can. Well, all of these characters should be able to shapeshift if they get the magics to be able to do it. But
I mean, yeah, that's true. Angels can
demons
inherently do that.
demons can enslave people through their will. They can like that's something that angels can't do. That's going to be something that's going to not be so good. I mean, there are things that the demons can do. I would say that demons probably have a wider variety of abilities than angels do. Angels literally have holy powers and flight, and that's essentially it.
Well,
You
I
can
mean,
obviously you
I
can
guess you're
class
not
into different
wrong.
you can class into different directions. Obviously, like if you want to be a fucking warrior, or like I don't know. I don't see an angel being a necromancer. You know, that just doesn't seem like a very
Yeah,
angelic
you're not
thing
wrong.
to be able
I
to
mean,
do.
unless you're one of those angels that can do miracles, you can technically bring people back from the dead.
That's
But you have
not
to have
necromancy.
specific permission.
But that's not
It's not,
necromancy.
but
That's not like raising an undead army to fight for you. That's like because I think things like there's going to be certain magics and builds and stuff the angel like straight up won't be allowed to do because they would be considered too dark or evil just inherently. Like I don't know, like blood magic. If that would exist in the world, I don't think you'd be allowed to do that.
They'd be do great with healing magic. You'd have
They would.
access
They
to
would
that
probably
for
be one of
days.
the best healers in.
Yeah, like I said, they would have an affinity to any holy magic, light magic, blessed magics, anything of that
enhancing and stuff.
anything of that nature, buffing stuff like that. All of that stuff would be good.
Personally, I would like healing magic over necromancy.
Yeah, because if you can just heal your friends, like your party,
and
doesn't matter how many, and yourselves, and like if you're fighting a necromancer,
depends on what you're trying to do. It depends on what you're trying to do. If you're a demon trying to take over the world, it would be more useful to have an army than to heal yourself.
I do think that
but like we're talking about angels here, and angels have a completely different nature.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying if we're us, we are who we are, and we're being thrusted into this alternate universe, and we're like, oh, you're going to be made into an angel when you get thrusted into this universe. You are now going to be forced to behave in a particular way, and you'll be limited in a lot of different ways on what you can do and how you can do it. Like for instance, I would not consider myself evil if I went into another world. Would I want to take over the world and slaughter people? No. Would I want to be more than a healer? And would I want to possibly dabble into necromancy? Yeah, probably. I might do that. That sounds cool. I don't necessarily think I would want to be an angel going into another universe because of how limited I am by what I can do and how I can do it.
That's where I was getting at. I don't think that the restrictions would make it as fun for me as the other two. I mean, the other two in A.
The only way to live as an angel peacefully is to essentially just be content with just not really doing anything and just kind of living.
You
and
basically,
then when
well,
you
no,
needed,
you
are
wouldn't.
needed.
You would basically have to be the hero.
You have to seek out evil.
You would have to seek out evil. You'd have to destroy. You'd have to help people for free, most likely. You would essentially.
That's definitely a
And that's
detriment.
not really that bad, and you'd probably be one of.
I didn't say it was
probably
bad. If it's something if it's a way of life that you would want to live, then it's not bad. But if that's not what you, it's the lack of freedom that would annoy me. Like, what if I go into this world and I'm like, I don't want. This is not what I want to do. I don't want to go around constantly fighting evil and saving people. It's like I don't want to be a fucking superhero. You know, like if you're an angel, you're kind of forced to do it. And and honestly, if you ignore it, I think there's the possibility that just through ignoring it, you might become a fallen angel, just because of just your apathy towards the suffering of others.
Or let's say that these two met on a battlefield. You got your demon and your angel. Your demon has enslaved a bunch of child soldiers and sent them in hordes at the angel. The angel's going to be there's a lot of morally gray situations that would give the angel pause. Like, is this breaking, my moral compass or not?
I don't think it's
with the children.
I don't think it would work that way. I think that things happen that you can't control and that you can't help. And I don't think that you're going to become a fallen angel. People generally know the right thing and the wrong thing to do. And I think that as long as you're doing things as an angel, I don't think it's as restrictive as you're saying, basically. I think as long as the angel is trying to do something that is overall good and save lives, do this kind of thing, and acts towards good, even if they have to make questionable decisions to enact that good, I don't think that they're going to automatically become a fallen
if they get
angel.
to
Like if
operate
I'm an
under...
angel and a necromancer throws a bunch of undead children at me, I'm gonna see
I
those
didn't say
children
undead.
as suffering, and I'm going to put them out of their misery, essentially.
I didn't say undead.
I mean, if they're
children. I just
undead,
said
they're.
children.
I know that it's.
Well, enslaved children. Either
Well,
way,
to be fair, in that particular case, if the children are being mind controlled, I would assume if you're a higher level angel, you would probably have some sort of ability to purify the children. Yeah, so I feel like you would probably have the ability to deal with that.
Even outside that, as soon as you say you can operate under the greater good mentality, it does free you up a lot.
It
As
would.
long as you're working towards
You would
a
all,
greater
yeah.
good.
I mean, like I said, I don't think, because if you restrict morality that much, there isn't a single person that would be able to be an angel and not become fallen accidentally by shit that they didn't even know was that bad. You know, they're like, I didn't even think that was a big deal. You know, because morality is it's so all over the place oftentimes.
And even if
it's not
you
always
become
clear.
a fallen angel, you can still do good. It's just like now you have more freedom, just less, not necessarily less power, but you just have. It's just not.
Well, I
as
think the
blessed.
idea is
You
that if
still-
you're
you still-
no,
you
I
still have
think
an affinity
I think
for
the idea
healing
that
and
if
stuff.
you're a corrupting angel, if you're a fallen angel, it begins to corrupt you. So it's like your
like the
actual
Scourge
personality and
Asimar.
stuff will start to alter when you become a fallen angel.
Like the Scourge Asimar in D&D switches to
Yeah, but
necrotic
you don't lose
damage and a bunch
morality,
of other
though.
stuff.
No, I
fucking-
don't think you
just
lose
go for-
I don't think you lose your morality like you would as a demon. But I think your morality alters to the point that you actually start to become evil with a fallen angel.
I feel like it's more just a situation of becoming more angry if you fall.
Maybe.
Just lock it in as
I just thought of something funny.
paladin.
The angel and demon thing is kind of like a Pokemon timing where the angel has an advantage. I'm sorry I had to.
Well, the angel,
kinda.
I think you can easily say that a demon could be stronger than an angel, but you have the problem where the angel does have the advantage by using the weakness of the demon, but the angel also uses the weakness of the Lich. So technically, if you put the angel up against the Lich or the demon, it should be more powerful than both of them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that an angel is more powerful than them. It's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant by Pokemon typing joke.
I'd probably put it
And if
over
you're
the
an
Lich.
angel leveling up, which you will be able to level up, you can become stronger. In fact, I feel like you could probably become like I don't know, like a high ranking, like an
it's
archangel
gonna be
almost.
one of those just like all of them. When you go into this world as an angel, you're probably gonna have your wings. You're gonna have maybe a healing spell or something. It's gonna be like very basic. You're gonna be a little bit stronger and faster and more powerful than a human. But that's it. You're still a level 1 angel. You're not.
I would
like
still-
I'm saying, like you become an archangel, and I feel like you would have more like freedom as you climb that ladder.
Yeah,
So,
and then
like,
you
even
get
if
to level
do
you get to level 2 and 3, and you get like a purification spell, but a really low level purification spell. And then by the time you're level 100, you could fucking, you could like black out the sun, or I don't know, whatever crazy shit angels can do once they get
just
to level
black
100.
out the sun. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I don't know. You
I
turn
would put
all
it-
light in the area to holy light and just burn away the evil and darkness. I don't know, some crazy over the top magical shit.
So I would put it over Lich, but and again, it has great snowball potential and it can move through the world a lot easier.
Everything here
than
has
What
snowball.
are
either.
weaknesses? What are downsides?
There is no
little
real
restrictions?
weaknesses to an angel.
No, it's just the
That
way
is just
it's.
the restrictions.
The only restrictions that it has is
That's why I said
what it can
downsides.
do.
Yeah,
Like, it can't just go against like direct orders to go kill something. Like, if it was to, let me think here. I can't really think of a situation that would really.
So
be,
like
hindered.
you don't have complete freedom is one downside.
Yeah, but if you're an angel,
You also
don't
probably have
need
more
complete
enemies
freedom
than anyone
need to
else on the
fight
list.
against them if you're bored. But if you're an angel, if you're an angel, that means you're technically inherently good and would want to do good. You're not gonna really want to conquer the world, so freedom's
Well,
not really
to be fair, I actually don't think this is necessarily a situation where the angels don't have weaknesses. I mean, wouldn't the angel be weak to demonic magic as well? Wouldn't they be weak to dark magic, and wouldn't they be weak to corrupting forces?
Not really. No, well,
Maybe
corrupting. I guess if
forces,
it falls,
They
the
don't
only way I
have
could
they
think it
they
would
have
be weak to
resistances
that
to
is if
holy
it
magic, but I don't think they have massive resistances to demonic magics.
No,
Because
yeah, no,
depending
they
on what
are.
fantasy
Holy-
you use, light and dark are usually equal in terms of power.
Like pretty much
But, like,
every
if
every
you're blessed
fantasy
by
you look
God-
at, when angels and demons fight, they have equal. They are the equal and opposite of one another, so they don't necessarily overcome. It's not like the angel completely slaughters the demons, and that's that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's not like the demon could just corrupt the angel.
Now to be
it
fair,
would be easier if it falls.
to be fair, that is the way it works in theology. Like if you look at the Bible, an angel can kill a whole lot of demons.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at fantasy worlds, they usually make it a little more even. And angels and demons are usually using each other's weaknesses, and they're kind of
Actually, well, no, you're not too wrong. I was gonna say, like, in Seven Deadly Sins, the angels are actually slightly more powerful than the demons and aren't easily corruptible.
If I were
Like,
going to
at
pick
all.
one though, I'd probably take demon over angel, just because I don't know how big the minor restrictions are going to be. I'd put it above Lich though, definitely.
I would honestly say that
I
this
feel
is.
like as an
pick
angel, you have so many enemies too.
Angels don't have that many enemies. The only enemies it has are the demons
Everything
and the
else on the
Liches.
list for the most part, minus Changeling.
No, not really. Like, an angel isn't gonna go out of his way to go kill, like, an elemental or an orc or stuff like that. Like, it might help against an orc, but the orc would have to be like a serious problem for that to even happen. Otherwise, the human paladin can just take care of it.
I mean, it depends on how many evil races populate the world, but that's
Exactly.
a whole
But its
tangent that
main
really wouldn't
enemy will
get
be
us
demons
anywhere.
That's what I'm
and
more meant. I
Liches,
thought there's
and
going to be more.
and it's not gonna be. It's gonna be fine.
So
I
used ChatGPT, and I asked what the weaknesses of angels are. So they came up with a 10. I'm not going to read all 10, but I'll read some of them. So one of them is the binding to rules and oaths. Cannot act freely, bound by divine laws, oaths, or a higher will. 2, a vulnerability to unholy or cursed objects. Hellforged weapons, cursed relics, unholy places may weaken, bind, or kill them. 3.
That same goes for the demons.
Yeah, that's what we said. We said equal and opposite.
Yep.
Well, not unholy, but it would be holy. It would be the opposite.
It would be holy, like that.
Loss of grace, fall from heaven. Straying from divine purpose can cause them to fall, losing power, wings, or even their immortality. Pride, moral rigidity.
More rigidity.
Their strict sense of order or justice may bind them to nuance or cause. They lack. Okay, this is a personality weakness. So they lack nuance. So I don't think, but you wouldn't have that. But you wouldn't have that because you would go in with your own mind.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about with the morally gray areas.
Yeah. Physical anchors or incantation limits. They may require vessels, holy ground, or specific realm to remain strong or manifest at all. I don't know about that
depends
one.
on the angel.
Yeah, that
depends
We
on
didn't give that to demons.
That can't really
And
be used. It can't really be used.
Yeah, well, it says here that those are used in. It actually, well, for all these descriptions, it tells me what universes they're used in. So
Actually, wait a minute. I think you can use it, but that would be for more of the low level.
On
like
here,
the level 1 angel.
on here, it says it's used in D&D Planescape, the Sandman, as well as Supernatural. Those are the weaknesses of angels in all 3 of those.
Yeah, of course it's a D&D.
This is the one that I was talking about. Purity dependency, which is a weakness, would be exposure to sin, corruption, or impure acts may drain or twist them. This is what I was referring to. And this is I've seen this in quite a few things. That is indeed
that
the
would
case.
happen, and that would make them fall from grace, and that's just a hand-in-hand situation.
Another one, which this might not apply. Divine politics or chain of command. Essentially, all angels are a part of an army of angels, and they cannot act outside of what they are stated to basically do. So there's angels that are in charge of them. Yeah, so it's a lot of these weaknesses are basically the inability to act the way they want to act.
But like, if you're an archangel, you can pretty much freely command and act almost as much as you want.
It's not. No, it isn't. It's not almost as much as you want. Like you cannot. Like it's only as much as you want if you don't sin. And the fact that everybody sins is a big deal.
Yeah.
You know,
So like if I was taking this class, I'm not sure I would do it.
Less likely to though.
Yeah, like honestly, if I had to choose between an angel and a demon in this particular like obviously in real life, I would want to be an angel and not a demon because like who the fuck wants to fight God? But if we're talking about a
Right.
fictional fantasy world where it's fun and cool and all that, and I just want to see like I just want to have the funnest life, I'd be a demon over an angel. Like any day of the week, I'd be a demon over an angel. It's just you just have more freedom. If you don't want to take over the world, you don't have to. You're no longer restricted by the concepts of morality, which is
I actually think there's a term for demons like that. I'm pretty sure there's demons like that, and there's a term.
like
Just don't know
neutral
what they
like
are.
neutral forces that are just
I think like yokai or something, but that's a
a
Japanese.
yokai is Japanese. And honestly, we could probably
They're more like spirits. Like
we didn't really talk about it, but when we were in the demon
We don't need
section,
to
we could
because
have
they're all
also
different.
no when we were doing the demon section, we could have brought up Onis as a possible option for a race to be as well.
Onis?
Should be like a Japanese. They work totally different than normal demons, which is why I didn't bring them up.
You're right.
But that could also be a possible class, like something outside of what we're. Anyway, so what do you guys? Are we all kind of thinking above Lich, below, demon?
I honestly
fair
think
enough.
is there like an equal thing where you could just put them literally side by side?
I mean, they're all
No.
everything side by side, but
I mean,
I mean-
but there's like a specific meaning to
what
that.
would you want to put side by side with the demon or the Lich?
The demon and the
Can't
angel.
say I'd-
I don't think
I
that
can't
I don't
say
think
I'd
it
put
is
it with
side
the
by
demon.
side with the demon. If the demon gives you the freedom to act whatever way you want to, and you have massive restrictions with the angel, I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think that the demon would probably be a better pick for you. Again, you don't have to
mean,
go
you're not
around
too wrong, I
brutalizing
guess.
people. And like
You're
okay,
wrong.
it's just
You definitely
it's just
do
what again it's a matter of preference. Would you prefer not being hated by everyone, or at least not having to hide yourself from everyone so that you're not hated like the angel, and the angel would actually get praised just being an angel, but with the restriction of that you have to follow a very particular moral code, maybe even if it's something that you wouldn't necessarily do yourself if you came across that particular situation, but you have to follow it anywhere because you're an angel. That's the way it is, and if you do otherwise, you'll become fallen and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. Honestly, if I was an angel, I would probably just do whatever I wanted and allow myself to be fallen. But then
you
it would
could do that, but you would
but
risk
then-
yourself being corrupted.
But then it would depend on the like what the negatives of being fallen is, because in some universes you lose your immortality, you lose your wings. It would just depend.
Without
At
being
that
immortal,
point,
you don't have to
and-
really, because you can still technically fly if you learn like enough magic. And being immortal, I mean, most of these creatures here don't have a problem being.
Yeah,
not
but then you're
immortal.
just a human. You lose all your fucking benefits. So just be a
Yeah.
demon.
Well, I think you'd
This
still be
is-
stronger in that.
This is
Maybe.
the same as
You
the.
You could basically
This-
essentially become a paladin of sorts, but not to.
Well, I mean, you're gonna
Like
break
a
your
normal
paladin
one.
oath too.
Yeah, you'd be
But
breaking your oath.
This is the same as the orc and changeling thing. At that point, you're just a worse demon, and like everybody obviously would rather pick the angel in real life. But I cannot say honestly that I would pick this class or this race if I were to get Isekaied because of the restrictions.
Yeah.
I would probably pick.
Yeah, I pick it. Well, Nas says, aren't demons usually compelled to do evil? No. No, they
If
lack.
I was here, I would
They
definitely
lack.
try to-
They
even if
lack
I was,
morality.
I wouldn't.
They lack the ability to have morality. So if they are demons, they tend to do evil, and
And they're self-serving usually.
and they're
If
self
it was me,
and they're
though, I
self-serving
probably
because
would
again
be-
they are not capable of feeling things like compassion, or sympathy or guilt. So they just generally are evil. But there are many instances of humans having romances with demons, and demons feeling love and affection for people in all sorts of fantasy series.
We got
That's what
Arda.
I'm saying. Like, as a demon, even if you're not immediately trying to slaughter one, you can technically learn what it is to feel these emotions. You're not gonna completely be left without any
No,
morality.
you don't have
can learn it.
you wouldn't have morality. Having emotions and having morality are not the same thing.
I mean, fair enough, but like with emotion, you can do better than just being driven to do evil.
You have the option to be
It's
Sparta from
extremely
Devil May
unlikely.
Cry.
It's extremely unlikely that you would be a demon and do good. And I don't think your emotions would change that. Like let's give you a hypothetical. Let's say you fall in love with a woman, right? You have kids with this woman. You're a demon, right? And then the woman is in some way endangered. You would not think a second thought about like literally going over to a town over and slaughtering every person there because that could possibly endanger your family, and because that idea of what you're doing being wrong or caring about it in any way, it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, any act of good that you do will usually just be a byproduct of it being a accidental benefit towards something that you want to do for yourself anyway.
Yeah,
Essentially, that might be an anti-hero then.
No, it would not be. Well, I hate that term so much. I cannot stand that.
I know you do, but like that's basically the best you can really say about it.
No, because you're not an anti-hero. Because anti-heroes are trying to do something. Even if you want to use that term, it's trying to do some good by using evil acts. A demon would have no reason to try good unless it just forces itself to do that. Just like I'm just going to but it has no reason to force itself to do that because it doesn't feel guilt for doing anything.
If he went and took out an evil king, it would have nothing to do with the people being oppressed. It would just because it's
he doesn't
the power
care
that
about
he wants.
he wouldn't care about the people being oppressed. Like he
would
have to specifically build affection for the individual, and then if he I guess I've heard this said before, and I kind of like it. I think that a demon would be capable of love, but he would not be capable of loving selflessly.
Right.
Like he could love that being because of how that being makes him feel. And I think you're going to get a lot of situations, especially with demons, if they do fall in love with humans, like in reality, where it basically becomes an abusive relationship.
Yeah, in this situation, I would still choose Angel, honestly, because it just sounds a lot less. It just sounds a lot more complicated to be a demon, and I could just be an angel. And even if I do fall for grace, I would much rather just die.
I don't think I want my humanity ripped out. I know it sounds.
You will still have your humanity.
It's not your humanity. You still have your same. You still have your same mind. You would still have your same mind as a demon. You just wouldn't. There's just certain things, and honestly, it would probably be easier for you.
Which is why I would be an angel, because if I'm an angel, I still have human emotions and empathy, and I can still have a moral code.
But there's also dangerous levels of empathy and compassion.
Yeah, but it's not going to enhance its empathy and compassion. It's a lot of angels don't necessarily have compassion. A lot of angels get very fed up of humans and their bullshit behavior.
That is true.
Very quickly. But no, my issue with the angel is the lack of freedom and the inability to do really anything. I mean, if you have sex with a woman, you become a fallen angel.
I mean, at least if I'm a fallen angel,
I guess it depends how
freedom.
But
I think that this is just one that's hard for people to say, that nobody wants to dog on angels. But
I'm going to
a fantasy isekai, I just can't see myself picking it.
I'll dog on angels. Why not? Look. Hey, I mean, look. Angel, we're talking about angels. We're talking about angels as a mythical creature. I mean, if you want to talk about it as in a biblical sense.
Well, I'm not really saying mainly a biblical
even if we talk in a biblical sense, there's a reason why gods chose humans over angels. That's the case. So dog on them, sure, why not? It's fine. But in a fantasy sense, yeah, I mean they're kind of pompous. They're kind of a pain in the ass. It's better. They are better than demons. But if I had to, but I wouldn't want to be one. You know what I mean? It's more like, hey, do you want to join the King's Guard or something in Game of Thrones? And it's so you could you protect the king. You have to take these vow of honor and do all. No, I don't want that life. I don't want that life at all. I would rather go and be a mercenary out there doing something. If I had to choose.
Yeah.
I don't want this extremely restrictive life where you have to be there and just being and becoming an angel and then immediately becoming fallen and possibly losing all of your powers, not being able to use your holy stuff, and getting corrupted and turning evil anyway. Because again, if you do break yourself, it's very common in angels that when you break yourself, a demon's not corrupted. A demon just straight up doesn't have the ability they don't have the ability to care about morality essentially. But an angel that becomes fallen actually does become corrupted over time and does turn evil through force, which is something that doesn't happen to the demons. The demons just are the way they are. I would say that.
And the Lich had
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say the Lich had a lot of restrictions, which was why it went behind the demon in the first place. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think the demon. I
like,
didn't think the
think
Lich
the
had a lot of.
angel-
Wait. The Lich didn't have a lot of restrictions. The
Well,
reason
like,
why the
with
Lich
how
went
it
so
can
low.
operate low
Yeah.
level.
Yeah. It's essentially its appearance and the fear factor of its existence is really the reason why it went below the demons.
And it's lonely.
I would honestly probably rather be a Lich than an angel as well. To be honest with you. Yeah, maybe not because I don't have a dick as a Lich. That's a pretty big defining feature that I enjoy.
I think Angel
That's
should
the
go
problem.
above Lich.
I'd rather
if
use it
they-
and get in trouble with it than not have it at all.
I don't know. Let's see what the people think. Let's see what the people think. We're gonna have a vote on it, and I'm probably gonna do one more race and get off if there aren't a whole lot of super chats.
What's the next race?
At that point, I'll get some sleep for tomorrow.
Let me see.
What's the next race?
I don't even know. I think it's vampires.
Vampires. I'm gonna say at least
angels. Okay, so does angel go? Let's see, above demon
or below?
Below demon, or third option, below Lich.
Yeah.
Start poll. Boop. Go ahead, guys.
I thought the third option was going to be inside the demon. I was a little confused there for a second.
Inside the demon. Oh, that's how you do it. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you this. If I'm a demon, I will make it my life's mission to find
Isn't that how the Diablo game started?
I think so. Yeah. Well, no, that's not. That's not. That's not.
Literally, that's how the Diablo game
That's not. Well,
started.
no, that's not how it started. I mean, it started with like two gods and Tiamat and all. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. If I was a demon, I'll tell you this. If I was a demon and I ever came across like an angel, like a female angel and stuff, I would be my life's goal and be like, I'm gonna corrupt the shit out this chick. I will flirt with this girl
Nice.
for the next 500 years, and I'm going to corrupt you. And it's gonna be.
I'm slacking off
Sounds
like
like
good
you're a more
omens.
fitting demon than an angel. That is the most diabolical thing I've ever heard.
Bro, I'm going after her like you wouldn't fucking believe. I'm gonna be
Wait a
there
minute, I have
every
a
single
question.
time she has to
If
deal with
you
some
were-
shit. I'm gonna be there.
You're going to be in there like somewhere?
Demon.
I'm gonna be the most suave dude too. I'm gonna always say just the kindest thing to her. I'm gonna be. Oh, bro. I don't care how long it takes.
If you're a demon and you make an angel fall from grace, but you sort of like them, can you hold their like corruption to just becoming straight up evil?
I think that
Like could you like?
Why would you?
I don't
think you
because, like,
could. I don't
like
think you
the
would.
Angel, like, because if I was a demon and I tried to like be like have a relationship with this angel and she falls from grace, like I would probably not really care, but I would actively try to not make her completely befall the evil.
Well,
'cause
well,
then
it
I'd be
dep-
like, well, where's the fun
And
in
how
that?
would that benefit you?
It depends on what we're
because
talking
they
about.
have
If we're
perfect
talking about
relationship.
if we're talking about theology, there aren't any female angels.
There
So
aren't, most
they're all dudes. I don't think most. I don't think there are any female angels. I think they're
there's not.
literally
Yeah, but
all
in this
dudes.
case, we're saying that they're multiple, and they're not all dudes. So
Yeah, I think they're all dudes. But
In this case.
as far as fiction fantasy, I don't. Other than like Digimon and Angel Woman, like, are there any female angels in fantasy series and games?
Oh wait,
Hello, boss.
Seven Deadly Sins. Seven Deadly Sins. Actually, there was a case where Elizabeth is an angel who falls in love with the demon king, or future demon king, does not fall from grace, and they both have a pretty loving relationship.
What is this series?
And even,
What series?
The Seven Deadly Sins. In fact, there's multiple female angels in that series. And
I mean,
although
this is
they
gonna
all
sound
fall
really
in love-
stupid, but Little Nicky.
That's another. That is another.
Yeah,
that's
that
you're
actually
not
happened.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah,
That's how
his,
it's
his
easy.
dad is
You're not
Satan
wrong.
and his mom is an angel, and she's just like chilling up in heaven. Yeah, and like she
Yeah,
still has a
no,
thing for
actually-
for the dad who's Satan. So it's like yeah, it's a comedy,
Yeah.
so it doesn't you don't take it seriously, but it's kind of funny.
But that's still an
GPT
example,
says
like,
there was Ariel, the Archangel of Hope in Diablo 3. There's a couple in Kid Icarus, like Viridi. Fire Emblem had a Seraphim class spellcaster.
Yeah, generally speaking, well, fiction doesn't like restricting all male species. Generally speaking,
Yeah.
they're okay with all female species. They don't like making all male species. it exists.
Unless they're scary like predators.
But it's more well, no, predators do have females.
No, there's female
the
predators.
movies, the
I
movies
don't know.
don't. The movies don't. But the comics have showed female predators all the
Thank
time.
you for explaining my
Here's a
ignorance.
question. Would you or would you not risk it with a female predator?
I would not. I wouldn't. I don't. Why? What? Why? No, they're not. It's not even like they're
There's
getting
not one
something.
orifice there that I could deal with.
They're not even getting something good. Like, have you seen the way the predators look? That's not like that wouldn't be enjoyable in any way.
Plus, in some versions, they're even more terrifying than the males.
Okay, there are 10 people. Okay, there we go. Someone voted. Okay, above demon.
Oh, wow.
Above demon's winning.
Demon win, huh?
I wouldn't have put it above demon.
Well, you forgot the other downside of demons.
There's only-
Everything hates them, especially other demons.
There's only I don't care. There's only 11 12 votes and 44 people are watching. So, guys, come on. Let me get some more votes. Do you guys think that it should be above demon? I don't think it should be above demon. I think the restrictions are too annoying. I think
I honestly think
I don't
it's
like the idea
below
of
demon
being
and above
essentially
lit, that's fine, but
enslaved
it's
and
above,
forced to act in a particular way that would be against how I would actually normally act. I'm not a huge fan of that. And
in
the
the
fact
end, I'd still pick Orc.
still pick Orc. Should Orc be an S? Is everyone just on the
Orc
Orc
should be,
train
like,
today?
S tier. Like, despite its restraints, like you can have so much fun as an Orc. Let's just
I
put it
wouldn't
in
say
S tier.
I would say put Orc.
Wait, we
in
have
A.
orcs but not goblins. Did we already do those?
We have goblins are
Yeah,
F.
and they're the worst of the worst.
Oh, there are goblins. Oh, I missed them in F tier.
Goblins
Aw.
are an F.
Yeah, they
All right.
are absolute. Actually, there is an S tier creature, and I think it's our next
I
one.
mean, goblins are pretty fucking A tier in WoW, but
No, they are not. Well, in wild, but their nature refuses them to even stay in the wild.
I think I'll
They
be
make
hon-
cool
I'll,
machines and shit.
I'll be honest with you. I think the chat is lying. I think the chat thinks that the demons would be a lot funner and would be way better to be in the Isekai world, but they're saying demons because they don't want to say that they would rather be a demon than an angel.
They don't want to be smitten by God.
That I think that's I think that religion is basing this on
heavily
this.
basing this.
It's
I would rather be an angel just because I want to do good for people.
You can if you
That's
I mean
all
if
I really want to do.
you want to do good for you say that
I
but
just want to do good for people.
you
I'll
say
give up my life for
No.
that.
Well, have you given up your life for it in real life?
Halfway. We're getting there. I'm trying to figure shit out. Mostly for my family, though.
What are you
Bro
doing?
thinks he's a saint.
Family.
Because I'm just saying, if you haven't given up your life to do good for others in the world that we are currently in,
Can't really say you'd do that as an angel because you wouldn't really know.
you would know. You do know because you're not doing it now. If you're not doing it now,
Fair.
you're not going to do it then. Simple as that. Like it just is the way. Like I know that I'm not
it
going
would
to
chemically
devote.
change my biology, man. I'd be a whole different motherfucker.
No, it wouldn't. You'd still have the exact same mind. The only
Yeah,
thing
it
stopping you
doesn't
from doing the things that you're doing is your mind. You think that suddenly if I
Alright.
gave you fucking wings
Well,
and slightly more strength, then
If
suddenly you
I'm
would
an
become a
angel
totally
and I'm
different person?
bound by God's will to do good, I kind of,
No, you
It's
would
the
just
fact
be
that
your
you do-
mind. You would literally
the
just be
fact that
your
you-
brain inside of a dude with wings, and God does not come out of the sky and talk to you personally. It's the same way as it is now. If you believe in God currently, you're going to have just as much effect as if you're
If
you're
you're
an
an
angel.
angel?
No, yeah, you're
No,
angel.
it's
God
the-
doesn't come down and talk to you. You're technically you would be a Nephilim in this particular case, but yeah,
It's
you're,
the fact that you keep your mind that's what bothers me the most. Because then I would know that I'm being restricted. I would remember beforehand.
yeah, it's your brain. Like if
Yeah.
if you're not helping people in the life that you currently have and are living, and you are not going out of your way, and I'm not talking about like paying rent to your parents because they need it. That's just shit that's basic. And I'm talking about going out of your way to help completely different.
Giving art commissions to college students and like trying to be generous with my stuff, and
Step-
living meekly.
Yeah, if you are not sacrificing your time and your things and going out and that is not helping you in any way but only helping other people, I don't see why you would think that you would do it in some other fantasy world.
When we got orcs with bros and fucking dudes.
I would totally be an orc. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. Like I don't want to be an angel. I don't want to do that. I'll be an orc.
From
I'll be
this
a demon.
description, I'm honestly feeling like bumping up Orc to S.
Orcs
Yeah,
From this criteria we're being given.
That's
I
what the
mean,
criteria's always been since the beginning. It's just like how
Muscle
much would you
mommies.
enjoy being these things? Like
I wasn't here for the
Drinking
orc.
grog
Okay?
with the
I'm sorry.
bros.
Let's
How
move
fun
into
would
that.
it be?
Let's be
You
real here.
piece of shit.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we got one more. Still no super chat. So this is probably gonna be the last one.
Personally for me though, I would definitely pick an elemental, but specifically the earth elemental.
I don't think I could do that.
Linz, the orc glazing is insane. Or bro, you gotta get on board with that orc life. That
Yeah,
orc
man,
life
the
is
orc
where
life
it's
is-
at.
the orc life
That's
is
because
where it is at.
the orcs are just bros. That's their whole they're just bros. They're just a bunch of dudes drinking grog and chatting with their homies as they're going out on raids and talking about
Let's
if
be
not
real here, like, as
if
an
they're gonna
orc,
go and like
you
and
would
they're like trying to hype each other up. Is it's like, hey man, are you gonna go talk to that muscle mommy Grunhilda? You know, and like and then we're looking over, glancing at the muscle mommy orcs. They're glancing, they're like, let's do this. And then y'all fuck in the middle of camp, next to a bonfire, and everyone's cheering y'all on because y'all are just fucking beasts. It is the most bro society to live in. And you spend the whole thing raiding and fighting and drinking and it sounds amazing. It sounds
You live
awesome.
like a firework. You burn real bright, and then you go out quickly.
And then you die after like 30 or 40 years of fighting, and then that's it. Your life's over, and it's fun. Unless you're super good at it. Like if you become super, and since you're leveling up and stuff, you can pace yourself a little bit better than most orcs do, and then you can kind of survive.
I cast an immortality spell on me, and then I get to do it forever.
Well, I mean, considering you're an orc and you have shit magic ability, it probably not. But
man.
Hey, maybe as but you can look. You fight in a couple of battles, get a couple level ups, and then you just tell your orc people like, bros, I'm gonna go for a couple of years. I'm gonna go travel the world, see what it's you train, and they're gonna be like, all right, man, I'll see you there. Then you leave, you go, you fight some boars in the woods, you go hunt for some things, you take some jobs, you get some magical items. Then you come back. Then you come back to your orc people, and you're like way more powerful with all this shit. And they're like, "Oh shit, what? You're like a different class, and you're like 20 levels ahead of all of us." And boom, now you could take over your little orc village, and now you're a leader of an orc village. And but you could you could strategize, man. You could do this in different ways and try to become good.
Challenging you involves the village while you're not there. They're not gonna be happy that you left them. That's just the way orcs are.
Wait, what do you mean?
Not all orcs.
Well, if they get into like a local war, while you're just like off traveling the world for like a year and a half, they're gonna be like, yo, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, because if you're in a war, having me, this one person in this, it really would have turned the tides of the war.
Yeah, I know, right? But pea-brain orcs, brother, why you no fight with us?
They'll forgive us. First off, you're making them sound retarded, but also, first off, and if you come back significantly more powerful with magical items and all this kind of stuff, and then you just go right back into the war, they're like, oh shit, you became really, really powerful. You can even ask some of your orc brothers in arms and your muscle mommy, like, hey, y'all want to come with me? We can join. We can like have an orc party. Now we can go on
you
like.
You can make your own war band, your clan.
Yeah,
you can
dude.
grow it.
Oh god, it sounds awesome. I'm not saying it's the most powerful race. I'm not saying like you're not going to be a lich. You're not going to be
just a big.
You're not going to become a demon lord, but it's most certainly going to be one of the most fun to have. It really,
I mean, you
really
still could become a demon lord
as an orc.
The only
probably
other ways that I would
if you really put in the effort, then yes. I'm not saying it's likely.
But you're not a demon.
You would become an orc lord, actually.
But you're not a demon.
Yeah.
Like if I'm looking at them as starting zones for races, orcs sounds the most fun for a starting zone.
Absolutely, it sounds like the most fun of like anything. Like it just sounds like the cool. Like I almost want to put it in S just because of this conversation.
I've been
Honestly,
played. I wasn't on the orc train when I joined, but I'm here now.
Their lives are depressing.
Oh no, what I think would be S would be the Dragonkin, personally.
The Dragonkin, is that even on the list?
It is. We're not gonna make it to it.
Yeah.
Without another super chat.
Just automatically put it in S just because.
The people spoke.
Well, next we're going to talk about, which pretty. I'm actually kind of sad we haven't gotten to the We're not going to get to the merman, but it is what it is. All right. Next up we have vampires. So this is one of those ones. Massive benefits, massive harm.
I gotta go.
Yeah, but not as massive as the elemental or the Gorgons, I don't think.
Are they getting the V blood powers?
V blood powers. This isn't fucking V Rising. No, they're gonna get all the normal. They're gonna get all the normal. Look, they're gonna get burned in the sun. They're gonna get their mesmerization, their ability to mesmerize people. They're gonna, they're probably gonna get a higher than normal acuity towards things like blood magic or shadow magic, things like that, darker stuff. And they're gonna get all the crazy vampire powers that you would normally get. Still being a little level 1 shitty vampire. And they're probably
will they have running water weakness?
It might be a hot take, but I would put them in C because like everything that they do well, the races in A and B already do it better than them without the downsides.
I'd rather be a vampire than a giant, personally.
I think most people would probably rather be well, okay. I think that you're unaware of how awful it might be to never be able to see the sun again. Or to
How many giants are there in most fictional universes? They hardly get to have like much of a family.
Well, we went over that. We
talked about that.
9 to 12 foot.
They're not. They're just. Yeah. We talked about the giants being a race that they're bigger than normal people, but they're not taller than trees.
We had them more like Goliath.
12-foot giants, low-end giant dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Look, there's a lot, but he is true. There's a lot of benefits to being a vampire. The ability to mesmerize people, the ability to no matter what look insanely attractive. Like there's no such thing as an ugly vampire. It doesn't exist. It's like literally a part of the vampirism that you're going to look extremely attractive.
Which does not exist. We don't speak of him.
Mike William just gave you $5.
Yeah, I think he wants me to continue the stream. I'll do one more after Vampire since he decided. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll do Dragonkin. What was I saying?
Dragonkin.
You were going over the benefits.
Yeah, okay.
Eternally handsome vampires.
Eternally handsome. Higher Riz levels probably. I can't believe that's the first time I've ever used that word, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I read it down in the comments. That's the only reason why I do not use that.
Fair enough.
I hate
when that happens too.
I'm a 30-something-year-old man. I don't use.
I don't think that comes from being a vampire. I think that comes from A, looking better, and B, just being alive for long enough.
Well, the ability that you can mesmerize people into feeling certain ways for you is pretty big.
Yeah, so I don't think we count it as
yeah,
a
but I don't want to
ability, 'cause
count.
we've already got all of those things listed down.
Well, okay, so we have to go over the obvious if you're a vampire, you have to feed on people. That's a pretty big deal.
And you also need to avoid churches.
You also have to think about you have to avoid sunlight, you have to avoid churches, holy ground, running water, silver, stakes, all kinds of different stuff.
Unfortunately placed
garlic.
cross.
Are we also adding garlic to that?
Yeah,
Are we going like classical vampire here?
Yeah, it would be a
Sounds
classical.
like it.
What vampire? What other vampire would we do? Yeah, it would be classical vampire. There's a lot of weaknesses to vampires.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
There's even really sucky vampires that can't. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah, but the benefits are really great too. But it also is based on your own morality. Like, do you yes, you have the ability to mesmerize people, but are you morally okay with mesmerizing people?
Do you want to be Bill Cosby?
Super useful skill, but do you actually want to do it? You'll be hunted. That's a big one. You'll be hunted more so than you will for a lot of other people here, because there's literally people who are vampire hunters that are sole purpose is to hunt you down and kill you.
And you'll be pinned down while hunting.
It's another
during the day.
It's another situation like the characters in 8, where you have really, really high potential for possible power. But I think that the negative sides are significantly more so than the ones in A, which is why I'm saying I don't think it could be an A. I think it's going into at absolute highest it would be somewhere in B. But
I don't even know if I can put it that high.
I mean, he would probably be a good placement, especially depending on the actual vampire you are. Like if you're like a Nosferatu fucking monster.
No, we're gonna make you attract. Most vampires, the vast majority of vampires are generally seen as being attractive. So you would be you'd basically be a more attractive version of what you are.
If you're like the vampire Lestat from Queen of the Damned, I could see it being a B personally.
Yeah, you'd be super attractive. You'd be very, very attractive.
And only
what about their water weakness?
some vampires. I think we're just going. I can see if we're going the most general.
You can't cross
some
running
vampires.
water.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you can't cross running water. Yeah.
Okay, and good. It's not just water is gonna be acid to you. There are many vampires.
Water is
like
not. That's very. I mean, maybe that's not a general weakness. Now, actually,
running water.
The running
Do they have
water.
a counting
running
weakness?
water prevents them.
The running water is also a pretty rare weakness. Most vampires do not have that. I mean, think about it. If that was the case,
too.
Well, I mean, think about it. If that was the case, that you couldn't pass running water. If you were in, Florida, you wouldn't be able to travel to like Texas because you literally can't get through the Mississippi. It's going directly through the country.
Well, if you get another person to move you, you can. But okay, fair enough.
There's no gap.
We're not going to do that water weakness.
There's
fair
no
enough.
gap.
That is kind of a hard thing to.
Could you cross? Could you cross if you went across a bridge, or is it just like you can't cross the
What
water?
if you've flown in an
but you can
airplane?
go over, like you can go over the water, but you can't cross the water.
Good point.
Is that how it works?
I was even thinking of like, what if you turn the fucking
Wait,
tap
guys,
on?
one at a time. Do it with deep voice.
No,
Continue
it's
what you were
natural
saying.
running water.
No, I know. No. Deep.
I was answering the tap guy.
Not you. Deep voice
Oh,
guy. Say what you were saying.
Okay. My bad. I was just saying, like, theoretically, if that was the case, like, could you not turn on your tap? Like, could you not?
No, you can't cross running water.
Like, that's running water theoretically as well.
You're not crossing.
Yeah, but you're not
I
crossing
think
it.
it's natural.
You're not crossing
So they
it.
can't
I mean,
be.
Could you not put your hand through a stream?
I think
that's the
I
deal.
think you can. I'm not sure. Maybe someone in the comments could tell me this. I think you can cross over a bridge. You just can't pass through the water itself.
So can I? My main arguments for putting it in C.
Oh, here's a big
are-
one. I'm sorry. One more. Yeah, no. Remember what you're
Go
saying.
ahead. Go ahead.
One more.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. You can't
Yeah.
enter a place you're not invited in.
Oh, yeah, that's a good.
That's a
well,
big
I mean,
one.
Yeah.
That's a really
So
big one.
with
that
the
was-
mesmerization stuff.
That was one of the
really
ones
big
that I
of a
was
deal?
thinking of, as well as the fact that we already know people are going to be hunting you down, and while you're hunted down, you are pinned down because you can't move during the daytime. So wherever you hole up is where you're stuck.
And you're
If
also,
they're checking
and
an area,
it'll also be very easy, even if you do look like a normal person and not like pale skin like vampire, it'll be very easy for them to tell it's you because you don't have a reflection.
Yep. And
And,
then the other
fires-
part,
Good point.
the part we brought up as far as like changelings and everything else is there's magic in this world. There are angels in this world. Daylight spells exist. Holy spells exist.
Yeah.
I
Are we
think that
talking
the
about like
weaknesses are
like
going
World
to
of
hamper.
Darkness?
What?
Just general
I feel like a
fantasy world.
composite.
Oh, okay. I heard changelings.
Just
and
just
stuff,
okay,
so I
just
was like,
pace it. Think like Dracula put into a D&D campaign.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it's
we have
essentially
that.
You
That's
get
called
hit.
Von
Okay, so
Strahd.
basically-
like a fantasy version,
Yeah,
a fantasy
Von Strahd.
version of Dracula. Okay, that's been all the Dracula shit. We're gonna do classical vampires. Maybe at some point if I ever redo this, I'll add in like non-classical vampires. I'll add in different variations. But as of right now, we're just gonna talk about classical vampires. With
But
all
yeah, I
the
do think that the magic and the holy magic that exists in this world is going to be an issue. Like whether it is just a daylight spell or whether it's straight up an angel that decides
well,
you need to be
honestly, any healing magic would probably damage
Yep.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually the thing.
Oh yeah.
And fire magic is actually going to be effective for some reason. A
Fire
lot of
magic would be a
vampires
bitch.
have a problem with fire. Like it hurts them a bit more.
So I think
That's-
that like in a vampire only world they do fine. I think that in a world where there's all these other races and magics, I think that they're nerfed heavily.
Well,
Yeah.
I
you
do
still
think it really does depend on the situation.
Well, you're still
and the
like
well
setting.
you still
you're still
you have a
strong as that
large
giant.
you have a large assortment of abilities. You're physically considerably stronger than any normal creature. You're faster than any normal creature. You can walk on walls. Very impressive. People don't talk about that. You could turn into a bat. That's a natural
speed
ability they just have right out the gate. It's just a racial
Mist.
ability. Actually, shapeshifting in general is a general, and he can shapeshift all kind of different monsters or crazy things like that.
Oh yeah. A
The
lot of times
mesmerize,
it'd be like a dire wolf.
the mesmerizing ability is crazy useful.
It's common to have a vampire familiar that goes out and does
I was
all
about
your,
to say that
you know,
vampire brides as well. You could turn other people, and they have to obey you.
they
Anyone that you
generally
turn.
have really good speed. Like they are
Yeah, I
usually
said
super
that.
fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, there's all. I mean, they out of everyone on this list so far, I think they have the most just natural, large variety of powers, just naturally right out the gate. more so than I think more than the angels, more than the demons. They just have so many. And I think their potential for power, even more power horror, like they're going like things like I said, things like blood magic, shadow magic, all these different kinds of dark magics and stuff, necromancy, basically any dark magic that they want to use, they're going to have a much higher potential and easier to learn it than any other race would have. Like there's a lot of good shit that they could do. They're also a class that could they're also a race that could very easily become a sorcerer class or a warrior class and do both of them equally as well.
You know what would be awesome? You're a vampire sorcerer, but you like to feed on other sorcerers and get their ability because you take it from their blood.
That's another thing. There's a lot of vampires. There's a lot of vampires that get the ability that everyone whose blood they drink, they get all of their memories and things as well. So like you could possibly learn different things, possibly learn medicine, become smarter because you have this whole like library of memories of people who you have seen who know how to do these skills. You could just basically acquire skills through sucking blood from people. I would say that's probably a power you're not going to start off with, but maybe you could level up into it at some point.
So like because of the weaknesses, I feel like they're not going to do great in the combat aspect, but I also do think that they would do really well if they went for a political game plan.
I think it's a similar situation.
Power.
I think it's a similar situation with a demon, but just to kind of a greater extent, where it's like they're only going to do poorly against a particular class of people. Stay away from churches, stay away from paladins, stay away from vampire hunters. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
The problem is that demons have a lot more freedom because they could travel during the day and they could transform and hide more easily among people than vampires can. The vampires are basically just less. They have a different assortment of powers, but they're kind of a less effective and more harsh penalties of a demon, sort of in a lot of ways. But
that almost 12 hours of no-go is gonna be very annoying.
Yeah, but then you can also once you get set up and everything, and like you're good, like you have your house, your location where you go, and you've got your coffin, you have your mesmerized servants. Even like being bared down during the day isn't going to be much of a problem because you could just order your servants through mesmerization to protect you as you sleep, and then people will have to fight through all your fucking small art. Also, we didn't really talk about this. But outside of the holy magic and all that kind of stuff, it's actually really fucking hard to kill vampires. Like they're not easy. Like you don't just stab them and they die. Like they're essentially immune to most forms of damage.
I mean,
mostly I've seen the stake and the head cut off.
You have like a wooden stake.
It's a wooden stake to the head. Classically, it's a wooden stake to the heart and beheading, and only while they're sleeping. Now, I don't know if we're going to go as far.
Fire.
It would depend on the first, but yeah, I mean fire would work. Yeah, it would depend. Like if you play something like if you play something like well no never mind, I lied. But yeah, it depends.
Like Vampire the Masquerade?
No, I was about to say Vampire, but Vampire.
Oh yeah, I was kind of wondering if that was the one.
No, in Vampire, if you can actually be completely disintegrated by the sun. And you will regenerate from ash. It won't actually kill you. It's just temporary damage. But if they kill you with fire, you don't regenerate back. So like fire was a weakness to you. The sun hurt you and could turn you to ash, but it didn't permanently kill you. And but that's not the case for most vampires. Most vampires, yeah, you can be hurt by fire. That's a thing. But no, I mean,
that's just what worries me if you get flashbanged by the light spell. Like, I mean, granted, not everybody's going to have it, but the higher you get, the more likely people are going to have it.
I think whoever said it
wouldn't
before,
illumination spell be like the same as UV?
Illumination is just light.
Like there are daylight spells.
Yeah.
Theoretically, wouldn't you have?
It would have to be the
daylight
blast. It would have to be the right. It would have to be the right spell. It would have to be like a sunlight spell, not just a like illumination.
Daylight blast.
Yeah.
But
that's what daylight is. Like there's a light cantrip or dancing lights, and there's lights, and then there's daylight, which
fucking
specifically
Captain Sunshine from Venture Brothers.
Yeah, he would actually be very good at fighting vampires.
Dude, he'd be a perfect vampire hunter. I don't know why he doesn't do that. And he's stupidly overpowered to fight them. But yeah, I think whoever said it before, I think it was right. I think a vampire would fit best in C. because the
Elemental.
no, the Fae. Like the Fae, it has a lot of really cool powers that like you want, but it's like, dude, is it really worth all the bullshit? Like, I think it's kind of like, I mean, technically, I would say that the Fae, if you take off all of the restrictions, would be above the Beastman, would be above the Djinn, possibly above the Orc, maybe. I still think the Orc lifestyle is too fun. Would be
Orc
definitely
needs to
above
go
the
to
Changeling, but the Fae is in C because it's just you have to stay in the forest and you're bound by trees and like all this bullshit and you're weak. Like it's just too many weaknesses. I think a vampire's up there, but would a vampire go above or below the Fae?
Think
Above.
You do have more freedom to go around.
You can go around.
Yeah, I would say probably above
Other
as
than
well.
your
And your
coffin
weaknesses
being
are avoidable.
Well, okay. So what would you prefer? The ability to travel more, or basically, would you rather be stuck in one location or be able to go wherever you want, but only like what like 30% of the day because you die if you go out at the other fucking 70%.
Or just wear.
I
Man,
think
you
I'd
could also
rather
wear a
go
big
vampire
cloak.
over Fae.
I think it would be a lot cooler to be a vampire over a Fae. However, I also think that most vampires are generally fucking depressed.
Honestly,
for
this
some
was
reason.
killing me on this one.
Vampire.
They're both
Or
immortal.
nobody really likes them if they're charming everybody.
Like okay,
Lonely.
if you're
Fair.
okay, I mean, look, to be fair, if you're okay and you live in a relatively large forest and you don't care to like travel the world and adventure and you just want to chill in your fucking in your fucking woods with all your like people there, like you got like elves who like wood elves living there. And you're like, hey, what's up, man? You know, and you're just like living your life. You could live really well with the Fae, as a Fae.
And you could have
Nobody's
week-long.
Nobody's hunting you. Nobody's trying to kill you. Like your life's relatively cool. You're probably in some beautiful mystical forest
but
somewhere.
boring.
You can actually well you would have to you would essentially you're still going to be in a fantasy world. Someone's mic, if you can mute yourself, something weird is going on with your mic.
The Doofy Out game.
But I mean, you could still be like you still live in a fantasy world. There's still going to be like evil people and people trying to attack you. There's probably going to be people that are going to attack your woods. If there's wood elves, they might be rivaling with someone else. You know, you're probably still going to come up with situations. I mean, in no fantasy can you go into the woods and not automatically run into goblins and all different kind of things that are trying to kill you. So you're still going to have to worry about that. It's not like you're going to be. It's just you're just going to be confined. And are you okay with being confined? I kind of think the vampire weaknesses outdo the confinement of being a Fae. I think that's a lot. There's way more. Even though I think the vampire powers are also cooler than the Fae's powers. Guy,
It seems like it's mostly like personality based.
Dude, who at your
You know what I mean?
mic? You have to. I don't know who it is, but you got to fix your mic because it's making a very loud, very annoying sound. Whoever that is. Okay. So, but yeah, I think, I don't know. What do we? I'm thinking vampire should probably go under.
Vampire.
You think Fae
Vampire
should? You think
should go
vampire
higher.
should go higher?
I'd agree with the higher for sure. Personally.
Okay. Just defend it. Why? Why do you think it should go higher?
Okay, so phase, you could die a lot easier if someone just burned down your forest. If like.
Yeah, but that's a
with
big.
a vampire,
that's not. I don't think that's easier.
You're saying
You're saying
like to light a forest.
You think it's easier to burn down an entire forest rather than filled with magical creatures than just like killing a vampire by stabbing him in the chest. Like you think it's easy?
You would have to get the chance.
It's
like,
not
with
easy.
a Fae that's stationary, you could just shoot arrows. And
especially
they couldn't do
especially considering that more
In
powerful
a
Fae
fantasy
have.
world, like you could just light an arrow on fire.
Yeah, like
or,
you could just shoot them.
burn
They
some
can't
shit
really do
down
anything.
with a fire spell or something.
You mean with
Against
against
the can't exactly move, you know.
Yeah, you can't get out of there. Like if you were just outside
Yeah, but what
the
is the
boundaries,
okay? But you have there's a couple of issues.
Oh,
One, Fae has nature magic, so they could probably cause
That's true.
rains, floods, things like that if they're strong enough. They could possibly undo it. But also, I mean, what would be the reason to burn down the forest?
Not to mention,
Capitalism.
I mean,
But
what's the
Other
reason
other
your life
than
is
to
just.
cause wildfires that we have
We're
in
talking
real
about
life?
in the
You know what I
beginning.
mean?
We want to
Well,
be a strong
wildfires do exist,
fae.
but you can counter the wildfires.
but there's
with,
no but there's
water
there's
magic.
not magic here that would be able to undo the fires here, which there are in real life. Like we just have to have like regular dudes shooting water at shit.
No,
But like
not to mention there would be other denizens of the forest that would also be trying to protect the forest.
yeah, there'd be all kinds of stuff in there.
As an
But you're like
advocate,
a lot
Yeah,
more.
you know what, Ruga,
Your
I
environment.
agree with Ruga. There is a
As
lot,
an
lot of things going for the Fae that work. Vampire,
Another
yeah,
thing-
he's got a good point. You're not
another
as vulnerable as. You could go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Another advocate for the Fae that I would give, or another advocate point for the Fae I would give, is if I'm looking at this purely as a gameplay mechanic. Again, with the vampire,
It's not
no
it's not a gameplay
vampire-
mechanic. The whole
Well, like-
concept of this list is that you actually have to go into this world and live this lifestyle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
what I'm getting at. So like if I were to pick the vampire, the two main paths I would pick would either be through the manipulation tree or the necrotic magic tree, which we already have two races in A that I would probably pick if I wanted to go into either of those directions before the vampire. At least C is unique, or at least the Fae is unique.
I think
Also-
the vampire also like you could
I
grow a
find
lot
most
stronger, a lot
are
faster.
kinda
The Fae, you have to wait for people to come in your forest.
That's true, but that's just because you're not being attacked as often.
It does probably depend on what you want to do, right? If you just want to hang out,
Like
Fae is probably the way to
well,
go.
it's not necessarily because we actually did talk about when we were talking about the Fae. We said the possibility of the Fae, since the Fae has nature magic, she could possibly spread the forest, like create make the forest bigger. Like technically, we had a whole
earth magic kind of deal.
Yeah, like we had a whole conversation about how you could possibly like if you wanted to do the whole what do you call it? Poison ivy. I'm gonna take over the world and surround nature and the world like Captain Planet shit. You
That would
could
be
do
cool.
that. You could like spread your forest and slowly and start like wipe out towns of people who have industrialized and just spread like and just continue. Like if you wanted to do that, you could probably do something like that. So I mean, you do it's like it's just generally it's like what life would be. It's just based on a preference. Like if you're a type of person. If you're picking a vampire, you are first off, you're locking yourself into a particular path because there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to be hunted, and you're going to have to stay you can't come out at light. It's going to be very obvious you're a vampire. You can't come out during the day. All this kind of stuff. You're going to be hunted by people.
choosing the path
You
of
have.
combat.
You also, I think that one of the reasons why I would never pick a vampire is you can't eat food.
Yes, you can't eat
That-
garlic.
That is theoretical. I feel like.
I don't
In
think that's
some-
theoretical.
In some lores you can. In some
A
lores
lich
you
can't
can't.
eat food, but they're an A tier. I don't
Huh?
think
Sometimes
food's
you can
up
eat it,
there.
but you have to puke it
Yeah,
back up. It
Lich
really
has
just
better
depends on
trade-offs than a
the
vampire does.
scenario, I feel like.
Lich doesn't have nearly as many negatives, Lich doesn't have as many negatives as the but also eating food for a vampire is oftentimes seen as deadly. I mean, is Dracula ever shown eating something that's
He's
like normal
drinking.
food?
He drinks wines. A lot
Okay.
of the media.
But it just and he could taste
drinking.
but it just doesn't sustain him. So he could taste it for like purposes of was it wine or was it blood?
I think it was like blood.
That's a good fucking point.
If it's red wine, the scene would probably make it look like it was like possibly wine, but it was actually blood.
Maybe you would have to put a big maybe on that. Though.
I can't. I don't remember.
That's
If
one of those
anyone's
things that like it does depend on the universe. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, how many? Most universes don't have them being able to eat regular food that I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean,
Name
like,
some that
I know, like,
do.
when
I
you
feel like I can name way
the
more that
True
don't.
Blood universe.
I can only
the
name one, and it's a
Vampire the
comedy.
Masquerade universe.
Well, yeah, they
the
can.
D&D universe, even specifically like the Forgotten Realms, they can technically eat stuff. I
Actually,
mean,
in the world of darkness, Vampire the Masquerade,
it's a perk.
they can.
You have to buy a
they
perk
can,
to do it.
Yeah, you literally
But they
have to
still have to
spec
puke it up.
into eating, and you don't.
Yeah,
It doesn't
but it's-
do anything for you.
Okay,
I mean, it's
so
like one.
so it's
perk
that's
then, so,
technically
you know.
it's technically dishonest because in reality vampires cannot eat, and they have to have a specific skill. So that would be an example.
But it's like
towards,
1 XP.
That would
not
be an
hard.
example. That would be an example towards my point that they can't.
Yeah.
Not that they can, just because they get
and you'd only get that to pretend you're alive to throw off hunters. So yes, you can eat only to throw off hunters, and you're probably gonna have to throw it up later anyway.
You are gonna have to. You can't digest it.
So the query that I gave
you
to
can't fucking eat.
ChatGPT Yeah, the query that I gave to ChatGPT was in
in that
fantasy, can
specific
vampires eat normal food? And traditional vampire lore, no, they can't.
No.
They survive on blood. It turns to ash in their mouth. It tastes like dust and makes them violently sick. In traditional vampire folklore and gothic.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair.
Everyone that I've seen, they generally they either it's either never shown them eating normal food, or it straight up is shown nearly killing them.
Not gonna lie, most of the time it does. Like they generally have to puke it back up.
Yeah, like
So,
I mean,
look,
look.
I will have to concede.
If you've ever seen like Underworld 2, there's actually a scene where they cover that, where in Underworld 2, I forgot his name, something Corbin.
He was a half vampire, half werewolf, and yeah, he
No.
was having problems eating food.
Like the ultimate guy.
Yeah, he was a half vampire, half werewolf, and and this was something actually for vampires and werewolves in that series, so it was a little different. But yeah, he tried eating normal food because she was giving him blood bags. He's like, I don't want to eat that. He's like, you have to. This is what you are now. And before he started eating blood, he went to just went to a restaurant and started eating normal food, and he started throwing it up and like bleeding and the throw up was like covered in blood.
Oh.
And he started bleeding internally. And yeah, it was like super painful for him to even try to eat it. And like that's usually the case. Is that it might not be that explosive, but normally it's pretty bad. If they shouldn't be eating that stuff. It's bad.
Fair enough. It seems like one of those things where like some can tolerate it a little bit, but they still have to puke it back up. Like it cannot be digested.
The best case scenario.
But I think the idea that even if they eat it, they don't taste it. Like you said yourself. Well, you said yourself that it tastes like it turns to ash in their mouth. Like they don't eat. Like they can't. It's just for appearances. They don't actually enjoy the food, and that's like I don't want to be a species that literally can't eat food. I like food.
I mean, if
it's one of the great joys of life. Like
especially with the memory that you used to know what that steak tastes like.
I think this is a pretty easy one. I think this is a pretty easy one. You have the Fae. You're just chilling in a forest. You got your magic. You can eat food. You can chill with the fucking little forest creatures and the things. There are probably other Fae in the forest with you. You probably have like different Fae traveling around. You can occasionally fight goblins and shit if you want to protect your forest from things. Somebody shows up. It's cool. If you want to spread your forest, you can spread your forest. It's a pretty chill life. It's not the one that I would pick as first, which is why it's not an S. But a vampire, where you're constantly running around, constantly being chased, people are trying to kill you. You have to stay out of the sun. Like you can't cross running water and have all these weird weaknesses.
You can't even avoid humans.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to,
you have to fucking eat them.
I mean, if you want to, you have to go and eat something. You have to constantly hunt your food down. Again, something you don't have to do if you're a Fae.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess it could be.
The only thing I would say that would be negative of a Fae is that I imagine if you're a Fae, you'd probably have to be a vegetarian. Which, no.
I think they just respect the net cycle of life, so I don't think they have anything against meat.
Bro, I would be eating so much meat if I was a Fae. They'd be like, "What are you doing?" You're like, I'm eating all the meat. I'm sorry, I'm not a vegetarian. I can't be a vegetarian.
I don't think I've ever seen a situation or like a scenario where they're actually made to be a vegetarian, to be honest with you.
Well, the whole idea is that they're not. I mean, it's an assumption being made by me because the whole idea of Fae is that they protect nature. So it's like they don't you don't see Fae hunting down animals and shit. Like they're generally protectors of nature, ergo they don't kill animals and stuff. They just but they also don't like stop snakes from killing fucking rats. You know what I mean? They're not going around like they are aware of the circle of life. So I mean, but do they remove themselves from the circle of life by only eating? I don't know. If I was a Fae, I fucking wouldn't. I'd be eating meat.
I mean,
you can't
that
really.
It depends. I don't really know.
Just eat people, it's fine.
It does depend.
Yeah.
Because they still don't have to worry about going out and randomly running into some fucking priest when they're trying to eat somebody. Fuck, he's discreetly dressed and has a cross under him. Well,
yeah. Yeah, I think the vampire. Okay, so based on all the stuff that we talked about, does anyone still think that the vampire should go above the fae?
Oh,
Actually,
I think cool factors maybe blinded me a little bit. I think it'd be
There's a
cooler
lot,
to be a
bro.
vampire.
I mean,
however,
just
like
With a
really,
vampire,
it's not better.
just really think
the
about it. Like,
potential's a lot bigger.
you're not playing as a vampire in a video game. You are actually about to be a vampire in not our world, but a fantasy world that is mostly uninhabited except by monsters and creatures and stuff, and the towns are small villages. And like, is that really the life you want to have, as being a fucking vampire in this world?
That kind of does sound a little bit
if
better
you're
than
able to,
being
like,
like a
when
part
you
of
put
like
it like
a fake
that, I'd
community
honestly
that
rather be
cannot
a
be the
goblin.
forest. I'm sorry. What were you saying, sir?
No, sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you were talking first. Okay, what were you saying, guy who tried to interrupt?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Honestly, when you put it like that, I'd rather be a goblin.
I wouldn't rather be a
Fair.
goblin. I wouldn't.
If I can't eat food, I'm going to like just try and fucking kill myself.
Goblins
not
only-
eating food is fair, but like the same deal of not having anything to do.
I think
is probably what.
Here's the
generally
thing. Here's
kills
what I
you from
here's.
a vampire.
Well, I didn't say that you would. It's not that
Yes,
you
sir.
wouldn't have anything to do. It's like what do you do when you live in your life currently? Your job as a fae would be to protect the forest that you live in, and you could do whatever you want in the forest. You're just
That's a
living
good
your
point.
life. You don't have nothing to do just because you're stuck in one location. I mean, a lot of people live their entire lives in a single city or a single town, and they die. And I mean, they do shit while they're there.
It's true. I mean, you could be in that same town, but like that same town is
could still
probably
do
also a lot
things.
more variable than the
Bro,
one
you're in a
forest
you're
that
in
you're
a
bound to.
but you're not in just a forest. You're in a fucking fantasy world forest. There's probably
you can grow to your pleasure.
There's a tree over there. It's a treant. He'll literally have a week-long conversation with you.
You could fucking go
You
around.
could, if you're a fae, you could probably like talk to animals and fucking crazy.
Yeah, you're
shit.
an immortal. You're an immortal creature. You're an immortal, superpowered creature that can that has power
They're
over
just
nature.
animals. Wouldn't you hear their voices?
Honestly, the more we talk about this, the more I want to say. I feel like you'll be tied. Really, I mean, I think fae probably has the ups over in terms of internal, like actual happiness, is because every vampire I've ever seen in any fucking situation is depressed. They're never having a good time.
No,
they're always sad.
Well, I mean, look. Here's the way I think it is. I think if you can get to the point where you are like a vampire ruler over like a town or a city or something, or even a country, then you're good. You're in your big ass castle. You've got your brides, your vampire brides. You've got all your familiars. The town serves you, pays taxes or whatever. You're just doing your whole Dracula thing at the top. You're good. But getting to that point, like to a point like where you're just a vampire just running around being chased by fucking by vampire hunters, just barely trying to survive. Like, yeah, fuck that. like
it does have to be like a worse life.
I would say it's a really
I think the
terrible.
overall powers are a lot cooler, but like the actual like grind and experience to get there must.
Well, that also very heavily depends on preference. I mean, like just inherently, blood and shadow magic sounds cooler than like nature magic, but you can do a lot of cool shit with nature magic. It's not uncool.
Good point. Yeah, you're right about that. It's definitely not uncool to do nature shit. It's just,
I mean,
I don't
like
know, maybe it's like some sort of weird inbuilt, like weird edgy nonsense that.
I mean, look, and
most
if you
of
get to
us
and if you get to a
is
certain,
cooler.
and if you get to a certain, and I mean, think about it. Okay, like if you're a max level vampire, you're Dracula, right? You have your castle and your city and all this stuff, and you're this feared thing that lives up on this mountain somewhere. If you're a fully leveled up fae, you're like the guardian of this ancient forbidden woods. Like enter there, and the fae's gonna fuck you up. Like don't go in there.
Enter there, and the fae will like possess your body, and then like summon roots from the ground. To
Well, I would say
drag you underneath.
possessing your body sounds more of a dark power. That sounds like something a lich would do. But I mean, maybe she could turn you into
Depends on the
Pheromones,
scenario, I feel like.
pheromones to blind your fucking thoughts.
I would think it more like she could fucking turn
That's
you into a
fair.
tree or something. She could like curse you by
That's-
turning.
honestly,
you.
I'm not gonna lie. That sounds way worse than just getting my body possessed. This is actually turning into a
like
fucking
turning
tree.
you into a fucking tree. Sound like like
sounds
Don
way
Cheadle's
scarier.
Don Cheadle's Captain Planet.
Making plants grow out of your lungs.
Oh, dude,
Jesus
that would
Christ.
be. Oh, yeah, she could actually. Oh, that would like if you want to go like really the horror route, that would be true. Like she could grow plants from inside you, and you wouldn't you wouldn't even turn into a tree. You would be like a dude that a tree grew out of, and maybe she can even keep you alive. You know, so you're just like there
She
forever.
could also just make you a sleeper bomber, like let you leave this forest and then activate it when you're back at your house with your
You know how I
like
could,
spores.
you know how I could tell that we all think this is lame and kind of gay, because as we're saying it, all three of us are calling her she, despite the fact that we're all talking about ourselves becoming the Fae. We've still changing it to she because in our minds, all of this nature stuff is still super gay.
It's gay as fuck.
It's still
gotta
super
be a bitch, dude.
it's still
No,
super gay.
I think you just have poison ivy in the brain.
I don't. I wasn't thinking about poison ivy. No, I
You would
think,
literally.
Poison ivy multiple
I
times.
know because I was comparing the idea of her plot point of taking over the world and her hatred for humanity, but I wasn't thinking of it. I'm saying she because when I think about a Fae and the character that we are kind of describing, I'm thinking about I don't think of a man. I'm thinking of a woman
I think of a goddess, right?
It
behaving
does
this
sound
way.
like,
Right,
like
shit.
sort of like a Spriggan or like a nature
Yeah,
goddess.
it
or,
doesn't
like,
it doesn't
something
sound like a
that.
dude would be doing this. And if a dude was doing this, I feel like he would be extremely effeminate and pretty.
If a dude was doing this, he'd be mad gay.
Like, can you imagine if there was a dude who was like the spirit Fae who's like, I protect the forest, bro, and it just like doesn't.
And it's like this 6'7" muscle dude.
Yeah, like it doesn't fit. Like
Unless he was a guy, like a guy in a beanie with like dreadlocks for a beard.
yeah,
Probably
like
smoking weed for no reason.
like I mean, in reality, we probably should be picturing like Tarzan, kind of, you know, as this dude. But I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not picturing Tarzan. I'm picturing some gay little dude with a fucking leaf, blocking
Maybe like
his,
the blonde
his
Tarzan.
tiny pecker as he like prances.
Like a
through
little
the
fairy
forest.
guy.
Yeah, I'm not.
like a little
Yeah.
fairy.
And I just think it's funny how I accidentally kept saying she, and then I noticed all of you guys were saying she too, and I'm like, we all think this is gay.
Because of the name, it's called a fucking Fae.
Maybe that's why I prefer vampire. Really, just it's less gay, dude.
The Fae might need to be moved up because apparently that's a misconception.
What do you
that
mean?
they're bound to force. Like apparently they can travel around to different areas and not be bound to a forest.
So we were talking about this
I
earlier.
feel like that would be better.
We were talking about this earlier, and we were saying that we did mention this. We were talking about different Fae, and we were saying that some Fae are bound to a specific tree, and their life force is bound to the tree. Some are bound to a forest. But what is generally accepted is that even if you do leave the forest, your power is still tied to the forest. So like if you ever leave the forest and that forest is burnt down, you would still die. Like
Oh, so
in your best interest.
I mean, do you still have to like return there from time to time to like refresh your shit or what?
I'm not really sure. I mean, generally speaking, I would
I feel like
assume
it does
I would
depend on the
assume I would
universe.
well here's the other thing, and this is the thing. I guess you guys weren't here when we were talking about this. The weakness
I
of the
definitely
Fae, the weakness of the Fae was the reason why we have it in C. Basically, any natural man-made thing is a weakness of Fae. Like iron is a weakness because it's man-made. So like
Refined.
Just
The fact that factories exist.
just things that are man-made. Like their weakness are man-made things. So like
Iron
touching
swords.
iron will burn their flesh because it is an unnatural.
Can't step on concrete.
It is an unnatural. Well, I don't know if it's that extreme. I don't know if it's that extreme, but like it's very possible that you're a Fae and you try to open a fucking door and you touch the handle and it burns your fucking hand. Like that was one. So like you would just want to stay in the forest simply because anywhere else that you go outside of the forest that is a
But if
man-made.
it's like fantasy world, theoretically, if it's like, I don't know, like mid, like 700 to like 900 AD or some nonsense, you wouldn't really have to worry about a lot of that, right?
I mean, no. I mean, you would still
Honestly.
things are still made of metal unless you could put them before the Iron Age. You know, everything's made out of wood.
Yeah, but it's I feel like a little bit different than
like
having to
literally,
worry about
literally
actual factories.
I mean, well, like it wouldn't be like pollution, you know. It's not Captain Planet, and it starts like fucking poisoning yourself or anything. But like,
yeah, I
you would literally not be able to interact with large portions of the world because like you can't touch things that are being made by man. Like, I mean, you wouldn't be able to go into
like
large
it does depend
cities.
on how egregious this is, right? Because even
It
like
burns their
that
flesh.
means like any sort of weapon would fucking murder you instantly.
Yes. If it's made out of a metal, a crafted metal that was man-made, yeah.
Yeah.
The only
Like
weapons,
pretty much everything.
Yeah.
One of the
is.
people in
a penny.
One of the people in chat mentioned that you
Besides,
could
like, a
make
wooden
deals,
stake,
and there are other, like I said, there are other
Wait,
denizens of the forest too.
guys. Okay, the first guy. Continue. Say what you were saying before you were interrupted. Go ahead. Deep voice
Which
guy.
one was that?
Not the other guy. The guy who was trying to say the thing.
Sorry. No, I was just saying that the.
Not you, the other guy.
Oh, fucking other guy.
The Red Tower guy in chat mentioned that you could make deals with other human encampments and other that for protection in order for trade. And there's other denizens of the forest that are both, humanoid races as well as large beasts that would help.
Yeah, what we all
with the protection.
We also talked about how it's we weren't sure if it was possible for you to actually swap to a different forest. So like it's possible that you can move as long as you like instead of claiming this forest, you'd move to a different forest and claim a different forest. So you could travel in that way by traveling between multiple forests. And then we looked up some stuff and we found that there are some indications that is possible, that you can actually like make new forests your own. So that would be a way of traveling. I just don't think it's a really bad weakness. It's a really bad way. Basically, anytime you step outside of whatever forest you're in control of, you have everything is dangerous to you. You're considerably weaker. You don't have the same nature power that you have when you're there. You're basically leaving the realm where you're at your most powerful and most comfortable to go and explore the world. It's like, why would you want to do that? You know what I mean? It's like you're just endangering yourself. And then if you're away, you could be away just chilling, and then someone burns your fucking forest down. You're not there to defend it, and then you just drop dead, not even knowing what killed you, because you weren't even you didn't even know it was happening. Yeah,
the forest almost acts like a phylactery.
Well,
but again, the vampire, you step out and then you're just dead in the daytime.
I do think that vampires, in terms of weaknesses, a little bit less. I would personally probably say vampires a little bit above Fae, just because of most of pretty much everything that we've just talked about. There's way too many situations where you could just get fucked without anything happening on your part. You could just not do anything and then just die. You could just walk into a village as a Fae and touch an iron handle.
Well,
and then
don't
have
do
your
that.
hand melt off.
Well, I mean, it's not that fast, but it would burn you when you touched it.
Yeah,
that's
what
he said
about
get
scolded.
But you also
the same thing works with vampire, right?
Yeah, but Fae generally also have healing magic. Like I said, it's not perfect. There's a
that's
reason
true,
why
but vampires also have a healing factor.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Yes,
I know.
I'm
not. Go ahead.
They can avoid humans. Vampires can't.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, there's really nowhere a vampire can
the
go.
hunting aspect does kind of fuck with things.
It's not even. Not even the hunting aspect. There's not a whole lot of places that you can go where there's no sun. What are you gonna do? We're gonna go find a fucking cave and live in it. You can't go buy a house.
I mean, theoretically, you could just bury yourself, though. It's not hard to avoid.
You're gonna bury
theoretically.
Well, first off, burying yourself is not. You act like that's easy. That's not an easy thing to do.
No, actually,
I mean, if you're a supernaturally
Trip, let us
vampire,
finish
it's
what we're
pretty
saying,
easy.
dude. You keep trying to interrupt. No, not you. I was talking to Trip. Every time one of us talked, he jumped in and talked over us. It's like, Jesus Christ. What were you saying, guy? Not Trip. Other guy.
Me guy or who guy?
Yes,
not Trip. Not Trip. Are you Trip? Then speak. If you're not Trip,
all right.
Speak.
My bad. I was just saying, theoretically, in terms of I understand that burying somebody in a 6 foot deep hole is definitely not easy. However, at the same time,
burying yourself in a 6 foot deep hole is not easy.
Yeah.
I would actually
mesmerized humans.
I would actually argue
if you're
it's not possible.
Supernaturally enhanced being.
Can't you mesmerize people to do it for you?
Yes, you can. But
That's
again, that
also
would
possible.
require you to go out and interact with humans and do that. And that would be, and again, doing that would immediately put you in danger. And then all of a sudden, oh, the village is missing 2 people because he had to fucking go and get some dudes to dig this hole for him and shit. Let's go look for the people. Oh, we found.
And then
It does
you
sound
die
like
of no
you have
blood
to-
later, anyways, right? You just die of no blood.
Yeah, you'd still
Oops,
have to-
no blood.
You still
You're in
have
the
to get
hole.
you still have to get the blood in it. Yeah, you still have to get the blood out, and like, how would you get yourself out of the hole? So that your slave dudes would just stand there and wait 8 hours or whatever, or the whole day, and then dig you out of the hole once they buried you in the. I don't know. This just seems like, and also we're also saying like, you're a level 1 vampire when you go here, right? You're just starting out. What's to say that you even have your ability to mesmerize the moment you get there? And if you do have your ability to mesmerize, how if it's even all that strong? Like, you're still a level 1. Like, the moment
like
you
at that
become a
point, we have
vampire, you're
to-
not going to immediately know how to use all your vampire skills.
That's true.
There's going to be a learning
leveling.
curve of you having to level and get more powerful and acquire all of this stuff. I mean, the
do
only
think
ability
that-
you're probably going to have at first is like enhanced physical ability, you know? Maybe like a
Just being stronger.
Yeah, I mean the ability to bite people and steal blood, probably, you know, something. I don't know. Maybe like one magical ability, one like blood magic or something that you could do, something cool. But yeah, that's probably all you're gonna really have at the start. You're gonna have to learn everything else, and I don't know. It's just constantly running from the sun every day. Fuck that. I'm
In a
good.
fantasy world, in a brand new fantasy world, can't see half of it.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, the having to be invited, can't cross running water.
Avoid all religion with the cross.
All religions whatsoever. No, everyone would instantly know who you are because you don't appear in reflections. Fucking yeah. There's so many weaknesses, and the Fae has arguably more weaknesses, but she's totally cool in what. Or I keep saying she, man. He's totally cool. Just, this gay ass dude, this gay motherfucker.
This gay motherfucker.
Cool. Just chilling in the forest, you know, defending the forest from David. And if he ever gets the means of like, you know what, I don't like this industrialization that this fucking mortals are doing. We're gonna just
probably a more content life.
We're gonna spread this forest across the land, and I'm gonna make the entire planet just one large forest and take the shit over. That would be crazy. And then you run into the demon lord of the realm and shit, and you're like, what's this fucking Fae trying to take over the world? This is so weird. Like, this is different. Anyway, so Buck Williamson said, does a Doulahan count as an undead or a Fae? What the fuck's a Doulahan?
It's a headless entity in Irish folklore.
Is that thing with the face on their chest?
No,
What?
Doulahan is basically
No. They carry their head. They carry their head with them.
Yeah.
I think I was thinking of something.
They're kind of both. They're an undead with Fey origins.
Interesting.
Oh, so Irish origin means it's probably.
Yeah,
a
I'm
Fae.
sorry to say this. It's both, dude. It's basically both. They're a Fey
think I
with
know
a lot
that.
of undead. They're undead with a lot of Fey
Okay.
working with them.
So, are we all in agreement, or are there still disagreements with the vampire being below a Fae and C?
I'm cool. It makes sense, man. It makes sense.
If you disagree, we could put up to a vote.
Honestly,
I mean, maybe there's
think
more
that
people that agree with
it's
you than
more
not.
of an interesting hero's journey. However, the fact that like the vampire's always fucking depressed, no matter what. There's no happy vampire.
Look,
ever.
we'll put it to a vote. We'll see. Okay, Fae or vampire.
And then also, like, it also does depend, right? Like, if you're like a chill Fae, if you don't want to do anything, you're gonna have a great fucking life.
Yeah, but
right?
I think it doesn't matter what kind of person you are. Being a vampire is gonna be rough.
Yeah, vampire, no matter what, is rough. Like Fae is
Like if you're
just chill,
a
you're
Fae
good.
and you want to go and travel the world and adventure and shit, you'll be annoyed, but you won't be miserable. You'll just be like, dude,
That is
I
true.
wish I could go out and do stuff. If you're a vampire, you're like, even if you want to be a dude who goes out and adventures and gets into fights and stuff, you're gonna be like, bro, I did not ask, like, I didn't know it was gonna be this bad.
Yeah, no matter what, you're gonna be fucking like crying.
Again, at least
essentially.
it's one of those things where it's like, if you can get through the early stages and you can become a point where you are a dangerous, powerful vampire with your own place that you can go to sleep, it'll be a lot better. I mean, I still think you're still gonna have vampire hunters coming after you and all that kind of shit. That's still gonna be a issue. You're never gonna get rid of that. But again, you're gonna have so many familiars defending you and shit. It's not gonna be as big of a problem as you otherwise think. But getting to that point when you're just like a weak bullshit vampire that's like hiding from the sun and shit, oh my god, it's just gonna be
goober.
It's gonna be
can't do anything.
Hold on. Red Tower asked if you could use gloves as a fake. Gloves are made by people. Maybe if you have like nature gloves. I think you could use tree magic. Tree magic could open shit.
It's not anything.
Everything's made by
guys,
people.
No, it's not anything that's made by people. It's unnatural things. So like if you like made gloves out of wool or whatever, I don't think that would necessarily
leather,
it's
wool,
still
something.
Well, metal comes from the earth.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like if you normally see Fae, they're normally wearing like their clothing is normally made out of like leaves and shit. Like it's super like
not leather.
See, that's the thing.
Like
you said metal comes from the earth, but like refined metal specifically.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not it's not like they just take metal directly from the earth and then they just make a sword out of it. And like they add all kinds of stuff to it. They put it through processes. There's more inside of it than just that.
Kind of like leather gloves the time.
I mean, leather glove. I feel like leather glove is really a lot different.
They get tanned. They get refined. They go through a lot of processes.
Yeah,
and maybe like back in these days less so, but they still get tanned.
Then that would probably be a negative if it's not just like the actual. And honestly, it might be either way.
It's not that much.
It's usually just iron in and of itself, not.
It's generally it's generally unnatural stuff made by. I mean, iron is the big one. That's an easy one, but a lot of times it is just unnatural shit. I'm not gonna say it's all unnatural shit, but iron is the one that people generally talk about in stories and in myths. They could be harmed with iron. But the reason why they can be harmed with iron is because it's unnatural. That's the reason. Like again, if you see fays in fiction and myth and stuff, they're always like wearing leaves and shit as clothes if they're wearing anything at all. They're all about.
That is also double crazy though, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like just because, like, anybody can have iron. Like I can just go buy some iron. Any one of us could just go have that.
Yeah, but you would still have to fucking kill.
Any one of us could be religious and have fucking vampire.
Sorry, you cut out.
He cut. I know what you were saying. He's saying
anyone can be religious.
Stop yelling in the fucking mic.
I thought it'd make it easier to hear.
That you cut out.
You're cutting out because you're too loud. Like
I thought I was less loud before when I cut out.
No, you're still loud. Lower your fucking.
I'm still loud.
Like 8 more times while you were.
You're cutting out every time you speak because you're speaking so loud that your actual mic is like trying to silence.
Just dying on me.
No, it's a feature. It's a feature in the Discord and stuff. If your volume reaches too high of a level, or it's actually a feature on mics as well. If your volume reaches such a high level that you might damage the mics or the headpiece, it'll cut you off. So stop screaming in your fucking mic and you'll be fine.
I'm not trying to.
Say stuff normally. Please.
Yeah, just talk, dude. It's fucking 2:00 in the morning where I am. What the fuck you screaming for?
I'm just a loud motherfucker, bro. I'm sorry.
Jesus. Okay.
Loud guy. What were we going on about? What was the deal?
Well, I think right. Well, what's the vote at? Okay, so 70% of people think that Fae should be above vampire. I think we convinced people.
I'll agree with that.
It's not a fun life, bro. It's not fun at all.
Honestly, yes. Like just straight up fucking yes. You're right. It's not fun to be a vampire. It's cooler in my opinion. Like I think it's cooler for sure, but that doesn't inherently mean that it's more fun.
If this was a list of which ones were the coolest to be, I think the order would be completely different. Like I think
that's fair.
Like I think you could easily say that demon would be an S.
It would be gangster as fuck to be a demon. So
yeah,
fair enough.
That'd be pretty cool. I mean, honestly, I still think that orc should go higher because I just think it would be unbelievably entertaining to be an orc.
I feel like that depends on the. I don't know. I might have to go rewatch this video theoretically, just because I don't really know what the settings are here.
You swayed me. I was anti-orc at first, but I've been corrected.
I think
It's
that's fair.
Oh my god, it's so fun. It would be so
Makes
fun
sense,
to be an
man.
orc.
Orc would be cool as fuck. I just don't know what kind of orc. You know.
The kind that raids and rapes villages with your orc bros and
Okay, that is
fucks
kind of all
awesome
of orc.
and then like fucks awesome orc muscle mommies on the side. It's just
It's really hard to beat that.
It's just a party, bro. It's awesome. Like, come on.
It's really hard to beat that. I'm not gonna lie.
How is that not S? That's
It's never not good.
That's right.
It's always well.
I've always said that there is an afterlife. I would like to go to Valhalla, because all Valhalla is it's you eat a bunch of food, then you go into a battlefield and you fight against all of your friends who you ate food with.
Literally
to the
fucking
death.
all of Valhalla is getting hard and doing hard shit.
Yes, and then you fight to the death. You all kill each other. When you die, you get transported back to the hall so you can continue eating. And there's also Valkyries there that you fuck. So the entirety of Valhalla, yeah, you just do it over and over again. The entirety of Valhalla is fighting, eating, and fucking, which are my 3 favorite things. So I want to go to Valhalla. Orc society is
a bad thing.
Orc society is essentially those 3 things all the time. And I'm like, why would I not want to be a orc? Are you serious? That's what I basically do in my real life anyway. So let me just do that.
Like, on the scenario, first of all, you're a savage, but like, second of all, it really does depend on not the inventory here, but like the what's the word that I'm trying to fucking say? The lore or whatever, I guess, maybe. Does that make sense?
That was pretty much what he was going over. That's what it is. It's just, fighting fucking in.
Like,
that is orc society. Orcs is not really. I mean, orc society is generally a bunch of clans that pillage and rape villages and go to war with other orc clans for power and all this kind of stuff. They have a very strength is power sort of thing. There's a general bro mentality among orc clans, where it's just like they're like Vikings. They're very similar to Vikings in a lot of ways, except they don't travel across the sea. They're generally land.
It does depend.
They're like native. They're like the most brutal Native Americans and Vikings that were smashed into a single race.
Yes, sir. That's pretty close. I just would say that theoretically, they're a lot different in the smaller aspects, as in, like, if you want to like travel universes specifically, I mean, World of Warcraft orcs, for example, are a lot different than like D&D orcs, or the orcs from Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls, for example, are going to be a lot different than the orcs from.
There's slight differences, but I think culturally, what I just described basically matches all of those.
Honestly, yeah, fucking good point.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely differences, but like
I'd love to agree with you, but like, no, fair enough, dude. That's pretty good. Pretty solid, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds like we're ready to about the Dragonkin.
This whole stream was just orc propaganda. It was all.
This whole stream is just.
I guess we could. The last thing that I can think of would be like fucking Shadow of Mordor, I guess, but like, I'm pretty sure Shadow of Mordor.
Well, Shadow of Mordor is just Lord of the Rings, and the way that
yeah, I mean, game versus like book, right?
But there's also a massive difference, because in whether it's Shadow of Mordor or Tolkien,
yes,
they're different. First off, the orcs are created using elves. There aren't any female orcs at all, so there's no fucking at all being done.
That's fair.
They're also the pure embodiment of evil, which is not necessarily the case, or that's actually almost never the case for orcs and other fictions. The Tolkien version of orcs are very, very
everything
different.
Besides Lord of the Rings is completely different.
Yeah, they're even spelled different.
Solid.
Like, they don't even spell it the normal O-R-C. They spell it O-R-K.
Yeah,
Tolkien. It's a totally different. It's like they're like based on orcs, but they're not orcs. They're a totally different thing. They're very different than what you would think of an orc being.
All right, that's. I mean, that makes sense.
The orcs Latinx equivalent.
Orcs Latinx. Orcs.
Orcs with a K.
And if you want to go, and if you don't want to do the whole orc life thing, and you want to go on your adventuring way, you can do that. People might look at you weird, but they won't hate you immediately. And also, you're physically, and also you just start off because you're an orc at a physically far superior level than anybody else. So you're just going to be a better warrior. A level 5 orc is going to be significantly more powerful than a level 5 human or elf or dwarf.
I genuinely do not know what to do at this point because like the vampire is definitely worse than the fae in terms of weaknesses. Unfortunately, it sucks, but it is what it is.
I'd rather be an orc than either of those two.
I would definitely. I will take vampire over fucking like
an orc.
Anything else? Yeah, especially over an orc.
What do you mean, especially?
All right, bro. We'll be at your funeral.
Yo, fuck orcs, dude. That's
bro,
why.
I would wreck your shit as an orc. Don't even.
Bro's orcsist.
My brother in Christ. No.
Absolutely. You want to know? You want to know why I would wreck your shit as an orc?
Yes, sir. We could talk about this. I suppose. Because
orcs are an inherent trait that orcs have is their rage ability, which makes them immune to mind control. Means you can't mesmerize me.
Okay.
I'm going to be physically superior to you in almost every way because.
Well, it does depend.
Actually,
I'm finish your statement and then I'll finish my statement, brother. Go ahead.
No, that's about it. I'll overpower the shit out of you, and I have a rage power.
Can you though?
Yes. As an orc.
Can
yes.
you?
Yes.
That doesn't mean much to a fae.
And like what? I don't.
Well, we're not talking about the fae.
Hold on. What's the situation here? I'm a vampire, right? I'm pretty sure.
Sure. Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm asking.
Sure.
Right,
I mean,
cool.
you're saying it.
Carry the disco ball and just fuck up your whole day.
I did not expect the end of the stream to be me as an orc would kick your vampire ass. Like I wasn't expecting.
No, now we gotta talk. Theoretically,
I'd kick your vampire pussy ass.
I'm gonna imagine that you're like an orc from like the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
No, bitch. I'm a better orc than that. Way better.
Okay. From what, motherfucker? Like, what do I?
What do you mean? I'm just a beastly ass I'm a mythological orc. What do you mean? It's like you're a mythological vampire.
You're like an orc from like the Elder Scrolls.
What the fuck? I've never even played the Elder Scrolls.
God
just
damn
go
it,
with World of
man.
Warcraft.
A mythological orc.
Okay.
It's a mythological
I'm just assuming
character.
It's an orc, like a little bit better than what I know. Solid.
A little bit better.
Pretty easy. Slightly better than what
Just
I
a little
know.
bit.
Sounds good. All right. Second of all,
the disrespect.
Mr. Man that I enjoy watching. Let's move on. Honestly,
he's speechless.
He's finding the words.
I'm still talking, in fact.
Good.
Mr. Individual. So, secondly, okay.
What was the first?
What was the first one?
We're going vampire. Vampire versus orc. I'm pretty sure that was the deal, right?
Yeah,
bro.
Okay.
say something.
It's not hard to say yes. Just say yes. It's okay.
We know what the conversation is. You know what the conversation is. I know what the conversation is. Say your piece.
I mean, me and you know what the conversation is, but
well, that's all that matters. They got a rewind button. Say what you want to say. Fucking stalling.
God damn! Now we're getting hard. All right.
Stalling.
So, third of all right.
You're just doing this so we don't talk about Dragon Kid now, aren't you?
I'm
honestly.
Now I'm waiting.
Stop waiting. Say what you want to say.
Okay. Now we're getting intense.
I went for fucking default.
That's even better. Okay.
Now we're getting intense. Now to point number 4.
Everyone, stop interrupting him so the slow motherfucker says it. Say your point, or I'm moving on.
He said 2 points that aren't even points, Rouga. He's me.
I was waiting.
Stop waiting. I'm just about to just move on. You're taking way too long to speak. Say what you want to say.
Getting aggressive. I'm
not getting aggressive.
At a relatively fast pace.
You are not. It has been like 10 minutes.
He's falling. He's doing this on purpose.
I do. I kind
I'm
of think you're
definitely
trolling
not.
at this point, to be honest with you. Say what you want to
I'm
say.
fucking not, guy. I'm going at a relatively reasonable
Stop!
pace.
You said that 4 times.
Calm down.
Speak.
Okay, you're just wasting time. I can't take it.
Yeah, we're moving. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Moving on.
I can't take it. Thank you.
We're moving on. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what you were waiting for. It took you way too long to speak. You just kept.
You said point number.
Stop talking.
Nothing, and then point number 2. He was clear.
He just kept. Yeah, he didn't say what point number 1 was, and then he said this is point number 2 like 3 times. And then he kept saying like, oh well, I'm just waiting. It's like just fucking say it. Like just speak.
I don't want to interrupt people, bro. I'm sorry.
He's trolling.
I don't know what to do there. I'm definitely not trolling.
It's fine.
No.
It's fine. It's fine.
I do apologize.
It's fine.
Sorry, man.
It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. It's fine. I just let you know. I don't know if you've ever been to a debate stream, but you would have been muted. You need to get your fucking points out way faster. Just letting you know. This isn't a debate stream, and it's the end of the stream, so I don't care that much. But
so I should be more aggressive.
No, I just think you just need to speak. You just need to say the thing you want to say and stop stalling. That's. I mean, it's not necessarily being aggressive. Just say it. You know, we have actually very unaggressive people in the debate streams. It's not. It's not really.
Fair. I mean, fair enough. I mean, you guys are all cool and all that nonsense.
But I do have bad news for
what was I saying?
For Trip. We're not going to be covering Dragonkin tonight.
No. I'll cry.
He cut himself off again.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen when I do a big no. It just makes more sense that way.
Look, just make him feel better. Just throw it in F so it's up there somewhere, and then it'll all be fixed.
I think it's hilarious that we have orcs above demons and angels and Lich. I just find that very, very funny.
Oh, is that what it was? It was orcs versus what?
Yes, it was orcs versus vampires, but he never said why.
I don't.
Even though I think
I'm very confused as to how you don't know what the conversation was.
It was a good minute ago.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, whatever.
That's the 6th time I've heard that. What were you getting ready? What were you preparing?
You keep cutting
a spirit bomb?
Bro, you keep cutting yourself off because you keep screaming. Stop screaming at your fucking mic. Stop it. Okay.
Orcs versus vampires specifically is all right. Now I'm back.
It's too late. We've moved on. It's the end of it's the end of the stream. We're not doing this anymore. Okay, so it is what it is. We're at the end. Yeah. Super chats have kind of slowed down. We've only got like 30 people in the stream. It's cool. We're gonna end it here. I don't even know what time is it. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's Mother's Day tomorrow. We got shit to celebrate. So I'll let everybody go. Thank you guys for coming to the stream. I don't know when my next video will be out. Hopefully by Tuesday, but not necessarily, because I'm gonna be busy the next couple of days. So I don't know. We'll see. I believe it's probably gonna be a solo leveling video though. I'll tell you that much. I'll try and get it up by Tuesday. Who knows what happens. Thank you guys for coming by. And yeah, I mean, like, look, if you guys liked this one, because actually this stream did relatively well. If you guys like this kind of stuff, and we don't always have to do shit like like ranking characters in fiction and stuff. Like we just like do cool shit like this. I actually really I don't know. I thought this would be a cool one. I liked it. If you guys want more stuff like this, then we could do a tier list like this. Just let me know. Let me know in the comment section or whatever of the video when it posts, which it will when I end the stream. So okay, thank you guys. See y'all next week, next Saturday, 7 p.m.
Bye, again.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Sounds like we need a tier list stream of who would you fuck.